Three, two, one.
WAAAGH! Hello, everybody. Welcome to Wall Tactics. We're going to talk about the new orc points. Should I even say new? Some of those things aren't even that new. So, we're going to talk about points and lists today. We're going to talk about them live. If you want, you're in the chat, you want to talk about other armies as well. We do have some base knowledge about other armies. Obviously, you have access to them. We can screen share about them as well. If you want to talk about a list or even share your list, you can send it to us. We'll gladly look at it. We actually have a couple of Space Marine lists we can look at and orc lists already. That being said, we're going to go over the orc points. So we're just going to go from the top of the list, which is starting with Battle Wagon. Just quickly, we're going to briefly touch things, considering we're going to talk about lists anyways. So I don't even necessarily need to hit everything, but Battle Wagon is something that obviously went up significantly in points, but that's because all the war gear is free. So it should go up in points. And I like that it can be hard top or closed top, or what we used to call it. Now it's the shooting platform. So anyways, that thing I really like. We're going to talk about it, but Battle Wagon, I consider it very, very good transport in the game overall, as it gets up to T12 when you close the top for the shooting. Now you get it to the B-Snagger boys. They barely got a point touch, 105, fantastic. They didn't really have war gear anyways. You had to bring their claw, snap a claw anyways. Beast Boss is on here. He looks like he went down in points a bit, even though he was already kind of cheap. Beast Boss on Squigosaur is about the same. Big Mech and Mech Armor, I don't remember his exact points, but I know he's sitting somewhere about the same. I think he might be a little less now. Shock Attack Gun is definitely less. Then we have Big Head, Boss Head Bunk. I don't know nothing about it. And then I'm just going up and down. Oh, you want me to go left to right? Yeah, sorry. We'll go left to right then. My bad. We're going to go Ghaz Ghoul, Mag Urutaka. I like that he counts as 2 models now. He counts as 2 models because Makari is mandatory. So there you go. 235. I think that's fair. But do we want it? We'll talk about that. So Gorkanaut, 295. I think that's all right. People automatically whiff him away to the win, but with the mech, you can make him +2 to move. The mech can jump out after the transport is now moved, right? So he'll jump out, he'll be a lone operative. He'll be able to give the Gorkanaut a +1 to hit, will count for shooting and fighting. So he's not necessarily someone to scoff at right now, but he's, not amazing, but his points are so relative for how much he's worth. So we got the Grots going up to 11 models now. Love it, because the Run Herder is free. We know this, and it went up 5 points for the new Run Herder, right? Hunter Rig, and we'll say the Kill Rig in 1. They're paying for the sins of last edition, so they're going to be taking heavy points. But for the Kill Rig in particular, I still think you can run that, just because it plays almost still plays what you would consider every phase of the game, right? Then you have Captain Badrock at 95. He's not expensive as heck. That's fantastic. And neither are the Flash Kits if you really want to bring them. I think they're around the points you really could bring them. We have the Killicans. Killicans, we spoke about. I like that they're strength 8 and they have good AP with damage 3, but they're pretty slow, right? So on 150, that's kind of a lot, really. That is kind of a lot. I'm not in love with that. I used to run them a lot. 50 points per guy is a bit too much. They used to be 35, I want to say. So no, I don't. No, not okay with that. Sorry, Killicans, even though I love how you look. And now we're going to Nabon Smasher Squig. I think he was 65 before. Not sure. And he had the Mortal Wound ability, which he doesn't have anymore. So there we go. Then we have the Na with the wall banner. 70 points. He gives you the wall. If you think the wall is for 70 points, there you go. We got the knobs. Knobs actually stayed pretty similar to what they would be if you would have given them war gear for 5 points a pop. I like that price point. If you consider how much boys are and beast boys, if you're talking about points per wound, that's actually pretty good. 105 for the beast snaggers, 115 for the boys. It's about equivalent wounds, but you get a better armor save, but you don't get a feel no pain. Okay, and your smaller unit, I think, is more of a benefit with the new pile-in, fighting base to base and everything like that, right? So 5-man units might be where it's at, because you might not be able to reach the rest of your guys in there. Then you got the Pain Boss. I think that's pretty low. That's actually all right. I wasn't say low. I think that's decent points. And then you got the Pain Boy, which is also pretty low and fair amount of points. Goodness, sorry about that. That was actually me. Rocket Truck Squid Buggy. That's how many points it was with the new nerfs and everything involved in that. Oh, and then we have Frank. Hello, Frank. And we have Priest Taylor. Love that. What's up, y'all? How you guys doing? Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you guys.
How are you guys doing tonight?
I don't see it up there. It's not there anymore.
We can only share that screen.
Okay, cool. That's fine. And then sorry, where was Rugged Trucks Quick Buggy? That is what it was. I like that it's only one model. I'm not gonna spam it, not gonna be hated by your friends. Shock Jump Dragster, that's a fair points for it as well. We'll move down some more. Squig Hog Boys did go up, and it's worth it because they have the Lance ability and other great abilities. Stampa went back up to 800. Commandos are now at 135, and you have to pay for the full 10-man unit. So you other our Ork opposition Marines Knights know that these infiltrating units are going to be 10-man units now minimum. We're talking about the big head boss head bunker. No point. Blitz Obama plane. We're not running too many of those, but you know I think that's an okay point cost. Not pretty cheap for a plane. Custom Booster Blasters, the buggy that we're going to pay attention to today because it's the one that gives targets that it hits -1 to hit in general hit rolls, not just melee. So
yeah, 85 points, taking one on a list is definitely worth it.
Definitely worth it. So we're going to just mention him pretty much exclusively as a buggy for the first part. Now, as when we talk list, then we have the Boondocka Snaz Wagon. I think that's a bit much. 90 points is a bit much for what it does. Not cool, not cool. Ludas, you have to include the Spanner. The Spanner can have any variety of gun. The thing is that its range is weird. It's either too low for the Ludas because it's at 24 if it has its version of a Melta, what you Space Marines would consider a Melta, and it's a big shooter, which would be essentially like almost like a heavy bolter. It's 36 inches, so it's not great. And I'm not a fan of Ludas in general, so they're a bit too much. I mean, they're pretty cheap, but they're still not worth their points.
Yeah, you could tell they tried with the point value.
Yeah.
But the data sheet's just not worth it.
They tried. I appreciate that. Then you have the Storm Boys. The Storm Boys actually went up. And when you consider the body of the Storm Boys still having a low armor save, still having only -1 AP, still being strength 4 base, you know, I'm not saying that Storm Boys are going to be on every list. But I also don't think that they're not even going to be just one unit if there is one, to be honest. Just one, just because how many points there are now for there.
Right. There's so many good things in these indexes. And for a lot of the indexes out there that when you start making a list, you find out like, oh, wow, it's 300, 400 points for these combos that people have been talking about the last few days.
Yep, exactly. And that's why you need to pay attention to what units are viable MSUs that can be on their own without characters and don't rely on your one army-wide ability of the WAAAGH, right? Storm Boys are not going to kill even Space Marines because they're strength 4 and they're winning them on 4. So you can't really look at them to even trade out with somebody unless you're willing to put a character in there for what their value is. So the points really do come down to MSU, am I scoring with these guys or really doing something with them when I get them? Boss Zagstrug is that one character that you would put with them to smash someone out. So, yeah. And he definitely can actually smash someone out. So, and I think 100 points, that's less than what he was. So even better. Mad Dog Grotznik. I like him a lot. He is the named medic. He's the one that allows you to fall back and charge and gives a 5 of feel no pain, needs certain units. I like him for 75 points. That's pretty awesome. Then we have the Tank Busters. Tank Busters, no. I do not like that. That's quite expensive. And considering 2 of those models are completely out of place per 5-man unit, not cool with that. Storm, the actual boys themselves, 10-man models, that actually got a point decrease by 5 points. When you added the Power Claw, it used to cost 90 points flat. So boys are down by 5 points, as you can think.
Time to bring them out.
Time to bust out the boys, maybe. Don't be scared, but they are only strength 4. So now we have the Mega Knobs. Mega Knobs don't cost as nearly terribly as you would think they might, based off everybody's combinations with them. The point is you will include Ghaz, so the unit will end up costing you almost 500 points. So you have to consider that when you're talking about Ghaz and these Mega Knobs. Not saying you don't bring them. I'm just saying you can bring a lot of other things as well. Then you get trucks. Trucks, my goodness. Trucks are going to be freaking awesome because they're 50 points. Hello, 50 points?
That's a tremendous value.
What?
You're going to see a lot of them.
What? I mean, didn't make lists already just talking about trucks because I imagine people are going to have a bunch of truck lists already. So I try to just make a general list and such because if I start talking about trucks, then I'm talking about, okay, am I running 3 units of knobs for MSU combat running around the field? You can't do anything about it type thing, right? That's a different game style that actually becomes quite competitive. And if we want to talk super competitive, we can. I'm just talking about how to play and how we can play at Orks as a whole. I'm not going to limit it to just competitive play because there's competitive channels that are going to narrow it down to that. So that's what we talk about, just a diverse way to play, armies, lists, everything. So you can talk competitive. I love that too. We've competed. We're just saying that for this channel, we're going to be talking about how to play Orks as a whole. That way everybody feels involved and no one feels like they have to be in such a stringent, monotonous model play. That's not how Orks live. That's not how we thrive. So no. So then we're going on to, I think we were at the Mega Nobs. So we'll go to trucks, like I said, then drop down to the War Bikers. War Bikers are quite cheap. There's 25 points per model. That's what they were. That's what they are. You know, just because of that point cost, I can consider them.
Yeah. Just one thing. It's funny you phrase it that way because before models were point costed per model, as you can see with some of this math, like 2 models, 65 points, or 32.5 points each. So that's a big change we see here on these point changes.
Yep.
And you can pay for like the Magnobs, you can pay for the 6 model. Oh, I guess this wouldn't be a good example. Oh, right here. Boys, you have to pay for the 170 points, but you don't have to take the max 20 models. It's a little weird. There's not really a situation with Orks that you would want to do that. But I wouldn't be surprised if we find some little niche situation for some army, like maybe Aldari or whatever.
And looking at this again, I really appreciate that the Mega Nobs can be 3, 5, 6. They allow you to actually pull back a little bit, which I felt like I needed to when I included Mega Nobs and Ghaz on the list, because 6 felt like too many when you include Ghaz. 5 felt like the right one. Okay. So when you see those units, pay attention to them because they might give you that flexibility to actually reach a clean 2,000. Except for you Knights. So I'm just kidding. So Taylor says, what's up, Frank? Frank talking about list ideas. I'm thinking Knights may need a nerf. That's what I was saying before the points even came out. I was saying Knights are looking super mean. If they can just look through buildings and then run up on you, that's a hard matchup for Orks. Just saying, it always has been. And where Orks took over against Knights was in the play, right? We would play Knights out until we got tabled, and then haha, you guys couldn't catch up. This doesn't look like you're gonna be able to do that, considering you can't hide.
Right. They're armed to kill you. The game's suited for them to kill you with the towering keyword, and there's no real play around with towering. Like before, like you could take advantage of the terrain, base something now, and get him to stretch out further than he wants, and now he can still stay castle essentially or overload one flank. Towering is going to be a huge problem early on in this edition.
So the only benefit the Orks got against that is we have towering too, but our towering transports. So we can shoot it out and then run up on you too, right? So that might have to be a way that Orks have to try to play it up a little bit. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Hey, we have our own towering models too, and they're not point to extinction yet.
Yes, flat 6 damage, come in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Flat 6 damage combat.
Melee, yes.
I like that. Okay, then we continue with the point. Sorry about that. Then we got Burner Boys.
I like these. These good value. With Overwatch now being the movement phase, throw these guys in a transport, open top. You can position them, prevent an enemy from really pushing up on a flank. Definitely take at least one of these in every list.
Nice. Well, yeah, you can see those bringing us on most lists. Yeah, they serve so much purpose when those open top as well for those 50-point trucks. It's like a combo. Bring that up, start running around, flaming Aldari, flaming guardsmen, flaming all these people that you go, re-rolling wounds against them when they're standing on the objective. Yeah, I can see why people will bring them for sure. And Taylor says our points are way down too. Well, Taylor, you can send a list in or discuss some of your favorite models. Maybe we can pull their points up too, actually, you know? So we can probably pull up their points in a bit after we discuss Orks for a bit, maybe the matchup in general. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to try to narrow down how this would look if time will be needed to even fight you guys. So we got Megatrack Scrap Jets. I like them. They're the same amount of points as what they were, and they still get a bunch of rocket shots. I can see these as the one of the 2 buggies I can see still seeing play consistently. Unless you're really, really committed to indirect. Then, of course, you could use indirect. I'm just not sure if everybody's going to commit to that or if it wants to play like that in your local meta. Unless you're competitive, then, of course, you're going to really care about that a lot. And I see why. I use it too. So we got the War Boss model. Now, the War Boss model is kind of a sleeper model, in my opinion, for 70 points. I'm looking at him, and I'm like, hey, this is someone you can not feel guilty about plugging into a unit.
Yes. 70 points. That's not a huge investment to add to someone.
When you look at his data sheet, what he gives to the unit for +1 to hit, when a lot of these units are going to need +1 to hit for the power claw, or at least for the consistency with how durable everybody else is. He also goes crazy during the wall and gets like 10 attacks. So that's fun with his profile, right?
Hey, you give him that right enhancement, and you can all of a sudden give him devastating wounds. 20 points.
Head whoppers, kill chopper. So then we got burner bomber and the Daka jet. We'll just talk about those at the same time. Both actually are a little bit more than I'd want. And I don't see you playing either of them unless you really just want to have fun with your planes, right? Then go ahead. We have the mech for 45 points. Another character that I'm like, hey, I can try to get him on this list for that +1 to hit. I understand that his ability goes off at the end of the movement phase. I really do. The thing is, I also understand the transport can get out. He can get out of the transport and then still give the transport the ability and still be considered a lone operative for standing next to the transport. So he will be a little bit stuck to that model, but if there's someone near him, he'll just run over and do it to him the next turn if he needs to as well. They can drive over to him. So for 45 points, if you really want your orc vehicles to start shooting or your battle wagon with the flash kits to be in it to get that +1 to hit, you got to bring them. You got to bring them because everybody's talking about flash kits and what they do with their abilities and everything. This is the one guy that lets them shoot when they're while they're still embarked without being terrified to die from just using their abilities in the open to be points efficient.
Right. Most orc lists are going to have vehicles in it, no matter what kind of style you're playing. You're at least going to have a transport. And like you said, you can use it to take advantage of 45 points. That's a good value.
Yeah, I think consider it depending on what kind of list you're running for sure. I really think he was a little slept on. And he heals your vehicles. War Boss and Mega Armor, 95. What? So the other War Boss, really cool, much better ability. This guy, not a much better ability. So you're just more kind of more durable, really. So if you really find yourself needing someone for points and holding objectives, I guess, and you're just tight on points, okay, maybe him. Then we got the Death Dread. No, that's way too much. That's insulting. I feel disrespected. I'm hurt. He was like 95 points before, and that was fair because even with his upgrades, he's still not hanging with an Evictor, even a Victor Tactical Warsuit or a Dreadnought. He's not hanging with any of those guys, really.
Yeah, I'd like to see a point value closer to 110, 115, at least, to even consider one.
Yeah, so then we got the mechs. Mechs are fair points. I like mechs. Mechs with the mech. Hey, he gives each one of them +1. He heals them. He's getting lone operative, or he can be in the unit with them. Stand him outside of them. Give that unit a +1 to hit, or one model in that unit a +1 hit. But remember, you can also put the actual shock attack gun in that actual 3 model mech guns unit. So you get reroll ones. One of them's getting +1 to hit, and both those characters are still safe from those models with those mech guns still being there. Then you have the WAAAGH Boom Blasted Jet. It actually does have an impressive profile. Still a lot of points. It's not outrageous, but it's, for what it is, this is the one plane that I could say, hey, if you really want to use the plane and you're kind of willing to put the points, maybe if you have enough threat saturation that it's not going to just get it demolished when it finally does come on the board. Then you got the Death Killer Wartrike, 90 points, and he can be a part of a biker unit. Bikers with them being kind of still cheap compared to what their rivals used to be in Squig Hog Boys. I think it's okay. It's not something to be super guilty about. I'd still like to see him maybe 5 points cheaper, maybe just because he can't really fight that well or shoot that well. So he's really just who he is. Then you got the Mech Boy Workshop. I'm fully aware of this guy having kind of broken abilities with the keyword for him being considered over 5 inches and such. I just don't want to really go over that because I assume GW is going to fix that.
Yeah, immediately.
So then we got the Weird Boy. Weird Boy, 55 points. That's where he's trying to save his own butt. He's really trying to get in the game with that 55 points. If you're running a horde and you really just can't cut points anywhere else and you want that mobility, maybe. Probably not.
No, he needs to be 40 points or less.
No.
Really consider.
I don't know.
Even less.
Weird Boy, as he's here, Weird Boy either. No.
No love from GW.
Not too much love from these guys, but their points are playable if you want to play them for fun. I'm not saying don't play these things. I'm just saying in comparison to what you're going to get from the other characters, probably look at them first. Probably most likely.
There's just so many characters to choose from, and
That's a good thing.
these guys aren't making the cut
Yes.
most times.
So we got Zagrog Schwarzenegger, that guy with the grot bombs. I mean, 80 points. I mean, the war boss is 70, but he gives crazy abilities. Do you really want that for the grots?
It'd definitely be fun.
Maybe, but with grots not being battle line anymore and you're limited to 30, I feel like you might actually want to do something with those 30. So I'm almost like not going to think about using him anymore in that kind of way, unless the rest of my list is very tailored towards some other style of play. And the booger bomb, the grot booger bomb, the snot bomb, has a general purpose to assist that list in either prolonging or holding or just distracting the enemy. And they're doing it in the cheapest way possible because everything else is kind of either too expensive or odd number of points with how these new lists are kind of divided, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't want to just throw a grot unit out there when they can CP farm for you. All the great strats orcs have, you're gonna want that CP, or at least the opportunity, not just throw it out for turn 1, turn 2.
Yeah, for sure. 11 models for 45 points. Hey, don't always throw that away. So then, not at least not at the right time, right? So then you got Death Copters. I mean, they're not terrible points. That's cool, but I'm still not probably bringing them, most likely, for the fact that they're just not durable or doing anything special. And now that you can move through your own models, hey, I'm a little less worried about being stuck too. So,
Right.
the Morkanaut, like I said, you put a mech on this guy, considering them he gets a transport as well. Put the mech in the back with him, with maybe someone else or whatever. The Morkanaut moves, mech gets out, gives him +1 to hit at the movement phase. Now this Morkanaut with his guns is hitting on a 4+, and he hits on a 2+ in combat. So if you're not super terrified of Oath, or if you have enough threat saturation, or like we said, if you have to try to deal with knights and you're going to start saturating the board with other towering models that orcs have or other durable T10, T12 models, he's just one of the several models that are T12 in the Orc Codex are capable of. So you can look out for him. He can actually, make a nice sweat a little bit, at least the small ones for sure. Then we got Mogrog Scragbag. So for his awesome data sheet that everybody's going off about, he's definitely he has everybody costs that much. He's definitely equal to what he does on his data sheet. That being said, I can still see you bringing him if you have enough threat saturation to where he's not going to get murked, because he is still going to be by himself. And if someone wants him dead, they will try to kill him as hard as possible. But he is so durable with a 4+ on a 4+ in T10 and being such a and with all that and still being kind of a small model for all that durability.
Yeah, and he still has access to a -1 to wound on top of that.
Reroll charges, and his aura to give all the Squig Hog boys that you're most likely going to bring in MSU the buffs that they're going to want. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying don't bring him. I'm just saying consider that your enemy's going to want to kill him as soon as possible too. So make sure you have threat saturation, or you know that the tables you're at aren't just bowling balls, because he's gonna just have to sit there and take oaths if he is, or lances to the face. Then you got the flash gets at 190. That's cool. Under 200.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. When this is the first unit everyone started talking about. You look at the shooting; it's good for orcs, and I was expecting it to be easily like 130 points for 5-man.
Yeah, that's what you would be insulting. Yeah.
I just didn't think they were going to get played, but now we're going to see plenty of them at this price class.
Yeah, they have a knob data sheet, right? And we see what the knobs are. Imagine them with power claws for 115. So these guys have a similar data sheet, but they also have a shooting gun and they still have a regular choppa. So 95 is like, what? Oh, that's less than Beast Snaggers.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of activations from these guys. They're participating in 2 different phases.
Yep. And the mech, like I said, that time when you're moving them into position because they're only 24 inches, he can jump out, give the battle wagon +1 to hit. These flash gets not get +1 to hit. They don't get their data sheet abilities, but the character inside the shooting out and the flash gets and the battle wagon itself with now its free war gear are all getting +1 to hit. So you have a stupendous amount of firepower suddenly, and it's a mobile platform that is going to take angles on the enemy and not just sit stationary and be boring, right? And if it can stay stationary, that's nice for you too, I guess. But the fact that you have the mech means you don't have to be. And once you get out and you start using your abilities, that's going to be amazing too. but you don't have to do it too early just to get your points value out of these guys. And I think that's all of them. We cut them real quick. So if the chat wants to say anything about any armies you want to look at or matchups, I know we got what are these looking like against Marines? Or we can pull up a list right now that we went over. Like I said, we can go over our list, and then if the chat's around here, eventually they can talk about one of their lists maybe, or how their lists look against ours. We have several just fun lists that are most general that I think most people have at least one of these models or more. Not that list. Yeah, here we go. And anyway, we can zoom in on that. It's unlegible. All right, cool. So let's see what's going on with these guys. Okay, so right after this, looking at this list, you guys can kind of chew it over. Maybe Knights can talk about their list too. You can send in lists. You can send in Taylor. You can send your list to the email if you want to. I can send it to you. So, or you can just put it in. I think I sent it to you actually. If you felt like doing it, I already sent it to you. If you want to, we'll look out for it and look for it in the emails if you feel like sending one. Oh yeah, we're starting with the green tag because that's our channel, my friend. We also have a list that was gonna be oh, this is not this wasn't the list, David. Come on, my people. The list that's already 2000. I did. We're gonna talk about this 2000 point list.
This is the Ghaz list you came up with?
Okay, this is because I want people to just look at the Ghaz list right off the bat. And yes, we're gonna talk about the green side right away. Sorry about that to be channel pony to be confusing with that. I just wanted to get the Ghaz talk right out here and what people have been talking about as we've been looking over this book, right? So I just went off the bat and was like, hey, let's look at some of these favorite models, put them in the list. Maybe people have one, maybe people don't. And we've seen the kind of buffs they have that are also amazing. So yes, here's the first list. So on this first list, we have the Battle Wagon. Battle Wagon is going to be holding the War Boss and the knobs that are on this list. It's a 10-man unit of knobs, kitted out however you, either if you want to stay WYSIWYG or if you want to go Power Claws, because now you're getting that +1 to hit. That's fantastic. The Battle Wagon closes itself up and BT12, right? Because you know the enemy's going to see this coming and want to take it out, and you really don't have anything that you're going to want to shoot out of it necessarily. And since the gun, it already has free war gear for guns, you can rely on it to shoot at least somewhat decent on its own. If you have the Death Roller, it does make the profile even bigger, but that Death Roller is nothing to sneeze at. And I personally have a Death Roller on mine, so I'm so excited because I have all the war gear on my Battle Wagon, and I'm going to be using all of that war gear. And it's worth it. Come in there, Death Roller people out, bam. So starting with the Death Roller, and it's going to have the War Boss. If you remember what the War Boss has during the wall, he gets up to 10 attacks. Then you have the knobs in there. So the reason why I really do like the War Boss with the knobs is because you go back to what I said with volume, right? We're talking about how in this edition people have better armor saves, how people are tougher. The best way to get over that as an Orc player is just put volume into them. And knobs can get into that with actually quality volume, even if you lose a couple guys on the way in. The fact that they're 3 base and then they're with the wand, and there's more models in the unit compared to the Mega Knob unit that is generally going to foot slog with gas. Unless you're going to put it in a mech, unless you're going to put it in a Battle Wagon with the big mech, right? You're going to put them in there, but then they're less reliable in combat. The cool thing is the War Boss with the knobs still getting the transportation and wanting to get out and fight. They're getting the +1 to hit and still keeping the same Mega Knob combative offensive profile. You're just not getting gas, but you're still getting a good, reliable one that's coming in that's also cheaper because the War Boss is only 70 points. The War Boss is 70 points, like we said, and he fights much higher than that in his weight class for how much his points are. He's going to be tearing people up during the WAAAGH, you know. So, and you spend 1 CP for Unbridled Carnage and Exploding 5s with that volume with him during the WAAAGH. Come on, guys, you're getting up into 50 strength 10 attacks.
Yeah, that's going to shoot through a lot.
Even if you reduce damage by 1, okay, I'm still smashing you, and I actually have the -2 AP that people care about. So let's not sneeze away at that. Oh, I see Austin Grant in here. What's up, buddy? I see you're looking into 40K. Tell us what factions you want to talk about or you want to know about. We definitely are talking Orks right now for a reason. This is the Ork channel, but also because we like their points. But we're going to talk about Marines after this and possibly Imperial Knights. So we can talk anything, man. We know it all. No, I'm just kidding. We have a base knowledge of a lot of different factions, though.
Yeah,
it's
feel free to send in a list if you have one, if you want some feedback. we're here for that too.
So as for the 3 MSU units of Squighog Boys, it's not because I do not see value in them as a brick coming in with the knob on Smash a Squig. It's because when I play with them, they are still quite big bases. And when people see when people see this unit coming, they're gonna want to take it out as soon as possible. And when you disperse that amount of wounds with feel no pains into multiple units, and like I said, with the feel no pains, you make those guys so annoying to displace. You understand? Like,
Yes, with the loss of the consolidations too, or the extra piling rules, like you're just not getting the same movement. The engagement range changed, so now you had to base, and if you run too big of a unit, you could have 2 models that don't even get into combat, and that's going to throw your whole strategy off. I think separating to 3 min units, dispersing your threats is the way to go. Like they're not. You might lose 1 unit. At least after that, you still have 2 to play with. Come in and do some damage.
Remember, they get the Lance ability. They get a vast number of damage to attacks. And you need things that can also MSU fight on their own and aren't super slow and just getting picked apart all the time, right? These guys are something that doesn't require that character to be babysitting them like a lot of the other models. They aren't sitting at strength 4 or 5 waiting for someone to help them fight during a WAAAGH. They can fight on other turns. They can fight before the WAAAGH. They can fight after the WAAAGH. There's sufficient models and MSU sizes. So I really think you should tack into those as MSU if you can. That's how I personally like them here. But of course, there's lists where you can put +2 to movement on the head on the knobs, smash a squig, run in there and smash people with 6-man units, right? So that's beautiful too. Then we got commandos for infiltrating and or scouting is going to be very prevalent in this edition. We're going to come around with a lot of those. People are going to come and encounter a lot of units that want to scout us or infiltrate on us and try to take control of the board and really stuff the orcs back. So you have to have a minimum of 1 commando unit, if not 2. They're pretty expensive, so I said 1 because you're going to have to find the nice spot to hide that 1 big 10-man unit, right? But remember, with the Squighog Boys and the commandos, you get the Squig Bomb. That's also why we have the 3 MSU units. You want to be able to get the free mortal wounds in there, put them on people, have something that can really get through to these different kind of defenses we're seeing when you are lacking these giant killy bricks. So then we have a kill rig. I know some people are like, what? A kill rig? Yes, I know, even for 220. That's because the kill rig not only exists as a beautiful, awesome, fighty killing monster, vehicle type monster, right? Because I like to call it a monster for myself, but a vehicle is because it competes in multiple phases of the game. It's a transport, so it extra counts during the movement phase. It's a psychic and has some shooting, so it shoots during the shooting phase. It fights on its own, and it actually gives out command buffs during the command phase, I believe. So the kill rig in itself just does a bunch of cool things, and it's actually in the psychic phase. It's like, yep, they're in the psychic phase. So that's awesome. I really like the kill rig if you can, and you need something for the opposition to choose between, right? Are they gonna go for your kill rig and your battle wagon? Are they gonna go for that brick of guys that are kind of hard to kill you and the T12 model? Or are they gonna go for the multi-purpose transport that's bringing in the beast snaggle boys as well to go steal some objectives, huh? So you do need that threat saturation that's coming.
Yeah, Frank sent a list, so whenever we want
to
that, we can take a look at it.
That'll be great because then you can look in comparison. What would a Marine list or an Orc list look like? Do they have enough threat saturation, or do they have enough shooting ability to take one of those out quickly? 2, I mean, with Gilliman, you might. So then you got the war, like I said, War Mouse with the knobs already put in there, and of course you got the 3 grots. Boom, you need 3-man units of grass to hold your backfield. And you also need them so that you can get your farming for your CP quite regularly and maybe late game move up and take the objectives. So this is more of a what I consider kind of elite, not elite, but it does get kind of expensive. You see some big price tags around here, and you're not sticking to one forte of type of unit. You're not going all fully horde and you're not going full speed. So this is something that most people can actually acquire, kind of put together, and people are talking about utilizing all these models. So I felt like it was important to really put it on there and say, hey, this is what it looks like when you put it together, right? It does look kind of scary, but at the same time, you can see where people can start to pick this army apart because it is kind of expensive in its own way as an orc army.
Yeah, the points add up a lot. Like I was mentioning earlier with the combinations, You got a quarter your points in Ghaz with the mega knobs. And that you could bring almost 4 other units. Although they're not gonna be as potent and powerful, and they're not gonna be able to hit as hard, but they can add some utility to your list, play the mission better. You could even split that up for a cheaper big threat like another war boss, another knob unit, and then get some other utility, move some points around. And yeah, you drop the mech, that's another 50 points. That's a whole nother unit for 130-ish points you could bring in too.
And what I'm saying there is we might have to rethink as orc players is not just run in there and go, hey, I need to come in there one-shot this enemy because I'm made of paper. I'm made of wet paper towels. If I don't one-shot you guys, we're done. No, we actually need to, we might have to rethink this and say we have to have some durability going on here. We have to have some understanding going on here as to how to progressively play the game with what we have. Even if they take half of it out and we're still holding them back and we're still scoring our points, that's what's going to have to matter. You understand? So orc players might want to rethink and go, hey, I can't just go around one-shotting everybody like that's how everybody else thinks. You know, I might have to try to just threat saturate them and hold people in place, and I'm not going to be taking out multiple units taken out in one turn. I'm only going to lose maybe 2. You know, so that's just how some of the things will go. So we can end up moving over to a Space Marine list. We can talk about that Space Marine list real quick, just so we can see how that would look in matchups, because the points all came out today. So it's worth talking about that too, right? So it's worth talking about that. Know your opposition, know what they're thinking, know what they're looking like. Are they running 4 or 5 characters like most people are joking that Space Marine people are? Are they running 2 Death Stars and some MSU? What's going on, right? Okay, here we go. This is Frank Russo's Ultramarine list. Not a successor because they do have Rabute Gilliman. Cool. I like Rabute Gilliman, right? He's super killy. He's very full with double oath. He's definitely pulling his points. 355 is right there where they're like tempting you to think he's overcosted, right? But you know, I can see why you bring him. He kind of makes everything else better, right? So we got a Terminator Chappie. I assume the Terminator Chappie is sticking with the Assault Terminators. If I'm wrong, let me know. 490 points. So you're putting those two things together. That's about 500 points. That's a quarter of your armies of Space Marine, right? So that's pretty cool. As in, you're pretty much a Terminator army, right? So, I mean, they have so many abilities. That's going to be great. I really do think that Chappie ability plus that Terminator Assault Squad can really take people out. Like, most threats out that they're going to run into on the table. So I can see why you're putting a quarter into that. Are people going to be able to take that out, though? Is your opposition, not just orcs, but in general? Are they going to be able to oath you? So are you going to be able to survive that as oath? Screen you out, maybe? Not sure. Then we got the Blade Guard. We got a 6-man. Okay. I like you double tapped into the fact that they're very cheap. They're 5 points cheaper than what they were. So you were like, hey, let's just go with another one. And because you're giving them Judiciar.
Yeah, you're not giving many options here. There's always traditionally to take 5. That's where you felt comfortable running 5. You lose 1 in combat, they're still going to do some damage. And now you're forced to take the 6. So I agree with this move. You could take 5, but you're still paying 200 points. So you just got to bite the bullet on this one. And heck, that's 4 more strength 5 minus 2 damage melee weapons.
And when you look at the list, you can see why. He has his main, you can call it maybe his main hammer or maybe his anvil, considering that you're not going to be able to easily get through it either. Or the Blade Guard veteran are considered the anvil because, you know, they're going to be more stationary and hold one side of the board and wait for the enemy to come with them from behind a wall, right? So I can see you're waiting here with one spot with your Blade Guard and your Disya, and you're trying to move up the board with the right side maybe or up the middle and drop those Terminators in. So, but that's your front line. That's what you're using to hold. And from there, you have your gun line. So from your gun line, you have your Stern Guard, combi weapons, small 5-man unit. Then you got heavy intercessor. I like that you were willing to go that extra point for the extra toughness, considering everything's tougher in the new edition. You want that strength 5 because you see so much more strength. Toughness 5 everywhere. So you do want that strength 5 on your guns as well, and you get the free war gear. So you get that free heavy bolter and those that they give you. So that's pretty cool too, right? You used to have to pay for that. Now it's free. Fantastic.
One thing that sticks out to me is he chose the grav cannons for the Devastator squad.
Oh,
They
you moved
have a
on.
good.
Did you just jump over the what those guys were?
I didn't hear one.
Oh, you're just going anything? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I'm wondering, Frank, what is? Do you have a particular reason why you're choosing the grav cannon over the anti-vehicle weapons perhaps?
Hmm. You can keep going. Talk about the next guys too. Probably.
I see that you're gonna obviously put them on the drop pod. That is the biggest nerf grav cannons did take, is they lost some range.
So a Stern Guard and Devastators in this drop pod, I assume, because they're both 5-man.
Yes, you could.
Okay. Is that
Terminator
what's
Triplet.
happening?
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the Terminator Triplet would
Okay.
not be.
Inceptor squad. You know, I don't remember what's going on with the Inceptors, but okay. I mean, that's not overpriced for 3. I mean, okay. And Frank said anti-coffee 2+. Yep, Stern and Dad's into drop pod. Exactly. Okay, so he
I
has
see.
that forward pressure. Yep. And then he has and these his action squads?
We're Inceptors?
No, 10, 11. Is that right? Those guys are so cheap
Uh,
now?
Which ones are those?
Is that new
Is that
indirect
the
guys? No,
no,
there's
those are
11 model count.
Desolators.
Those are Desolators. And who's a mod 11 model count? Is that a
I'm
Inquisition unit? What is that? Actually, I'm not sure that
is-
is. And now the curveball. So they are Imperial Knights. See, yeah,
Oh,
they're
Imperial
Inquisition.
Agents.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
Inquisition.
yeah,
Okay,
but
that's okay, that makes more sense.
that's
So
one
they're
of the-
more like okay, that's cool. I think I heard about these guys. That's fun. That's fun. I heard they are going to be in a lot of different ones. So that's cool that you already got them on this first list. And do you have that data sheet? We can pull that up.
Yes, I'm pulling it.
Nice. We're going to pull that data sheet up anyways because it's a fun curveball. Let's look at it. Let's look at it.
Yeah, let's see what Frank's cooking up in his man cave over there.
Yes. So that's cool. I like that. I like that. I was seeing if we got the Imperial Knights list there. Nope. Okay. That's okay. So we still have other Space Marine lists we can go off. This is the first curveball one. What I can say off the bat is that this list is quite expensive heavy. I can see why you brought in these Inquisition units for some cheaper 75-point units to help get more models on the table, considering you're a little low on model units count, especially because you're going to have 2 of your units put into a drop pod as well. So I'm not saying I'm against it. I mean, it is what Space Marines are kind of thinking about doing right now. I'm wondering what's the plan with Gilman? Follow the Terminators are going in. I'm not really sure. But do you have enough shooting for double oath either? Is what I'm wondering. And of course, I like the Flamer guys. Of course, the Infernus guys are very fun. With the new Overwatch, these guys are just utility. Oh, that's cool, Taylor. No worry. I just want to make sure I wasn't leaving you out because that one time you were talking about Knights, and I didn't want you to feel like we weren't considering them because I consider Knights to be a real opposition for Orks right now. Well, for a lot of people, not just Orks, but Orks that just in general are hard money to deal with because we used to just be you guys on points and just exist just long enough to win on points, and then you guys would fizzle just enough to lose on points. And now it looks like you guys are going to be able to just take the initiative in multiple ways, not just shooting at long distance gaps, right? You can just shoot through all the buildings too now, so that's be terrifying.
So I just pulled up that data sheet for the Exaction squad. They appear more to be like a cultist type role, so they're gonna sit in the back. One nice thing is that they do have built-in 5-up field no pain.
Okay.
So they got a little bit of durability and 11 bodies at 75 points. I can see why he's bringing some backfield screening. Maybe you could sacrifice them early too to try to bait someone into a side of the flank of the field that you need them.
They don't have sticky objectives, right?
No, I do not see sticky objectives.
That's okay. Orks don't have that either. I was just wondering because the indirect that are now coming to be, or the Knights shooting through your buildings and taking out that unit that's standing on that back objective. So I was looking for these units just more and more, and I just want to make sure those guys had that for free. But it makes sense that they don't. Marines already have it on their units. So,
well, they have an interesting ability here that could help them a little more with that problem. At the start of the first battle round, select one enemy unit to be in this unit's quarry. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack that targets its quarry. Oh, this would be offensive. Add 1 to the hero.
Okay.
I thought it was -1.
Oh, okay.
That would have been helpful.
What I was going to say, Frank, on this is I'm wondering, you got the, what people would call kind of like a battle line type unit. You do have what we would consider almost 4 of that with the heavy intercessors and 2 exaction squads. 2 guys that you would consider would be backline units. I'm not against it though. I'm just saying that's interesting. And I like that you went to something even cheaper than just basic Space Marines, because you are extra top heavy with this Rebute and Assault Marine combo, right? So how does this look into the list that I just presented as just one of the multiple lists that people are talking about with Orks, right? Now, what's something that can go toe-to-toe with Terminators and the Chaplain? Would Ghaz and his Mega Knobs be with that, right? Orks do have to subtract 1 to wound, so you're not going to be winning them on 2s at least for them, for their sake. They do have a 2-up armor save. But Terminators, a 10-man unit like that is still going to totally smash out most likely a 6-man Mega Knob unit.
Yeah, I'm running the situation through my head, and it just comes down to the moment. It's just you pop both the moment, and all the math just goes into the Space Marine's favor.
Yes,
with all those Thunderhammer attacks.
That's why you think of something more like what happens when you run into this with the Knob unit, with the fact that they can get the initiative and the fact that the Orks are fast enough to screen out this Terminator unit, right? It all comes down to, if the Terminators, which I've noticed all the time, it's toughness 6, and you notice Terminators all the time, it comes down to, can they get the initiative, right? If they come down and they charge off into something you don't want them to, your game is now on the brink of over for an Ork player or anybody else. If Marines start getting this 10-man brick of Terminators to start running into people, it's like they're rolling downhill. That's really what it comes down to, is what I want to say. Now, as an Ork, what you do to combat this is you want the initiative on it. You want to screen it out, and then you want to come in it with something like I considered, which is what I consider what I would think as a tool against these guys, because there's so many of them, and you need to get as many hits on them as possible because they have a good armor save and they have an invuln, and some of them are going to have the 4 wounds on piece, aren't they, for being the Storm Shield?
Yes.
So they're going to be coming in there with 4 wounds. So you need as many attacks into these guys as possible, which is where about 40 attacks from the knobs with power claws and the war boss come in.
Yes.
Right. That's pretty much the only utility that can really smash this unit out. But as for Space Marines, this unit can smash out anything. If they get on that battlefield that they run into, then it's on momentum unless you can run enough units into them. And can they fight in death?
No, they can't.
Oh.
Orks never beaten Ken.
Oh, there we go. So another thing is the Blade Guard, right? Talking about initiative. Hey, even if you make it around the corner on these guys as Orks, they're waiting for you with fight first.
Yes.
I love that. I love it. They're going to be very annoying for that. I like them as an anchor piece. And Space Marine said they can fight in death as Terminators. I wasn't sure if Terminators were excluded or not. I know they have that strat though overall. I'm pretty sure Space Marines have fight in death also. So it's like a trade. Whenever you're killing them, if you can't just shoot them off the table, which only other Marines can, or Aldari.
But those knobs with the war boss would be winning that trade.
Yeah, they'd be winning that trade. They're cheaper.
Yes.
That's cheaper. Not much, but
not
about 200 points cheaper, maybe. So I guess it is kind of a lot. That's if they can, though, right? Like we keep saying, we know how deadly these guys are. GW was fair to make them 400 points, even though it freaked most Space Marine players out, because these guys are going to be terrifying on the battlefield, and when they do get that charge off, it's downhill rolling from there. And like I said, Judicia, I like that as the anchor, man. It's fun. I like doing that. I like the idea of that. You don't want them to go run out and get shot. You hold your home or hold someone on the weak side flank. Make them come get you, right? And the Orks will. What I will say is you got some anti-vehicle, but I'm not sure unless you oath it, everything, if it's enough to even possibly kill some of these tough Ork vehicles.
I don't see anything reliably on this list that's going to handle
how much
issues.
AP is the grav cannon even against vehicles? I just want to know.
I'm going to double check.
Just saying, because battle wagons have the reduced AP by 1.
I believe it dropped down to 1. It used to be 3. It dropped down to 1.
Okay, because battle wagons do have reduced AP by 1, which is relevant. It's like,
yes.
So it's like armor of contempt. And yeah, Mega Knobs are toughness 6. And just in case I haven't said that. Okay. And then we got the drop pods and the devs. I like that because you're trying to disrupt people. But it's more like fun, right? Once people get up, then they touch your drop pods. It gets a little gimmicky if they have the ability to fall back and charge or not. But as a whole, I like it's just a fun list. You already said it's a fun list. You can see by the extractor guys; those guys are fun too. And to be honest, I don't know about the Inceptors. Not sure if I've seen anything that makes them stand out, but I like that you're getting creative with some speed there, considering a lot of the other things on your list are kind of slow. But I know you have a lot of diverse lists, so I wouldn't be surprised if the next list you show has a bunch of speeders or really other fun units, right? And then the Infernus. I'm just a fan of these Flamer guys because I'm a fan of the new Overwatch, bro. It's fantastic. And so that's what I like about that. And bolters to sustain hits 2. 4 Inceptors. Yeah, that's cool. And they're strength 5 ones, but it is 3. So I'm just saying I like them. They're fun. Either way, I just like that they're fast and everything. I'm just weary as if you're always going to get your point return for them, right? Even if you get to run up on a unit of baby bee snaggers, you're going to kill them enough of them.
Right.
But I like that they're tough, man. I'm not going against them. Everything on your list has some, like, you thought of them with a purpose and you try to go with at least the flexibility of what you're trying to do with their points value.
Yeah, I pulled up the Inceptor data sheet. I'm no surprised I missed some of these abilities here on their profile. Frank is pointing out that the bolters have sustained hits 2. Not only that, but they are twin linked. 3 shots a pop. Sustained hits 2, strength 5 -1, 2 damage.
They're 2 damage for bolters?
Yes, they're also assault and pistol, so you can shoot these in combat.
I'm gonna say.
Even the plasma is kind of interesting. It's got twin linked as well, so that's kind of different to see a plasma gun with twin linked rule. And then their meteoric descent is interesting. They can be set up on the battlefield using the deep strike ability, and it can perform a meteoric descent. If it does, the unit can be set up anywhere in the battlefield that is more than 3 inches horizontally away from all enemy units until the end of the turn is not eligible to charge. So that's a 3-inch deep strike.
Yes, it's a Trigon. I love that. That's pretty cool.
All right, yeah, good eye.
That's
Frank.
good for the fact that you're trying to pressure one side of the board and get your drops anywhere. So I don't hate that, and that can kill some grots, or some of your own extraction squad if they get to your side of the board, right? So
for 115 points.
Yeah, you can't stop them with that 3-inch one. So unless someone's gonna countercharge you, I mean, those guys are gonna be there and hanging out the next time, right? So, yeah, I like that. I like it. That's fun. That's fun. You can go back to the orc list real quick.
The
initial orc list. Okay. And you can see with this list, how does that look against that? I can see it's you can see your utility is you're going to come around, you're going to be dropping a shots from behind, you're going to be having a tense pressure, you're going to have a nice anvil for your hammer and anvil procedure that you're trying to perform on that battle. It's pretty obvious that's what you're trying to do with that. And but it seems like I think orcs are going to have a good time with thread saturation, even with this expensive Ghaz army. Just with the 3 Squig Hawk boys I'm looking at right here, the fact that we have vehicles that are very hard for you to pop and destroy and that are multi-purpose, which both of the vehicles are not only transporting, not only shooting, but also fighting. So they're doing stuff.
There's a huge speed disadvantage here for the Ultramarine list if they were to match up, as well as the Orks list just have their points spread out a little better, and they can take chunks out of those expensive units. Yeah,
it's gonna come down to a feel no pain game, right? Like we said with those rest of those units, if those Inceptors get up on you, they're gonna mess you up when they do come down and say they get the initiative and they get to shoot your war boss with knobs for some reason, right? If Oath does pop you, those guys get out. Those guys can mess those knobs up. They have flat damage too. That's fantastic. I do like that, even though knobs are subtract 1 to hit with the war boss in that unit. So, but that's where Twin Link comes in, right? So they're just a nice unit as long as you can get enough shots and accurate hits. So it's gonna be a fun matchup. That's what I like about this new meta, the new game as a whole. You see that the armor saves come even more into play. You see that you can't just reliably go, yeah, I'm gonna kill this, I'm gonna kill this turn. You don't really know. There's a chance that with all these sustaining hits, with all these anti-vehicle, with these new abilities, that you're really just gonna just pick up a vehicle with Oath. Or maybe you don't, and that vehicle just exists, and you have to deal with it more. So I really do like that. But I'm pretty sure Frank has some more smoke for us with some meaner Space Marine lists, because he already said that was with soft curveball. So I wouldn't be surprised. And I want to get my stomp again.
Go get that boy.
I'm just staying more centered in the camera. Well, that's better. All right.
Yeah, and with going back to Frank's list, that Alpha moment, just how much of a factor it makes. The grav cannons are impressive. They don't have a high strength, but they are anti-vehicle, like Frank pointed out. And with Alpha moment, you can deal with the battle wagon possibly in one turn if you're not careful and you give him an angle. Yeah, so there's potential there. It's, like you said, it's going to come down to the player's movement phase and decision making, just like most games do.
Yes, it does. He said,
Number 2. Oh,
okay. Do you think snipers and precision will be an issue for orcs? Yes, I do. That's why I'm not a super fan of saturating the army with too many orc models unless you can keep them somewhat protected in the vehicles, because that's what's going to be a big issue. Them, for example, the knob with wall banner has 3 wounds. I know he's easy to hide, as in, you know, he's one model or he's going to be in a transport, but he is also 3 wounds. And most people are already looking at running 2 scout units, right? They're looking at running scout marines and just taking you out. So you got to be aware of that as an orc player. You can't run in there and just be like, I'm going to run all these guys and not care. Unless you know you're going to play in some maybe GW, intense heavy table terrain tables, right? GW terrain is pretty it's pretty thick. So I mean, if you do run these orc units, there's a chance you could hide to the character, I guess, you know. But I like them in these 50-point trucks, right? The 50-point trucks, MSU into knob units. You can get an equivalent or greater amount of damage into a unit with these knob units, and a character with a smaller package that's going to get more bases to base contact, that's going to get a lot of attacks in anyways. So it's not that I'm against characters and mobs, because we're going to go over a list like that too. I'm just saying, if you know you're going to play in a meta that there's possible 20 Scout Marines going to be hanging out, or other precision type characters all throughout this, be weary, because as an orc player, some of your characters are still soft, as in if they precision targeted.
We got Frank's second list up here.
Oh, we do.
Main difference here is he dropped the Infernus guys for Eradicators, helping out with that anti-vehicle threat.
Yes, and that's what we were saying before, is what you need, because it wasn't looking like they were too scary with that. As for the delivery, what are we looking at for delivery here? Because I'm pretty sure Eradicators are 18-inch range. Are they not? No. So I'm not, because, you know, there are a lot of data sheets that are released and everything a little bit. So I know I'm kind of pretty close to a lot of these, but I'm pretty sure Eradicators are 18 now, or what are they now?
Yes.
Yeah, so if they're 18, I'd like to know what kind of delivery system, because you don't want to wait till you got 4 orc vehicles in your face or 4 dreadnoughts in your face, and then you're like, all right, I got you, you know, and take one out.
I could see maybe Frank's thinking about rapid ingress here. 18 inches, doable with the movement phase, 24 inches.
Okay.
You can get in a range something that you don't want to shoot at.
For sure, especially if we're talking about certain vehicles, they're going to come down. You can preemptively face yourself behind the building where you're thinking, hey, they're going to come down this lane, I'm going to jump out and get you, you know, and like Frank said, with advance and shoot. So if you do put them behind the building on your opponent's turn, now that you've seen kind of the path they've taken, if they're going left or right with this mass horde vehicles, you can decide, hey, I'm going to advance and charge out of this behind this building and take you out. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure we talked about delivery. Always like to do that to give everybody else perspective that might be wondering. And then, like you said, that just was before you had the Infernus guys, right? You still have the Agents of the Imperium. That's cool. Still have the heavy intercessors, because you're looking to have something kind of cheap, but not too cheap to the point that it just gets picked up for free without people committing something in there, which is good. Like that. And you still kept that hammer and anvil type procedure. So it looks like you're just looking for a hammer and anvil. I'm not against it. That's kind of what you want to do with Terminators. They're like perpetual momentum. They're going to just keep eating enemy units that you throw into them or damage. They're just going to keep going. Even if you start killing them off, there are going to be more guys just killing you. They're going to still have enough guys with Oath to keep killing you. So that's pretty great. And remember, chat, we can talk about anything you guys want as to any other faction or list. You can send your list in here. This is someone that Frank Russo sent in a couple lists. We're looking at, we might look at some night lists later. So any list that you want to talk about or any, just remember, there's a chance we match up against Orks for the most part because this is an Ork channel. So we're going to still pull up the Orks right now. And let's pull up maybe another Ork list with the WAAAGH mob with the green tide.
This one we still have 70 points.
This list, we like to keep it a little flexible with these points because this is something that I said you can see you're going to have some issues here with possible snipers. But this is, let's say you wanted to run a horde, right? So in this list, we still have the War Boss and the Knob combo because that's still in the flavor of the horde. That's still in the flavor of the wall, right? And then you got the 3 10-man units of Grat. Well, 11 man units of Grats. You got to take those in, right? Those guys are going to be holding your back line, making you this extra CP, maybe running out and doing early game, trying to grab objectives for you or just take over somewhere their board and screen out some other units, right? Like I said, there's going to be infiltrating units and scout units. You might need some bodies in the way. So that's always fun. Or you might need a snack. Then you got Ed Wappa's Skill Chopper goes with the War Boss, in case I didn't explain that. And the Battle Wagon most likely will have the knobs as well, as we discussed. This buggy, if we can write it in now, what buggy that is. Yeah, it's a custom Boosta Blasta is what that buggy is. Remember, the custom Boosta Blasta gives you a -1 to hit on enemies that it hits, right? So it has a 36-inch range rapid fire. It's going to be putting a decent amount of shots downfield. All it needs to do is hit you. Don't got to wound you. -1 to hit. That's going to help a lot with your durability, with the fact that you don't want to be killed by these anti-vehicle weapons. A lot of people can't afford to have a bunch of anti-vehicle platforms. Therefore, if you can get one of these to take one -1 to hit, with the lack of +1 to hit freely everywhere, that's going to matter.
Yeah, it can help out too. All your boys are fuss logging across the field. Give them a little bit of extra durability. Get some more boys in there.
You're going to see this as a common somewhat tool piece in some of these lists because you plug this in on that one particular anti-vehicle unit that you know that your enemy's going to have, making them -1 to hit, even if you know they're going to oath or get some type of reroll, still worth it because rerolls are rerolls. You can still fail them, and you just need that kind of durability you hope for when you're an orc and you're relying on your toughness, right? You need less hits to go through as well. So we have a 20-man unit of Beast Snagga boys in this list. That way you have a little bit more chunk, and then 3 20-man units of actual normal boys. This is a green tide. Okay. We wanted this because the difference here is people go, whoa, hey, don't do that. There's a big difference between a green tide this edition and last edition. Let me explain before you get upset at me, even though I'm not saying this is the optimal way to play. It's a way to play. We don't have to deal with morale of 1 to 4 boys running away whenever we take some fire, 1, in the morale phase. 2, boys have access to a feel no pain on top of the invul. Before, we only had an invul for 1 turn. We call the WAAAGH. We only had a 6-up invul from the KFF unless we use 2 CP to make it a 5. And then we only had a 6-up the second turn of the WAAAGH. So we were very limited on that stacking durability buffs on boys. You knew you were going to lose boys to small arms fire because they all had a 6-up armor save. You knew you were going to lose it even once they got the WAAAGH because they only had a 5-up armor save with the invul. They only had a 5-up save with the invul. So this is a different kind of durability that they have because they now have a base armor save of 5. So with light cover, it's a 4. So when people are shooting you with small arms fire, you get a better save on not just a wall turn. And as you can see with certain characters, you can give them a feel no pain and or a invul. If you want less boys on your unit, you can add another character. The other character can give you a 4-up invul and a 5-up invul for multiple turns, depending on which character it is. And then you have the Pain Boy and the Bad Doc Routnik. You plug these units into either of your boy units, you're getting a Feel No Pain, something we did not have access to of a 5-up Feel No Pain before. So if you are good at placement and you decide I can bear to grit my teeth for the turns to not have the great wah, yet for the invul, you have the Feel No Pain for those small arms fires that are patterning you as you're running into cover. So don't knock it till you try it. And then you have the Squig Hog boys. They're faster than your boys. They're coming in first, and they have a built-in Feel No Pain as well. That's the talk of this list right here. This list is the Feel No Pain list. Almost everything other than the knobs and the war boss And the vehicles themselves have a funnel pane. They're running around and they're going to mess up your opponent's math. They're going to mess up your opponent's understanding of what they have to do to proportion these attacks. Okay. Even if people have sweep attacks, you're going through, you're getting smashed. Like, because they could be fighting death in 2 with these boys. And it's a cheap trade of 170 points. So don't knock that. And like I said, Squig Hog boys, independently powerful on their own. They can run in, they get lance ability. This is one of those armies that's looking to meet you in the middle, start punching you out, get some points, hold you there, slightly move onto your side of the field and the weak part of the table that you have, then eke you out on points because you don't kill them fast enough to table them. The end. That's what they're looking for. When they get the initiative on you, they're going to smash you.
Yeah, this extra durability that orcs have, it kind of fills in that void that losing the second turn of WAAAGH did, where you did have that 5-up invul where you could come up, survive a turn in the middle of the field, and then come in advance and charge. And now with the 5-up funeral pains, your boys are going to survive a turn out in the open, maybe exposed a little bit. At least it'll buy time for other units to come out the field. Not many lists are going to be able to handle this many bodies with funeral pains. You need a massive amount of volume, and you're not going to expose everything at once. It's just a very hard problem for people to deal with.
And Christian asked, how much does a squad size of 20 instead of 30 boys hurt your list? Would you have preferred 2 units of 30? On top of that, obviously 20-man unit of Beast Snagger boys, right?
Right.
That's something I considered as well when I was putting the list together and when you put the funeral pain. But I think I'm okay with this, even though I was forced into this decision. Because so many of these armies, like we've seen with Oath and other opponents, can actually take out a whole 20-man unit brick and possibly could have taken out a 30-man brick. So the fact that you were actually deliberately spread out and you have these characters that still give the same buffs to these different smaller units, and you'll be more likely to hide them and you care more about cover save than before, I'm still good with this. Does it hurt? No and yes. No, because these units aren't necessarily your offensive punching power. These are how you're beating people on objective. These are how you are tempting people into trades with you that they don't deserve, that are cheaper, right? They try to take out this point, they invest too much into it, then you counter and wipe them out with the other cheap parts of your army or punchy parts of your armies, right? So no, I'm actually okay with 20, and I think it is better because you can see so much throttling and abilities that are once per game in these other armies that they'll take out that 30-man and then that 30-man, you're just left with 120. So instead, now you're set with 4 20-man units, and that's just going to mess up your opponent's math when you're talking about the funeral pains.
Yeah, these provide nice speed bumps too, because they're going to have extra durability where someone's actually going to have to really commit to deal with them. Most people are going to learn in the first few times that they didn't invest enough, and now you have a unit of 10, 12 boys still standing in front of your way, and like Eddie said, you can come and counter with the unit that you really want to come hit next turn.
And mind you, we're still not done because this list still has some points left. So if anybody in chat wants to see or put into some take, because we see some people here, right? We still have 70 points left on this list, and we were considering, we can put that. How about we talk about what we can put in here instead, right? Give you guys a live example of when you go through this and everything that goes in your head. There's so many other lists, like armies, that if you start cutting off points, you're like, I'm neutered. There's still threat saturation all throughout this board and killing potential of enemies. So it comes down to, do you want to invest something like a big mech, right? So a big mech is sitting at, how many points is a big mech now? Just a standard big mech is sitting at, the one with the shock attack on 75, but the other one's 65. So that's exactly to fit him into this list. And that's why I brought that up, and that's another unit you can put in here. And when he's in that unit, the models in that army get a 5-up invuln to ranged attack. So you're stacking a 5-up with a 5-up from either a pain boy, one of the pain boys, and him being in the same unit, or put him in his own unit, and you're giving that unit a continuous 5-up invuln. So that's why you could put even more characters in this list, but then it becomes a 4-character list, right? So, but do you like that? I would say yes, because then you have 3 different units with 3 different types of durabilities.
Yes, I like that.
So
Christian out here pointing out any cheap character and good relic you can add to the list with the missing 70 points.
yes, and the one we were trying to actually get in here is the 2 inches of extra movement for the enhancement of Iwi. Actually, it's not called Iwigo anymore. It's called Follow Me, Lads. Even though it's a strat, though. We still have access to that. But really, what you want to do is get Here We Go on this list for 20 more points, right? So we could have just put that guy in there. Boom. That's one guy.
To free those points up, though, what are we looking at?
You would get rid of Grots. Yeah. You would get one of these Grot units. It's okay. 3 is like a nice spot, but having 2 is better. So if you get rid of this Grots, you put Follow Me, Lads in there. I believe 20. Follow Me, Lads is, I believe, a 25-point increase. Because that's really what you want for when you're talking about one of these Ork Boy units, right? You give Follow Me, Lads to one of your characters. You can give it to your Big Mac right there. Throw that Big Mac in with Mad Doc Grotznick. Okay. Now you have a 5-up, feel no pain, once per game, 4-up invuln, and the 5-up invuln continuously at range for the entire game. And that's how you have the one reliable 30-man brick that you're taking into the late game to start disputing for points and objectives.
Which one did you want? Which Big Mac?
Excuse me?
Which Big Mac?
The one with the KFF, not the shock attack gun. The shock attack gun doesn't make sense. Oh, erase the shock attack gun. Okay. And then you have the... Oh, hold on. I see these lists coming in. At 80 points compared to 170 for a 20-man unit, that's almost half of the cost of a 20-man blade for a 5-up Feel No Pain. You could take away another 10 points instead of the Pain Boy for the T5 and the 5. Exactly. You could just be running even more bodies is what we're putting out here. We're showing you what people talk about because you have to cover you want to cover every way once people want to play. A lot of people are thinking running 4 or 5 characters. We're not in favor of that. I like to limit my list to 3 characters. And as for the next one, I'd cut the battle wagon to add even more infantry, make the anti-enemy tanks even more useless, weapons even more useless. Exactly, because we already know everybody's going to start teching into ways to destroy vehicles, right? We know if meta's going for one way and our army is known and lore-wise accurate to just be destructive with more bodies, bring more bodies. And I love that both of you guys have now said that and brought that into play because that's what we would want to see. The reason we had the battle wagon on the list is distinctly for worrying about the war boss, the precision, and keeping these knobs bomb intact and safe. Because a knob bomb is what you're going to use to try to take out strong enemy targets like we discussed earlier. That knob bomb is going to be what you can use to combat a 10-man unit of Terminators when you come in there. The fact that the knobs are going to be strength 10, the fact that they can be -1 to a wound from having the war boss in there at all times, but they're still susceptible to small arms fire, and I understand that. But I do like that point because that's something you can consider as well. So we could cut that and just keep more knobs, cut that battle wagon, and like Ted Hogg said, at 80 points compared to 170, why don't we just take out more Pain Boys, right? Take out the Pain Boy, take out Mad Dog Grotznick. That's even more boys. The only reason why I really worry about, and this guy's Christian Vias says, one character I've liked is the mech with the wall banner for the bonus WAAAGH. Do you think there is a specific kind of list you could use him, or is he just too niche? No, there's definitely a considerate list you can consider using him. He's someone that a lot of people are liking because you get another advantage charge to keep the perpetual momentum of the orcs in play. This kind of list, you could put that. Like I said, though, he is 3 wounds. If your opponent does have precision, and if they're aware of him being 3 wounds or what he does, they might try to go for him, and it's going to be hard to stop them. But there's always a place for someone to call an additional WAAAGH to get more charging. So I like that you brought that up because he's another character, and how many points he is 70 as well. So it comes down to, do you just want more boys? More boys. And the thing is, what we could talk about, Ted, is how do you feel about just Beef Snaggle boys? Would you rather that just be more Beef Snaggle boys? Or would you rather that be actual boys? Right? So take that into consideration. I know that you're saying, well, we could just have more invulns, more armor, more boys, more bodies. Yes, I like that. So how many boys could we get if we excluded that? Let's start cutting those characters. Did you put some more on that list? How many do we get?
What do you want to cut?
We got another 20. Did we cut the battle wagon already?
Yes.
So what are we sitting at now for boys
Nine-
total?
4 units of boys and 3 units of men's. Oh, 1 squig beast snag boys unit max.
Okay.
So we got 4 total units of boys.
That's 100 ground and pound baseline battle line infantry units right there. Whoa. Come on, guys. Let's get some heat on the green tide in the meta that everybody's going to be thinking, I got these strength 3 attacks and all these big hits. Oh, yeah? Do you have this many hits? Because you still have the knobs coming in with another 20 wounds. And you still have all the squig hog boys coming in with the feel no pains innately built into them to really disrupt some of these ranged weapons that are multi-wounding, that are multi-damage, right? So I really like that we even pulled this up. This is what more like a green tide would play, just unstoppable bodies. You still have that custom booster bast on the list so that you can really pick out that one anti-infantry vehicle, like maybe a gladiator with the Gatling gun on it, maybe a repulsor executioner with too many guns on it, maybe a land raider with too many guns on it, or a Bane blade, right? All these different vehicles that you could run into when you're running a horde and you really don't want to see those kind of units lining up shots on you, getting full rerolls from like a Lehman Russ to hit. Okay, give them -1 to hit then. And then let's see this. Is this list fast enough to reach all corners of the boards for secondary? And that's where we come into play of no. This is where you meet someone in the center of the board. You try to smash them and poke a hole on one side. Do you reach all corners? No. Do you reach 3? I believe you could. Swig Hog boys can jump in through there. You kind of you can either use them to bait, to pull in charges so that you can move more quickly up the board, or you can use them in a way you consider the strong flank to push above ahead your boys once your boys start pulling up charges and taking out the enemy's backfield.
Yeah, hopping off Christian Valley's last 2 chats. One way to reach all the corners of the board would be a specific list with the banner, with the WAAAGH banner, with just throwing fast units in there. That type of list, where having a second wall, you're really reaching.
Do you have follow me land in there twice? Are we paying for it twice?
Yeah, right.
Yes, we are. And then I was gonna say, Channel Pony makes a really good point. If you're worried about speed, if you're worried about pressure, that's where you start editing this list every more. That's why I want to do this live so we can discuss this, because this is what I like to see. This is the point of what these lists look like when they start coming together, right? What thought process are you going through? You need sustained pressure. You can even plug in some Storm Boys here, even though they're a little expensive for the kind of body they're on, right? So if we could do like Channel Pony said, what if you had a unit of commandos, right? Let's downsize one of these, downsize maybe one of these boys units to a commando unit. Because commandos are quite expensive for 135 compared to a 170. And then, but the weird boy, very cheap at 155. If you decide if you're playing this, you're going to commit to this type of army, you want to throw up that pressure, trying to get behind a nice building. Weird boy, one for you right there if you're not willing to use foot slog and waves, right? We still have the phone. Oh, okay, cool. We have the. Oh, yeah, nice.
So we got the War Boss with Follow Me lads.
No, he had Wappa's Kill Choppa. The Big Mac is in that Follow Me lads. And then we have, so based on current squad requirements, do you desolate it for 5 mans or 10 mans for 240? Now I really do think you'd let them be 10 mans. I mean, I know it's not fun for your opposition, but if you are going to start putting buffs on them, you want to optimize those buffs right there. And for the most part, because they can be used as indirect still, I think people are going to be using them as indirect. And so you want to be able to take out maybe like guardsmen indirect before they can really get the jump on you if you get to go first. If you know you're going to be in a meta, maybe that you don't have a lot of good terrain and it's hard for you to hide, try 5 mans then, right? So I don't see nothing wrong with that. And of course, always stratagems for Space Marines, considering you have a lot of ways to get over the fact that there's not that much in this meta anymore. So that's very cool. And what's going on over here?
Oh, we're at 1930.
Why do we have Headwampas twice?
Why did that edit in twice?
And then, okay, here we go. So we got 90 points right here. So you can easily pick a weird boy, but then you go back to a weird point number. So I wouldn't. So really, what would you want to put here? Make up the difference. Maybe upgrade some of those boys to a upgrade them to beast snagger boys, so you have a feel no pain anyways, and you have that strength 5. That might be the way to go. Just make another 20 beast snagger boy unit if you have that many of those models. I know some people don't, but I'm just putting it out there. Maybe we can find a way to get storm boys in here, but I like to keep the momentum of a lot of. How does a 10-man unit of storm boys works? That's 130. So storm boy unit's gonna cost you very similar to the commando unit, but the commando unit gives you the bomb squigs. That's why I'm a fan of the commando units. You get the bomb squig, just like the squig hog boys. That's why they stayed on the list. The durability is small arms fire, and the feel no pain is why they're also on the list.
Yeah, their unique ability too to not take Overwatch. Even if you don't utilize it in a game, just the threat of it, just the fact that your opponent has to think about it, could cause a misstep. And yeah, there's still a great utility unit even besides that.
You've seen on that Space Marine list that we went over earlier, they had the Inferno Squad, and I would Space multiple times, and they not just when someone. Before you try I'm not in. I'm not in. I'm not in the WAAAGH tactics on the computer.
Yeah, you don't.
Oh, noise is back. It looks like this. We had sorry guys, we had too much interference. It looked like that was the first time that's ever happened. We just straight up lost audio and nothing was saying anything. So I'm sorry about that. Thank you for everybody that's letting us know though. We greatly appreciate that for sure. It didn't even give us any identifiers that we weren't making sound. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Sorry about that again. As we can continue, hello, Channel Pony. Thank you. And like I was saying, Ted, if you're out there, tell us about them beast snaggers, or if you need just regular boys is good enough for you. I was worrying that beast snaggers I was worrying that normal boys aren't where it's at because they're just strength 4 for the most of the game, So if you're worried about that, that's how I feel. We don't all have to be on the same page. Let's look at another Space Marine, or if that Knight list came in. If you have a list, Channel Pony, that maybe you want to send us, we can go over as well. Don't worry about it. Or maybe some units you want to talk about, maybe an idea of a list you want us to start pulling up and put together, maybe a mech. I'm a little worried, or if you want to see this towering list, something that maybe you could try to go against Knights, that as well, because Knights are going to be a problem. Do Knights, and if Taylor's still out there, do Knights have a problem with this many boys? Do Knights have a problem with 100 of just the straight battle line units? I don't know, but I do know that they probably get the initiative on that list, is what I'm worried about, right? So, and Taylor said he's going to send a list in right now. So that'll be pretty cool, because that's actually what I just brought up, is how would the Knights do? Didn't have time to build a list yet. I also want to play my recently painted Kill Burster tank. Oh, what is that? Is that a custom build or something you put together yourself? What kind of what data sheet are you going to be using for that? Are you going to use it as a forage road? Is that going to be your version of a battle wagon? That would look pretty sick. We're going to put up a Discord here eventually soon, and we'd like to see that as well because I'd like to show off some orcs I recently got done, and I'm sure a lot of people in here would like to show off. Yeah, that is Forge World. So is that going to be like your because I know the Kill a Tank from the Grok Kill Tank. That thing's awesome. I've seen it in person. So Kill Burst a Tank. That one doesn't come to mind, but there's so much Forge World, especially like for guard too. Some of the guard things be going over my head as well. So that's pretty cool. Is this and then like I said, we're gonna have a knight list here in a bit. So we'll go over that later, and then we'll try to make an orc list that kind of looks like, hey, how does it look against towering? Will these knights pick up over 100 orc battle line troops, Taylor? Do you think your knights will? Find out. So here we are with a Ultramarine list again. Oh, it didn't change. Sorry. Oop. We're going to pull it up. Don't worry about it. Chatapony, so you just got that finished painted. What's your color scheme? What are some of the baseline colors you got in there? I'd like to hear about that. That'd be pretty sick. I know my orc colors are purple, a little bit of orange, and blue. I mean, you never seen a purple orc, and I'm a fan of mork, so that's what I go with. I didn't mean to rhyme there. That was just kind of funny. Okay. And then if we have another list. He said, that's a lot of boys. That's exactly what it is. It's 100 battle line and then plus 20 wounds worth of some elite troops, and then a bunch of feel no pains worth of troops as well. The issue is, can it even tear down enough of your models, right? As a Knights player. That's something I worry about too. We're talking about the vehicle meta. Most people are going to be tapping to anti-vehicle. This list wasn't going over just anti-vehicle, right? This list was looking over just a lot of boys and saturating the board and just trying to take over and score points and deny primary. If you could pull up something about this. You just leave it on Orks maybe, if anything. Yeah, we're working on pulling on
talk about other points.
Yeah, let's look at the Knights, because he was talking about how Knights are undercosted real quick, and he's gonna send that in, and I'm gonna look out for it as well. But I would like to see that, because he said his Knights list was cheap. He said they are low on points.
Yeah, he had admitted he's expecting some nerfs to come in.
Yeah, I heard that a bit things, but that's to be expected at the beginning of an index, right? And GW makes certain things too expensive because they're scared, and then they made a couple things too low because they didn't realize what they were doing.
And if there's anything specific you see point decreases on, feel free to let us know. Right off the bat, I see the Helverins and Warglaves similarly costed where they were at last edition.
That's pretty cheap. 145. Okay, compare that to a Death Dread. If you guys don't know a Death Dread is pretty much just melee, can't really shoot. T9, 8 wounds with a 2 of base save, no invul. I'm pretty sure Cabo Meltas is destroying that from this Helverin, no problem. Right? Or yeah, because I'm pretty sure.
No,
is that the one with the battle
cannons?
Dirty. Not sure. So I mean, I know Death Dreads are put at a disadvantage, but if we could pull up some of these nice data sheets too, because I think that's going to be very important, since there's only a couple at some point, or I'll pull them up over here. Yeah, and then let's get up. I'm gonna pull up some orc data. Some Knights, because that is a very interesting matchup, very threatening matchup. Knight data sheets. Okay.
All right, Tyler's talking about the Valiant. All right, this model used to go for 600 last edition. Now it's 490. Let's see what this guy can do.
Knight Valiant. Imperial Knight Valiant. All right. Let's see. And like I said, we know they're going to get nerfed, but even with the nerf, they're going to be tough, you guys, for Orks in particular, because Orks typically, like I said, relied on just outlasting these guys. And now that in hiding and waiting and being like, you can't kill enough of us now, even though you have the firepower to, well, they're going to just be able to kill you even if they, because they can see you anywhere. So these guys have Oh, Valiant. Oh, I went to Gallant. So similar names.
Yeah.
Knights.
Is there any
Gallant.
combinations out there, Tyler, that you see being a problem for orcs?
Are you looking to just run a bunch of the small Hellglaives and Warglaives, I mean, and Helvrin? Because it looks like you're gonna run a lot of those considering how cheap those guys are.
First thing that pops out is that 18-inch flamer. 3d6 shots. Strength 8 -1, 2 damage.
Doesn't care about your feel no pain. That two damage is where it's at. You know, that's where the 4-up once per game invuln would be nice, right? That's where the Big Mac is. Then you got the Twin Meltas. I like that. You're gonna have to -4 AP, even though you got to get pretty close. Shield Breaker Missile with -6. That's pretty fun. Anti-Titanic. Ooh, so like we said, you're going to be using that against if we bring our own towering models. Thunderous Harpoon, 18 inches, 24 strength, -6, 12 damage. I like this for if you're trying to take out other enemy vehicles, knights, other Titanic models. He's sitting at 13 toughness with 24 wounds. And then he has a Siege Breaker Cannon. Does he have all those? Yes, he does. Let's see. Oh, This model's 2 shield breaker launchers can be replaced with 2 break shield. Okay, so you have to choose missile launchers in the cannon or the 1 shield breaker missile and the 2 twin cannons. Okay. So you don't get everything, but you get a lot of
I'm
things.
wondering why GW thought this model deserved a decrease in points.
Let me see his his points. 490. Oh my goodness, you're gonna bring.
He's down 110 points.
Okay.
And I believe is it also Imperial Knights that got their 5-up invul and fighting now too?
This guy is really good.
And I might be conflating with the Chaos, but don't they also have that 1 CP strat for any knight to get a 4-up for 1 turn or 1 phase? So they got some extra durability here in this edition too, on top of this very hard-hitting shooting platform. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the fact that he also has a 6-inch aura of giving benefit cover to Arbingers.
Arbingers are 3-up save, I hope.
Yeah, I believe they are. I mean, well, if they're not, my goodness. Castellan went from 625 to 495. Yeah, I don't know.
That one.
Yeah, that doesn't look. Castellan right here. So same thing with his weapons, like we said. And then let's see his durability: 13, 20, 24 wounds. Plasma Decimator. See, and this is what we were talking about with you're trying to move around with these big units that can be seen, and they're going against knights. Even if they're a durable unit trying to hide behind a building, these guys are just blowing them up with -3, flat 3 damage with shooting sometimes, with good long range plasma that can see you from all over the board.
How many volcano lances can a battle wagon take? Check that profile out. Read it out. It's the very last one.
I'm just seeing what else they have. Okay, and then they have the volcanic lance. So 72 hits on 3+, 18 -5, D6 plus 8.
D3 shots too.
It can 2.
Toughness 12.
It's
what?
16. It's toughness 12. Just kidding. That's what it is. And then if you look at its actual abilities, it can reroll the damage of 1. So you can't even hope that it's gonna suck against the vehicle. So I like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is this guy is also both of those knights for the points. They're looking at their points equivalents and they're shooting them off the table. They're looking at land raiders and they're saying, good luck, bro. You know, that's really fun. I like that because Space Marines are kind of relying on that. But you know what I did notice? Where's that sweep attack? Where's that mass volume of shots? Huh? So we're gonna have to look at the Arbingers. The Arbingers and see if they have the volume to make up for the fact that these guys are taking out their equivalent. Is this the way orcs are going to go? And they're just going to just be there and just take you down with just taking over the board. I mean, those guns aren't going to be enough to take on a lot of boys. And I think Christek's here. Christek?
Yeah, he's out over here in the background. Tyler pointed out some combos here. Mysterious Guardian gives him Deep Strike. I'm assuming he's talking about the Castellan. Possibly applies to Valiant, depending on the keywords. And the Night Warden with Mythic Hero gives him and 2 armigers -1 damage. So even more durability for these high toughness vehicles.
Yes, I missed some of those. I'll read it right now because I was reading this. Each time the model makes a charge. So, as we were talking about with the against the orcs and their voluminous of bodies, Arbingers get sustained hits if they come in with sustained 1 if they come in with the charge, and they do have a sweep of 8 attacks. Okay, so but even all that put together, still not necessarily worried about the orc hordes. You have multiple layers of durability that these guys aren't going to just be able to kill them, but you're not going to be able to kill the knights either. That's what it's looking like, and that's why you need. That's why people keep looking into Ghaz. You keep looking into WAAAGH. That's why people, but you can't run WAAAGH if a knight's going to see him to a building and just demolish him with a lance, right?
Right.
Here's a 4-up, ready, don't make it or not. So this is where knights are just going to be very hard for orcs to take. We're going to talk about a tier list matchup either tomorrow or even later today. I actually was working on the tier list over here for an orc tier list of where models end up, and then we can talk about their matchups too. But knights are going to be a hard matchup for orcs because they can see you everywhere, and the durability that we have gotten isn't enough to really stave them off from just tabling us too early if they can see us. At least not in my opinion. But the one thing I did see is I'm not sure if they have enough volume. So we might be onto something here if we can put together enough bodies and just enough durability to chew through that to win the game by points. Because even the Arbingers are T10, you guys. So even boys are going to be wounding them on 6s. You really can only do something with beast snaggers on the wall. So that's where you keep looking at these bricks of knobs, right? You don't. That's where I'm telling you that I know it doesn't look beautiful and maybe it's not ideal. But 10-man units of knobs having the 4-up armor, having the 2 wounds, being able to get to base contact, to be able to get to strength 10 and then or 11, and then they still have the volume to pull down a big knight. They still have the AP to pull down the big knight. So, and they're small enough to maybe, just maybe, be in a truck and move around and hide that. So, you might need to just saturate the board with 3x10 man units of knobs with trucks, because stuff like this is going to exist where people can just blast you off the table with knights or maybe even space marines, right? But we're going on to that part of the list building with the orcs a little bit later because we don't want to reveal every single type of list and get saturated with ideas. We want to stick to things that we were already looking at. And then we have, all right, Ruben, have a good night. I appreciate you greatly.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Take care.
And then we have Channel Pony, alternative to WAAAGH, Beast Boss on foot in squads of Beast Snagger boys. He does get some good anti-vehicle charges on the wall round. Exactly. That's where you can look at him and go, hey, I'm actually might going to have to put this Beast Boss in, even though he's not anyone's favorite. He doesn't even have T6. He's not even a 2-up armor save. But because if you really want these Beast Snagger boys to at least be a threat to anything other than infantry, you're going to want that. You're going to even want that Beast Snagger boy to get in there and start doing something. These knights, though, you're going to be able to put 2 of these thick knights on the table and still saturate the board with a lot of the little knights.
Yeah, with the anti-vehicle keyword, you can reliably get that volume through, force all those saves on them.
And that's where now you look at the Arminger autocannons, right? He's equipped with 2 autocannons and a Quister heavy stubber. So he actually gets 8 shots with his Armingers. And that is something that would bother the orcs with hitting on 3s, strength 9, damage 3. So with your feel no pains, he's messing you up. He's even messing up your Squig Hog Riders. Because even with that feel no pain, a couple of those shots get through, he's pulling down the whole squad, each one of those guys with angles. And he's making it rain. So that's going to be a big problem with Arbingers. If they have a lot of autocannons on their side of the board, that's actually going to put a lot of different vehicles and units into threat of the orcs, considering the range and the speed of an Arbinger. Helvrin, to be specific. And then
Tyler said he sent something in. I don't know to who.
Tyler, I sent to WAAAGH Tactics. Tyler said he sent a list. Did you get it? I sent it to the email. Let me see.
I don't have it. Christian sent a list though.
I don't know. Let's see, Tyler. Yeah. You want to check again because he did send it to the email. So, and then we also have another list from World Eaters. We didn't get the list, Tyler. If you could send it again, and maybe it's not in spam either or anything.
Yeah, remember this WAAAGH contains 3 A's. I don't know if that's the issue, but I'm not seeing it here in our box.
Yeah, we have it open. If you can send that again, sorry about that. And then you said you were going to show
You want to show World Eaters?
the World Eaters list because it's already there. We can look at another melee army on how that looks, how it's saturating the board. Maybe its creator can come on here and start talking about the list a little bit if he's around anymore.
Right. We got a World Eaters list sent in by Christian. We'll take a look at what he's got. All right. The World Eaters right here. And we got our expert coming in and explaining the list to us. Chris Exo, what do we got here with World Eaters?
So the big thing with this list is being able to utilize that.
Speak into like right there.
So the big thing with this list is being able to utilize that turn 1 charge, that almost like that pressure we've been talking about with orcs, because you have potential to scout with 4 different units. You have both 8-bound, and then any 2 units that the Lord Invocatus chooses to give his scout move to. So I actually played with this list earlier today just to try out a game, and I actually liked it a lot. So what happened with that list is that I played against Votan, and I had the Jackals, and Jackals are a nice unit because they give you sticky objectives. So turn 1, I pregame moved my Jackals so that they were strung out as much as they can on 1 OBJ and home OBJ, and then on the turn 1 move, I moved them to the turn, like a midfield OBJ. So by my objective, turn 2, by the time my primary came around, I had 2 sticky objectives around. So the Lord of Mechanis has a nice ability to actually choose some units that are more like helpful than what it was in just 9th edition, which was just choosing those heavy hitters. And then the other thing that this list utilizes is the World Leaders Masters of Executions, and he's with the relic that lets you reroll your casino dice, give you ability at the beginning of the game, and so you're almost guaranteed to get that advance in charge almost every turn. I had it every turn I played this game. I had the chance to get that ability if I wanted to, and I also combo that with a +2 move, so you get that crazy speed in this list. So the thing with this list, it's almost like I want to call it like a Chaos Custodes, because you see all the units are tiny and all the units cost so dang much. So the 8-bound and the Exalted 8-bound are the heavy hitters. And the main difference between those 2 units is that 8-bound have more attacks, but they're like strength 7. So they're good anti-infantry. And the Exalted 8-bound are strength 14 minus 3 AP, but less attacks. So you have your anti-vehicle in the Exalted 8-bound, and then you have your regular 8-bound, which are your just for more the infantry. And the thing is, too, when you go into building this list, you can choose when to allocate your characters as you see the enemy army. So you can choose to play your Lord of Incarnatus with the regular 8-bound or potentially the Exalted 8-bound. So if you want to give him just a little extra oomph to a unit, you can choose where to put him on the battlefield. So what I like about the Exalted 8-bound is throwing him Lord of Incarnatus is I played Votan, and this is kind of the same principle as having an Oath of Moment target, because they put a judgment token, 2 judgment tokens at the beginning of a unit, and that person chose my Lord of Incarnatus. And the Exalted 8-bound have an ability where they get a 6 of Field of Pain generically, but when you roll your casino dice for World Eaters, you can choose one of the abilities +1 to your Feel No Pain rolls. So I knowingly gave my Lord of Incarnatus to my Exalted 8-bound, so they got the 5++ Feel No Pain. They were in cover, and then I didn't even talk to the other final piece of the puzzle, the Demon Prince, who gives all infantry within 6-inch aura a 4-up invuln. So what you can do is you have the Invocatus next to the Demon Prince, and he's stretching out for the 8-bound, so the Invocatus gives the aura to the 8-bound. And so what I did was I basically had a whole turn of Votan fire exclusively into my Lord of Incarnatus, my 3 8-bound unit, because they had the cover, 4-up invuln, and then a 5-up Feel No Pain. So it was just ridiculous tankiness. Not to mention, these guys are tougher than Terminators. They're toughness 6. So all the little anti-infantry was wounding me on 5s and 6s, and I was just covering that for basically a whole turn.
That's pretty disgusting for some power armor to have that 5-up, 4-up. Going back to your option or your ability to have sticky objectives, I see how that plays very well into this list. It's going to allow the rest of your hard-hitting units that you want to get up there, go tag objectives, go tag models, and get rid of the threats. I can see how this list, the danger in this list, is you got a lot of dangerous combinations here.
So I don't know if you've even noticed, but if you scroll down below my Exalted 8-bound, the last little oomph to this list is I have 2 Armigers and 2 Spawn. So I was very big on bringing Armigers into World Leaders list in 9th edition, but I was exclusively using the Halverin edition, so which was the autocannons. But this edition, I switched over to Brigands because two main things. They have a Melta that's strength 12, -4, d6, and then +4 damage if you're within 12 inches. And then the other big thing that separates this armature apart from any other armature is that it hits on 2s natively. And its ability is if you target the closest enemy model for your attacks, you get +1 AP. So if you sequence your attacks the right way, you can have your Melta do -5 AP into a tank, the closest thing, and then whatever pops out of the tank, it's just sitting there usually. And then if your Gatling gun, it can target something closer. And if you call that out before you called in your Melta, you can potentially get the Gatling to -2 AP instead of the default -1. So depending on how your targeting goes, or maybe you're not targeting a transport, you're just targeting a regular vehicle. So say like a Gladiator, you say, okay, I'm going to use the Melta on the Gladiator, and then I'm going to use the Gatling on some infiltrators or something. That means you can get the Melta, sequence that first, get that bonus AP in the Melta, boom, blow that up. Then you can use the Gatling in the -2 AP, hitting on 2, strength 6, -1, 12 shots per guy. It's insane. And then they also have indirect fire too. So on top of that, you can use indirect, an extra D6 shot. So these guys are pumping out so many shots this edition. The only downside to the Brigands compared to last edition is Halverins had a 48-inch range. So you can have those guys as a backfield objectors just holding back. And then Brigands now only have 24 inches. So that might have seemed like an issue at first, but going back to the top of my list, how I mentioned the Jackals fix that issue for you and not having to hold your Brigands back, because the Jackals can just become sticky, run away, zoom around, try and make it as many sticky objectives as possible, and just die or whatever. And then your Wardogs can push up, be that front line, and then your opponent has to choose: do I attack that Invocatus with the 4+, 5++, or do I attack the 8-bound, that turn 1 charge, who are literally on my lines with a scout move? Or do I go for the War Dogs, who are just melting my vehicles away with the 4 shots hitting on 2s, wounding basically every vehicle on 3s or 4s? So this list is basically saying, you're asking your opponent, hey, who's going to kill me first, you or me? Because I played this game against Votem today, and by the end of turn 5, there was literally 2 different units on each side. So this is a list that's not meant to survive and tank. This is a list that's just meant to out-damage someone as quick as you can. And a thing with this list, too, is I try to make it so that it would fight for more some fixed secondaries, because you've probably seen some games on YouTube where everyone right now is trying to just play Tempest of War and get those random objectives, and you're seeing them draw 0s and 0s. And then one thing I feel like that we've talked about a lot on this channel is there's so many characters you want to bring, it's almost hard to resist. And so I went up against a list that had 5 characters in it, so I just knew right away I want to take Assassinate, and because I have 4 pregame moves, potential to +2 movement, potential to advance and charge, I want to get behind enemy lines. So my list is built for behind enemy lines or Assassinate or something that can just push and have that full throttle for 2, maybe 3 turns if I'm lucky. So that's the detail like behind this list. And one thing I would say is it probably is going to be hardest into Marines to be able to piecemeal yourself out, especially if you have someone who's like rocking G-Man, the Gilliman, to get 2 Oath moments start of the turn, because that might be something this list can't handle. Having 2 Oath moments a turn just might be able to delete yourself a little bit too fast. That's kind of a generic overview of this list. And like I said, this is just the first edition of the list. I literally tried this out, woke up this morning, 8:30, saw the points, put together a list in 45 minutes and put it together. I was honestly surprised how well all the little pieces of this list managed to work together and were cohesive.
Yeah, I really like what you got here. Mixing in those knights, you're taking advantage of the best War Dog data sheet that there was. Yeah, 150 pop. That's undercosted for what it's bringing to the table. And War Dogs, in 9th edition, you didn't see too many world leader lists with them. Most people try to tech into all the world leaders for the extra blood tithe points. I know you've been using the War Dogs consistently, and this is a unique list, and you got a lot going here.
One thing I didn't mention too is I didn't mention the Berserker blobs. So the 10-man Berserker blob comes with the Master of Executions. So one thing I managed to actually achieve in this game was I blood surge into an enemy unit, and when you have the Master of Executions, you get fight first. So you blood surge into someone that was going to charge another one of my units, and so I delayed his charge. Well, he just straight up couldn't charge with his melee unit, and then I charged into his melee unit, and I got that fight first off. And it's just so many attacks. You can just get the buffs, like you can get exploding 6s, you can get auto wounding 6s, and then a buff that I feel like is almost necessary for this unit is that 6-up feel no pain, because you need every little bit of durability you can on this list, and it's extra disgusting because on your two little can you scroll down? I forget what they're called. Two little chaos spawn, they have innately 5 of feel no pain, but if you use the bonus +1 feel no pain, they're looking at a toughness 5, 4 wounds, 4 base save, and then a 4-up feel no pain, which was I rolled someone did 6 damage to me and I rolled 4 ups and just canceled it right away. So it's just a nice little fun overview of a generic world leader list. They're kind of like, I would just call them chaos custodians with the amount of limited units they have.
Yeah, they do have quite limited lists. And unit type, that's why it's good that you went into the Harbingers. Now, the fact that you only have 2 range, is that 2 range units that I'm pulling up?
Yeah, it is.
You have 2 range units. How do you feel about threat saturation due to vehicles? As we know, it used to be a tactic where people would roll a transport onto an objective, wait for you to destroy it, and then stand there. What I'm saying is, what happens when you can't destroy the vehicles quick enough, like a saturation of orc trucks, maybe, or like we've seen with these T12 vehicles, where you're going to have to involve probably both war dogs in order to kill one thick orc transport. What happens when the rest of the army gets there and either you can't pop them quick enough for them to disembark, or you're getting multi-charged? Does your army care?
Yeah, it definitely does care. And things like that, I think, is where you have to lean into more of the defensive strats the World Eaters has. So World Eaters have a strat for -1 damage to try and help you survive. They have the blood dice roll for 4-up fight on death. But like you mentioned, popping vehicles has always been a World Eaters, or just a melee armies in general, is one of their worst nightmares. Because you cannot have, especially 40k, 2,000 points of melee units. As you've seen in your own Ork list, you need something that at least has a little bit of oomph to get those screens, to get those units are just standing in your way. So there's definitely like matchups where this list isn't just going to win every matchup automatically. Sometimes you will have to outplay your opponent. You might have to make sacrifices for a unit. Because in this game that I played right here, this first game, my Lord of Makadas died turn 2, but like I said, I used them to just soak up a whole turn of fire. So there is going to be times where no one has a perfect matchup, and I think a vehicle heavy, just maybe that has a big transport, is going to be one of those type of vehicles that are going to hurt this list more than just a thick little Pulsar Executioner might actually.
You know, guys, because, and it's good that he just said that and admitted that, because we have to remember that as Orc players, you're going to have to take acceptable losses. Some people are saying, I don't want to bring any vehicles because, oh, it's just going to die and I have nowhere to put that. And the Space Marines are just going to oath it. Not every army is a Space Marine. Not everybody has oath, and not everybody has enough firepower to reliably kill that battle wagon, that kill rig quick enough, right? I'm not saying bring a Death Dread. A Death Dread is not durable. A Death Dread is not going to do you any favors, sorry to say. But when we're talking about threat saturation with orcs and transports, that's the one thing that other armies don't have access to. Their transports aren't multi-purpose, right? When you look at that World Eater list or this Space Marine list, when they're coming around, everybody has a designated one-purpose job, right? We come over here to, so that's not the list, sorry. This is the list over here. This is the list right here. This is the first one. Yeah, you come over to this list right here. You see what everybody's trying to do just by looking at the list. You know what's happening. There's almost no units on this list, right? If they get caught up with your Feel No Pains from your Squig Hog boys, if they get charged first from your Squig Hog boys with lances, and that's just one of your cheap MSU units with a cheaper trade on an 8-bound or a Berserker squad, that just disrupts their entire army, even if they try to trade out with the Fight and Death, which I'm sure you have still, because we have it too. And Orcs, remember, you have it. The Fight and Death is as well. But don't rely on that, because that's going to cost you 2 CP. We don't have ways to get around that other than the Grats helping us farm. And you have that -1 to wound. So you're probably going to be doing that and Unbridled Carnage more likely than saving just so you could fight in death, unless you're about to run into the Judiciar Bomb, right? Where you know the Blade Guard are going to hit you first. That's where the exception would be there. But when we're talking about what would an Orc list, right? Are you worried about? And that's where we were looking at how many shots those guys gives with the Gatlings, right? You look at the, oh man, where's this Orc list, David? The other one with the Horde boys? Was it sheet 5 or 6? Oh, sorry. Oops. There we go. And right here, I mean, how much does hundreds of boys look coming at you? 100 boys plus the Squig Hog boys plus the Knobs and the Commandos. That's 120 ground and pound, not including the Grats, not including the character. Yeah.
If I could, I'd like to make one comment on the Judiciary Bomb. It's actually really crazy. So the idea too is you have an Impulsor, you have a Judiciary, and you have Blade Guard. The only issue is you're gonna have to pay for 6 blade guard, but the impulsor only holds 6. So if you want to add that Justiciar in there, you're gonna have to pay for 6, take 5 blade guard, and then take the Justiciar just to fit in that transport. So you're just eliminating a blade guard just to get the ability to move the unit up the field. So that's something to keep in mind with these new unit sheets and unit sizes. The transports plus a character makes things a little iffy sometimes. And the things that's an issue Orc doesn't really have, because their transports always hold over 10 models, 12, 22. It's crazy the sizes that Orcs have that can fit into their transports.
And the advance in charge that Orcs have for that. All of these guys are disembarking and advance and charging you with 50 points a truck, with the fact that you could put 3 by 10 knobs in 3 different trucks. And that's not much of a tax because the knobs are only 50 points. That's threat saturation of all these things are possibly going to just take out your enemy because you're putting models in. You might not even, like Christian said, with people wanting to bring assassinate and all this stuff, you might just want to say, hey, I'm bringing only 2 to 3 Orc characters and everybody else is cheap, just models on models on models to kill you and move up the board. We said earlier with Channel Pony brought up the fact that you can, for cheap, throw in a weird boy in there. That way, if you do come into an army that's trying to just front load on you and run forward with sticky objectives, you can jump to the back lines. You can threaten them and say, hey, you can't do that. You might just get 20 boys in your backfield if you leave too big of a gap. So that's something you want to consider as well, because this is a weakness of it. It is kind of slow, and you don't have deep striking units on this on the mob list, right? But you can you can get around that. Weird boy, more commandos, or obviously the storm boys. You can get around that with them too. So, yes. And then I think we were going to bring up that Knights list, David, if you want to come do that real quick. All right, so you get back in there. So you can set up I can go my seat.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. I semi-worded this thing. I'll let Eddie come back over here.
Stay here and talk about against Orks again, though, because
Yeah, stay. You're nearby, Christopher.
Or you can go back and cut there.
I'm almost done cutting.
You're going to what?
I'm almost done cutting.
All right, and here we got this Imperial Knight list that our friend Tyler brought. Sutton. Starting off with the combo he mentioned, the Knight Warden with Mythic Hero.
Can we zoom in on that list a little? No, it's okay. I guess we could see it.
Look at the data sheet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the data sheet. So Knight Warden. I'll pull that up. Let me pull that up. I mean, for myself, you guys. Sorry about that. If we put it up on here, it might be too much since we have so much going on, but you can follow along if you want with your index. We're looking at the Knight Warden. Okay, here we go. Avenger Gatling Cannon. 18 attacks, hitting on a 3+, 6 strength. Good for Orcs. -2, 2 damage. Good for feel no pains. Nasty. You still have the heavy flamer, typical flamer, D6. Auto cannons, storm missile pod, D6, blast, and that is indirect. Okay, middle indirect, it's still fun. Storm spear rocket pod. You know what I want to see? I want to see all the weapons. This model can replace its 1 heavy quester stubber. This model can replace its chainsword with a thunderstrike gauntlet. This model is equipped with one of the following: the autocannon, the rocket pod, or the storm spear. So you do have to choose between the rocket pod and the storm spear. I would probably choose the maybe the autocannons. Not sure. Looking at this, not in love with the quester. Okay, and then he also has his melee. There we go, 4 attack. Not that many attacks for his strength 6. I mean, for his damage 6 attacks. He does have good with his sweep at -3 for his sweep with this Reaper sword, chain sword. I love that for a sweep. That's pretty awesome. And then would you be looking at, did he take it a gauntlet?
He did not specify a loadout, but he is taking Mythic Hero,
okay,
which applies to the Bondsman ability when we go over that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you already mention it?
Nope, I didn't mention it yet. While a model is affected by this ability, each time an attack is allocated to this model, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic.
All right, and Mythic Hero lets you apply that to 1 additional friendly armory model within 12 inches.
Oh, he's the Mystic Hero, all right, giving them that Warden's duty onto a little boy, huh? You can have little boy act as almost like a buffing space between you and your incoming charging aggressors, and then you also have reduced damage. So that's great because, like we were just talking about with the orcs, you're going to be wanting to hit this guy or something the equivalent of this guy with a bunch of knobs, right? Something that can actually possibly wound him. So that's great. Very cool. This guy's very tough with his 22 wounds and a T12. He's a little less wounds, but he is moving 10 inches, so he's actually not super slow. Who else we got? We got the Knight Paladin. Talking about for the Orc matchup. That one guy, the Knight Mystic Hero, that's a lot of shots. You know, you end up consider that if people are bringing hordes or just because it's a decent cannon since it's damage too. Okay, so we got the Knight Warden with Unyielding Paragon. Not sure what Unyielding Paragon is, but I'm sure I will find out. So Knight Paladin, about the same data sheet. He does not have a 2-up base save, though. These Knights do not have a 2-up base save. All
right, and Tyler's telling us he has the gauntlet on this Paladin.
Okay, so he doesn't have this the chain glaive. He has the punching you out thing. So the gauntlet is damage 8, so even more with more attacks and even more strength. So this guy's looking to punch out opposition, punch out a T10 monster of Tyranids, punch out a small little dreadnought that gets in his way, punch out a land raider. Okay, with damage 8 and -3 with 6 attacks. It's hitting on 2s. So that's very fun. But if not, he actually has a sweep of 12 attacks, a strength 10, -2, 3 damage with his gauntlet. So that gauntlet is just destroying.
On 2s, yeah.
Yeah, love that it hits on 2s also. Very necessary.
Not only does he have that offensive prowess, but he's also giving him the Unyielding Paragon enhancement, which is essentially armor contempt.
What's for
the
-1 AP? That's armor contempt.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you jump? Or is
He's a 3-up base save. While this model is affected by this ability, its weapons have lethal and lance abilities. My model is affected with this ability. It has lethal and lance abilities. Lethal
so you can give that
and lance for a Knight Paladin, giving it
to one armature.
You give it to an Harbinger, and with we've seen how many attacks they can get. They can actually be nasty. Giving them lance for +1 to wound. They already have a base good strength for those guys, so that's awesome. Once per phase, you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 rule roll, or 1 saving roll. Ooh, 1 hit, 1 wound, or 1 saving throw. Goodness, this guy is annoying. How many points was he? Did we even see how much he was? Sorry, I know we had that open. For the Knight Paladin, was he 430 when you give him the upgrade?
He's 390. Yep.
And I think you had Tyler had it on this list right there. I was just want to know his base, but 390 is his base. That's so cheap. That's so cheap for this guy. My goodness.
I don't understand why Knight's got all these discounts.
I'll say right now, it is looking pretty grim in some ways for Orcs because we don't have the kind of shooting we could rely on before, and the Knights have a surplus of a variety of shooting at various ranges and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised, like Tyler was saying, they're a little cheap. But these are all what I like about it. These are all things that can be adjusted with points. I mean, it's not like it's OP to the point that it hurts your feelings. What really hurts your feelings is the fact that they can see you at all times. That's what really hurts your feelings. Okay, so it's not even that I'm mad about their data sheets and everything. I'm mad about the fact that you never hide from these boys. That's really what's going to hurt everybody.
Yeah, come. Is that shooting in fighting the reroll? I can't see because
the reroll. Yeah. Oh, the reroll for lethals.
Yes. Okay.
It just says its weapons have lethal and lance.
Right.
Nice. And then this guy rerolls 1 saving throw, which I like as well. That way, if someone does get some nasty shots in on you, you can try to reject it. And I believe they still have rotating iron shields to get the 4-up invuln at range for 1 CP still. And these
yes, any Knight can get that 4-up now.
Oh my goodness! So the Knights are getting a 4-up at range too. So even if you want to do something at range, what are you doing to them? Right? So let's see. This is why it's like, hey, you might actually just want the Orc trucks because there's so much firepower here. You need something to eat that up because there's just so much going on here, and that's cheaper than Orc units. So
Right. He's also got plenty of armature bodies here that you want the speed to get around because he'll probably try to move block you and protect his more valuable targets here.
Yep. So you're gonna want speed into tech into this. I'm not saying it's gonna save you, but it's gonna let you allow to play the game longer than one turn being stuck, getting shot to bits because they're fast.
I think one thing you also have to consider when playing with knights is they have access to that stratagem armored track, or what is it? Shock, armored shock, something like that, where they do mortal wounds basically anytime they want to, whenever they charge.
Yep.
So that's gonna be crazy too, just for 1 CP.
Yes, it is.
Because it's your number. I think it's your strength of your weapon plus 2. That's the number of D60 rolls, and then on 5 ups you do mortal wounds. It's crazy. I think it's called Tank Shock.
Yeah, it's called Tank Shock.
Okay.
It's a general. It's just a basic game rule strat. Tank Shock. Yep, exactly. So, yeah, Knights are gonna just be a hard one for the Orks. They were already a hard matchup when you went against a good Knights player that really thought about their own weaknesses and knew how to pass the buffs and had enough Arbingers and didn't let you get to his big Knights with combat. Since that's the only way Orks are really going to take down a Knight is running up on it and just punching it out. They don't really have the shooting other than when they were a little broken with their freebooters list. Were you going to mention something of a banner?
Yeah, so one thing I'm noticing on this list with all the discounts they have, Tyler here is able to buy a lot of enhancements on his models here. And I was just reading the banner of Macarius Triumphant on his Helverns.
Yep.
Gives them sticky objectives. Knights are getting a lot of tools in their toolkit this edition.
That's something Orks really lack is we do not have the sticky objectives. They're really looking. Grots don't have sticky objectives. So if we had sticky objectives, that'd be nice because it looks like it's something you're going to need going against indirect, going against Knights. There's going to be a lot of stuff that if you don't have sticky objectives, you might just be throwing points in your own home field or leaving a brick of 20 boys to just get 8 through the game. You know, that's another reason why it's like, oof, Knight seeing you through buildings is going to be an issue for the Orks. So then we have 2 more Helverns.
Yeah, they'll probably be targets for bondsman abilities.
Yep, I like the autocannons. It's cool, or the Meltas. And then we have the Warglaves with the Mysterious Guardian.
So
the fact that you can pay for so many enhancements just shows the fact that you're so undercosted because you're willing to pay for a Warglaive to get an enhancement, which is an inferior model to everything else in your army. Oh, you're paying for 5? Is he paying for 4? Oh, he paid for 4. Yeah, he paid for. There's only 4 in the game. Yeah, so
actually, that's
is that
you can only give 3 in a list.
Okay, so you can only give 3 enhancements on a list, and just so you know, Tyler, from what we know. So maybe you can tell us which one you'd want to get rid of. But like we said, this is showing that, like you said already yourself, this is cheap, right?
Yes.
And then you get 3 Warglaves, 3 more Warglaves, so you have 4 total.
Oh, it's
how is that? Oh, hold on, these are 2.
Yeah, we just talked about it.
So are you allowed to bring that considering Warglaves are now 1-man units instead of 3? Or is that too many of the same data sheet now? Yeah, right here it says one of them is Warglaive with the Mysterious Guardian, and the other one is ×3, so that's 4.
Oh, are they battle line?
That's what I was trying to ask. Are they battle line?
If they say battle line, you can bring.
They're battle line? Okay, then let me see on here. That's awesome. They're battle line too, so you're just gonna bring a booty load of the same data sheet. Yeah, they're battle line. Okay, I'm glad I seen that. Yeah, they're battle line. Woo! Okay, and then you got Inquisitor Greyfax. So what does she exactly do? And Mysterious Guardian. What
so Mysterious Guardian is going to give these Warglaves deep strike ability.
So you have 1 Warglaive that's fun. I mean, I know it's hurting for their opposition, but that's fun.
That'd be the one I'd drop off. The other ones, they're very
the other ones are super good. That one's just fun. Considering you already have good speed and you're going to be controlling the board for the most part, looking through buildings. You know, that's just winning extra almost, right? Battle line. Yes, they are battle line. So yeah, and what Inquisitor Greyfax? Anybody know what she does exactly off the top of her head right now? Pull it up, maybe. I know she was good. I know I heard a couple things about her. Inquisitor Greyfax. That's that nice list is very scary. and it is going to cause some issues for the Orks, but it's going to give me something to think about. I like that I got to chew it over. You can see on your list that you do have other towering models, right? You have such hard-hitting attacks that you make other hard-hitting towering models a little scared, especially because you're going to saturate the board with threats and so many of those small units. And the fact that even your Helvrins and your Warglaves are now T10. That is something a lot of armies aren't going to like, right? They didn't sit at the T9 like Carnifexes and Dreadnoughts. They went up that extra 1 toughness, which really does matter. So how do you feel about that, Christian, that there's so many of these as you're running them sometimes in your world leaders? So many T10 on such a cheap chassis that's also fast.
T10 is it?
Why you know.
T10 is exactly why I feel like you pay for Exalted 8-pound, even though they're 60 points a model. But they give you that strength 14, which is severely needed in the World Leader's army. Otherwise, you're stuck with strength 11 from the Demon Prince, which isn't cutting it, honestly, against vehicles like that. Or you're stuck at like strength 7 from the regular 8-pound. So without the Warglaive, without the War Dogs, or without the Exalted 8-pound, World Leaders have nothing against vehicles like that. So they need something.
All right, Tyler here pointing out the biggest reason he's bringing Inquisitor Greyfax is that the model he's leading gains the anti-psyker 4-up for ranged weapons. So a little teching into some psychic armies. If we see a meta where there's a lot of psychers, this will be useful obviously versus demons, Thousand Suns, chaos in general.
Yeah, and the points. I'm sure he just had some points left over and was like, "Here you go,
points.
too easy." You know, so I get it. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, 65 points.
This list is going to beat up all your friends for the most part, just by so much threat saturation and what you're doing. But I like it, and like I said, you have 2 big thick boys, and then you just fill the board with the rest of the little ones, and you just pick a couple different ones for all the different ranges you're going to come into, and you just hope you sat check the enemy. Hey, I'm everything T10 or higher. Can you deal with me? Probably not. Maybe a Space Marine army with double oath and a surplus of tanks and other models that can shoot like that. Maybe they can deal with it. Other than that, there's a lot of games where you're really just going to walk over your enemy, or not even have to walk over them because you might just shoot them through the buildings. So that's pretty fun. And like we were talking about with what can take down some of these mechanical giants, right? As you're talking about with the Orks, even if you were to put the Beast Boss in there, he does have anti-monster, anti-vehicle, but with his Beast Snagga Claw, he does only get up to strength 10 -2 damage. Okay, and you can see these guys are throwing the equivalent of thunder hammers at you from range with a lot of damage 3 all over the board. That's something that Orks don't really have, is a bunch of damage 3, unless you go into the overpriced Death Tread, the overpriced Killican, and then you look at what's happening. The Helvrin costs less than a Death Tread, and it's doing 4 times more things. So I know it's not always fair to compare things in 40K like that side to side, but goodness, right? Yeah, and you definitely want some mortals. That's fun. Yeah, to get rid of mystery. Gives anti-4 psychic. That's also why I took the chaplain for 4 against mortals. Yeah.
Yeah, against the army like that too. This is another reason to take Mazrog, because that -1 damage on the profile you were talking about before, all of a sudden makes his melee 1 damage. You're not going to shoot through a knight with that.
Yes, that's why even on Mazrog, a lot of people are saying, man, he's expensive and he can get killed on his own. That's why I was talking about threat saturation, and he is kind of small. And if we pull up his sheet, if you show it up on here, if you have the ability to, we can see why he's so devastating. And one thing that Tyler still said is, you have bodies though. So like we said, if you have that horde, do they still get through them? Here's the thing, Tyler. I do get what you're saying with bodies. But as we've seen with a lot of these Ork data sheets, you're going to be wounding your weakest models on 6s, right? Unless you're bringing all knobs, all mega knobs, all squig hog boys, and then even those guys are wounding a lot of your stuff on 5s, or your 4s sometimes. charge. So, and the fact that you have so many sweep attacks that are worth multi-damage to try to get rid of that feel no pain, that's another thing that's going to be a problem for orcs to an extent. But Mazrog is good at killing vehicles, which is why I really was trying to put him on my list, because I felt like he is one of the only things that can reliably kill vehicles. Christian, do you want to go over his data sheet and why it's devastating real quick? Because I know you like doing that with fervor.
I mean, just that bigger days is against a knight, you're going to be taking at damage 6 and damage 5, and that's insane. Especially if you get those devastating wounds on a 5+ on the charge with his attacks. It's only 3 attacks, but say you call the WAAAGH, it might explode. Just an automatic 6 mortal wounds from 1 dice. That can be game changing.
Yeah, and he does have some ways that he's going to try to get rid of mortal wounds, but not everything. And this is someone that'll run up, and you won't feel as bad when he does smash into a knight or he pulls down a little knight, because he's at least close in points, even though they're severely undercosted. He's about 40 points, maybe more than them. So yeah, it sucks that he can still, he can only take 1 down with him, but he's not just straight up dying with a 4-up, and he's matching them with the T10, right? So he's he's as tough as a kill rig. If you pull up a kill rig, I'm pretty sure kill rig's just T10 as well. So don't sleep on Mazrog, because as you can see, he might be one of the only things that can take down these super and Ghaz, these super terrifying Arbingers and Knights that are going to be hanging around. They're just very intimidating for the orcs with the fact that they can see you. Now, if you and your friends agree that maybe first line of sight is blocking, so only like some of the biggest Knights from a distance can see only the back of your units, that might help your games. So yeah, if you guys have anything to say about how that looks like in a matchup in general, because there's other armies you guys have and you see, does that look like a problem for maybe World Eaters too, another combat army? Do Knights?
I just want to mention one thing about Mazrog. I would gladly trade him out for a Titanic Knight. That's double his points worth right there. Is it 195 points?
Yep.
And big Knights are
22 to 24 points for a big knight. Double their points. Add a little Grot unit on there, and that's the equivalent of what you double him, 2 Mazrogs, and you get a Titanic Knight, T13 usually, with 22 to 24 wounds, and the surplus of guns and giant attacks. And so even with how impressive Mazrog is, that's still like, ouch, what am I doing against so many threat saturation of knights? Like I said, we do have a couple things, maybe some 10-man units of knobs with the truck, but that 10-man unit of knobs is 230 points, right? And so I'm maybe a 5-man, but then the 5-man is not reliably killing them. They're hitting on 4s with 3 attacks, only 4 attacks on the wall. So that's going to be some problem for orcs. They also have the autocannons are good at killing the mech guns that the orcs want to use in response. So in general, that's going to be a A-list super hard matchup for the orcs. I think maybe
a bad matchup for a lot of armies, to be honest. Like,
I say now we go back to making an orc list, and I say we just throw some trucks onto the list right off the bat and see if we get some transport with MSU going on. That way we can see how it looks when you force your enemy to try to pop too many of these cheap transports and you get out with some punchy knobs. How about that? Maybe.
Yeah, we can do that. And if anyone in chat has any ideas on a list that they want to, fine tune and round out, we're here to help with that. We can make a specific type of orcs list.
And thank you, Tyler, for bringing out that list, because we do want to see something devastating like that. We do want to see the Knights and how terrifying they are against orcs or anybody that they're going to come up against, right? We want to see how they look, how overpriced they really do seem. It was intimidating, right?
Yeah, I learned a lot about Knights in those few minutes, and now I have an idea what to watch out for.
Mm-hmm. And when they do get the points increase, we'll know why.
Hopefully sooner than later. Sorry, Tyler, but that's just ridiculous. All those enhancements.
But I think Tyler's still stuck on to, even with all that he had, he still was not very, but it seemed like he still wanted to be worried about lists, right? Okay. For a fun list with the most mortal wounds that you can make. Oh, let's just go to mortal wounds then. What's the most mortal wounds you can make, David? Let's go with that as our list.
Is this a general list? Because
this is just an orc list.
Oh, orc
list. No,
okay.
we're not talking about
all
that.
Right,
no.
I was gonna say,
No, thank you. We don't want to talk about Thousand Sons. or demons. We
Well,
know
I mean,
those are
that'd be
evil.
up to Channel Pony.
And
but,
Death Watch. We know that they do a lot of mortal wounds too. So let's talk about orcs. The units that we know deliver mortal wounds right off the bat. We can start putting that list together. If you have the blank instead of doing the one with with trucks, we're probably still going to want some trucks in there because the mortal wound units.
Start with the mortal wounds first.
Yeah, we're going to do the mortal wounds first, and Channel Pony brought that up. Right off the bat, we know what units get them. You get the 3x3 Squig Hog Boys. Each one gets a free bomb squig. You get the 3, if you really want to, by 3 commandos. You get more bomb squigs. And then the Tank Busters. They get 2 bomb squigs. You do have to deliver them at 2 different times. So you do have to hope that they survive this. But that's more bomb squigs. So let's put these on there. And then we'll start looking for some more mortal wounds through our data sheets into fighting. Right?
What did you say after commandos?
Excuse me? The
What'd you say?
commandos, we have Tank Busters. Tank Busters, because they can get 2. Even though it looks like now you can only put them in 5-man units, they don't go up to 10-man units. But per data sheet, I believe they get 2 squig bombs per 5-man unit. So we need to get devastating. So Squig Hog Boys, I believe can give you devastating. No, I'm just looking right now, talking out loud. Yeah, they get devastating. Chris, the mission of the day is how much mortal wounds can we get on the Ork list?
Not much.
So
I mean, we're working
3x3. We got some going right now, but the way Chris is talking about is you don't have as much devastating as you've seen in other armies as we can talk about, right?
Yeah, it's not going to compete with.
You want probably Mazrog because he's devastating.
Yes.
We're definitely gonna go through this and see what it looks like, because like you were talking about, if we're dealing with all this toughness, how many mortal wounds can we throw into you until we start wounding you with toughness 5, with wounding on you on 5s, right?
All right, we're at 1,200 points right now with the units that we've mentioned.
With a very unbalanced list. Let's
are we going full skew here? Or are we throwing some Gretchen?
No, we're going full skew because he said how many mortal wounds. All right, unless you don't want it to be absurd, that's fine.
Beast boss.
You can put a beast boss on Squigosaur as well, and then I would say, because you have Tank Busters, you might want some truck. I would say at least 1 truck in there for that 2 5-mans, if not both of them. Let's see, I'm gonna look around some more.
Regular beast boss on the charge does devastating.
Yeah, the regular beast boss is also pretty effective. What? Why do you say it like that? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta elaborate though. Now everybody knows in the channel.
How many beast bosses?
We'll start with 1, but we might go more.
Oh, is it Squigosaur or?
Excuse me? Beast boss on Squigosaur, yes. Oh, I was saying 1 beast boss on Squigosaur. What did you say about beast boss? Chris Tech? No, we meant on Squigosaur. We didn't mean the beast boss at all.
No, I mean, but if we did mean the regular beast boss cannot even lead anything on the list.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I think he only goes to Beast Boys.
Yes, he only goes to Beast Snaggle Boys. Those guys might be able to get points left over because at least they get up to strength 6 on the wall. But
Beast Boys get something against vehicles, right? It's like +1 to wound or reroll.
Yeah, that's why we're looking at. We're gonna look at what could help them stack that ability into them, right? The Beast Boss does not give. Does he give devastating to them? I don't believe he does. Yeah, exactly. We know you can reroll hits with the Beast Snaggle Boys, but they don't have a raid to reroll wounds that we're aware of yet. And Ghaz is the only one that gets +1 to wound that we're aware of in combat. Oh, Pain Boy does mortal wounds when he fights you. Let's see. Does this?
All right, we gotta add in the kill chop in here somehow. The enhancement for devastating wounds.
Yes, we do.
Beast Boss on Squigosaur.
Beast Boss on Squigosaur gets him. That's exactly who gets him. Okay, and this guy, like we said, he gets the Beast Boss does get devastating wounds ability on the charge for himself, though. He doesn't give it to the unit. So
the battle wagon with the zap gun also gets devastating wounds. Hey, he asked us to.
He asked
rise
for
to
it.
the moment right here.
He asked for it. If it's too absurd, we'll take it off. All right, but we're definitely pulling that. What else we got?
Yeah, 1 shot.
All right.
I just controlled that, dude. Beast Boss got him. Big Mech and Mega Armor. Oh, that's the combi weapon. So anyone with a combi weapon will also get it.
Yes,
So,
but the mega bot, before you go to the other guys, remember the knobs have to swap their melee weapons for it, so you can't just start plugging them in it either. But
well,
we
that's
can
why I
look at
asked,
the
are we
mega
going
armor
extreme
boss.
skew here, or are we actually trying to round out a list? Because if it's skew, then yeah.
Oh, I guess if you're going, I mean, that's absurd. I guess he's right. You could start throwing in knobs with combi weapons and go for more mortal wounds. That's freaking hilarious. We'll put that near the end if we start just not having enough points, but we might run out of points before we even get there.
I would take out the battle wagon.
And
sure.
we can get a little bit well, the battle wagon, you might want to put something in from earlier, but yeah, it's a little odd.
We are at 1396. We gotta tally up the mortal wound potential here after this too.
I'm just looking to make sure I didn't miss any units off the top of my head that have devastating wounds. Mortal wound potential, I believe. What about kill rigs?
Killicans.
The kill rigs have mortal wound potential with the besides just because it doesn't just has to
Mega
be
knobs.
devastating hits. He just meant in general.
How else would you get mortal wounds if not the devastating? Mech guns also have the tractor cannon, the devastating wounds. It's only one shot though. Mazrog, I'm gonna throw him in there. He's got 3 attacks.
Definitely put him in there. He's just always good.
Oh yeah, no, he was in there.
And we could throw some knobs with combi weapons if you want.
Not yet. It's a little absurd, but we can if we have to for points. What I was gonna say is, how does the kill rig look? Does he give that?
The shock struck,
Kill rig
shock
gives...
drum drag stuff.
If we don't hit the grenade keyword.
Oh, grenade too.
No mortal wounds from the kill
All the
rig.
buggies are probably gonna have grenade. Boss Snickra has a grenade.
What does Boss Snickra say? His overall abilities? Is it good at all?
No, he's just kind of a punch.
Benefit of cover when you lead a unit. Once for battle, you can deep strike or teleport.
Scrap jets have it on the charge, like I was saying, because we don't have to just worry
boys.
about devastating hits.
The boys have
You can have scrap jets in there. On the charge, they do on a 2 to 5, they do D3. On a 6, they do 3 mortal wounds, and they're relatively cheap, and they give you some shooting and some mobility. Because we're gonna, once we put these units out, we're gonna try to not make them silly as heck.
Yeah, we'll clean it up.
Then we have the. I mean, I don't like the paintball boy for that.
Wait, which one was it? The shock drum? No, scrap drum. Right. Yeah.
I would say also Rugged Truck Squig Buggies can do mortals because they have squig mines. And they can shoot you, but they don't charge. So if we really had to, we can do that. But there's, I swear, there was another unit on the top of my head.
How many of these buggies can you take? Three.
Miles of
Yep, you can take the 3.
So there's 3 total.
Yeah, there's no
So-
heavy support, there's no elites, so you can take this. There's no classifications anymore.
So the scrap jet's the one that does the mortals on the charge though too, right? So it's giving us a higher potential.
Yeah,
So we'd
Yes,
want to
for
pick
sure.
all 3 for those.
and it's just decent with its damage 3 weapons.
Boys, Burna Boys have grenades. I'm gonna throw something in there. Def Cop does have grenades.
Give Def Cut to some love. Throw 'em in this
Yeah, give them some love. They get some mortal wounds. It's fine.
Some
Let's
flash
do it.
hits.
Flash kids don't do. They
Grenade,
do. They
I'm
do
going off
mortal wounds.
grenade keyword.
Okay, sure. I mean, do
I'm
flash
just-
kids do
I'm
mortals
just-
when they fight? No, right?
No, that's a
no,
grenade
I
keyword.
was like, they do
I already
not.
went through these.
Okay, cool.
I controlled that people, so-
Yeah. I'm gonna not think about the planes, you guys, but they're psychic, but mortal wounds possibly.
To fly over too.
Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna put planes. It's not that. We have enough probably options without putting that because then you're just not playing the game. So only other way is maybe some psychic mortal wounds to psychers. And other than that,
Do they do mortal wounds?
that's what I'm looking at right now to
To
see if they
themselves.
do. Yeah, some of them to themselves.
I honestly don't think Weird Boy does anything offensively with that.
Nope. They don't do mortal wounds. They do a battle shock.
No, just the jump.
They do
That's the one he put. The bombers.
All right, Pony. Do you want us to be more specific, Channel Pony, with what kind of mortal wounds you're talking about here with potential? You want us to be silly, or are we talking about efficiently? We're gonna get these guys into a list that's hopefully playable to some degree.
Yeah, I think at this point we need to start thinking about delivering these guys into the range for these mortal wounds.
Oh, is that the whole list right there? Yes.
Yes. So we're at 1661.
So you're gonna want some trucks for at least that one unit of tank busters. Yeah. I mean, at least for a commando too. I mean, I'll put it in
for
there
50 points.
for everything. I mean, there's not so a lot of those things can't even go in the truck. That's why I said
really?
not for everything.
Okay, so
you only have 5 infantry units that are gonna possibly go on. One of them's infiltrating. I don't know if you want to give up its infiltrating capability. Yeah. So we still have points. That's what I'm saying.
We need to use one grenade keyword in this.
I mean, we do. Did we have the beast boss on foot? Yeah. If he did the beast boss on foot, we could put him because technically he could still do it, and then we could add the beast boys with them just so he has some. So we have some guys on foot. So the list isn't super absurd, and then fill it up with some trucks, and then we'll start counting mortal wounds. Or really, you could just spam more beast boss and squigosaurs, but I doubt anybody has more than 2. I only have 2, so I mean I don't know who that is. I have 2.5 because I have one that was made from AOS models. Oh, one of those Wrangler squigs with the big heads. It's 2.5 because I magnetize the top of my squig riders, so I can swap between Mazrog and the normal guys. No, any mortal wounds are good. As many as you can. Silly's okay. Whoa. I like that.
Because you can do the charging.
Yes.
Thank goodness. Let's get that in here.
Oh, dude. I like the Morkanaut more than the Gorkanaut though.
Oh, yes.
But that's just me. The Gorkanaut. The Gorkanaut. Mork is the cunning one, which is more for shooting, and then the Gork is more for punching. What do you like more? I like the Mork more because the guns and everything and the difference in the shooting. I feel like you're already going to be punching. Well, I'm in favor slightly of Mork, but that's me because that's why we're purple orcs. You know, we believe in cunning as well. And I believe a lot of the other orcs like to be a brutal and forget that the way the orcs got to where they were was from being cunning. Right? That's how orcs really become become corks. So
we're at 135 points over. So we need to start trimming some fat.
Well, that's... yeah, we only had 2 units on there anyways, but they have a lot of they have multiple bomb squids.
Yeah, we got to look at their potential here.
They have they're the only unit that has 2 in each one, and so they're gonna go in the trucks that we talk. How many trucks do we have? Do we have trucks?
I removed trucks. We do not have room for trucks
because we would need trucks for those tank busters. Otherwise, there's no point for them.
Our boy here is requesting
just
any mortal wounds are good, as many as you can.
Okay,
Silly
so
is okay.
You know what? Then he's deciding we don't need trucks. We're just gonna run around and try to get mortal wounds by anybody. You could, and then you're just outrageous because those are 220 points pop. But you could. So Squig Hog Boys, you can up the number to double the amount of Squig Hog Boys. So you're running 3 6-man units and bring in 2 more. So how about you do that?
What do you want to
do? And then you can, oh my god, I don't know because the Tank Busters, they're stupid. Tank Busters, they can do mortal wounds, I think, from their hammer too. So they can't really get rid of them too. Yeah, so we kind of need that. Because their hammer does mortal wounds too, so they're double. You get rid of them, you're losing so much mortal wound potential. I can't say I'm ready to get rid of tank busters. Is there anything else we can get rid of for being over points?
Probably just the beast boss.
Another beast boss on Squigosaur?
The regular one on foot is cured of him.
Oh, the beast boss on foot and his entourage of his boys. They aren't really pulling their weight in mortal wounds. So yeah, you could drop them and bring just more Squig Hog Riders, even 6-man units. Just get rid of them. Man, we're really low on unit counts here, but we got mortal wounds if we ever survive long enough to deliver them. Yeah. So we're gonna put this together.
All right. If is this data? This is devastating wounds, right? So that's gonna kind of be hard to calculate the average.
No, I don't think they're devastating ones.
No, Squig Hog Wizard. Squig. All right. Can you guys,
Anti-vehicle lance, but I'm gonna look up as
Let's
well.
tackle these units one at a time and put their average mortal wound output.
Because we're gonna make them 6-man. Yeah, like you did the big
Oh,
units.
this was be 43. No, for the 6-man it's 2d3, and then this one's just d3.
No, yeah.
Yes. And then,
Points is that?
right now we're 165 over.
Mhm.
I thought we gotta drop something here.
Making these units
165.
extra big. How much over are we?
165.
I mean, just don't make. Oh, it's still a lot. 165.
This is Gorkana. Is he worth it? Is he raising our
Not for mortal
mortal wound
wounds.
potential
Yeah,
enough?
he's erasing our mortal wound potential too much, right? Because all he's
let's-
using it is for his charging and the strat,
What's the average on that?
and we need more points for more stuff because we're running out of it for how many units that just do mortals.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's gonna make up his point costs in mortals.
We drop him, and we're gonna bring more guys. Yeah,
6-man units.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Alright.
make them all 6-man
Alright, let's
units,
go.
and then you get 2 more bomb squigs and more guys and
And
more
that helps with
punching
delivering
capability.
since they're fast themselves.
And then if you have points left over, put the knob on smash a squig, put them in there too,
Hold up.
and give them that +2 to move. That way they can be delivered. Cool. Knob on smash squig. Do you have points left over? Get rid of the beast.
90
boys.
points.
What are you? You're over by 90?
Get rid of the beast boys, please. At the bottom. They do no more wounds. There we go.
We got 15
Oh,
points under.
There you go.
Okay. So this is the first iteration of channel ponies. They no longer have beast boss on foot. Yeah, we dropped them. Yeah. Thank you for noticing that too. So here is what we have with 15 points left. Hold on. Do we have any characters? Did we give a character or anything? The beast boss and Squigosaur?
We gave the beast balls on Squigosaur the 20-point enhancement.
Yeah, it's for devastating wounds.
For devastating wounds. Okay. Then he has that already. Do we have any other characters we can give anything? No, right? No more character enhancements we can afford. But here is your list. We're looking at 3 6-man units. So let's start looking at the mortals now, how this potential looks all together. Once he writes this out.
Yeah, I'm writing it up right now.
Once you write this out, he'll do it.
So
So
we'll have
it's,
to look at his data sheet and do the math on that.
Which one?
Same thing with this. These are based off devastating ones, so we'd have to get the math on successfully hitting, wounding something.
Mhm. Okay, we'll go
kinda
through that
hard 'cause
last,
there's
probably.
different targets, yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
then Scrapjet. So that is 2, 5, D3 each time. So Scrapjet, just D3? All right. 1 successful charge for each Scrapjet. I think that is a very positive outlook.
very positive.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Also, aren't they vehicles? Could you use tank shock? So could you stack it with that maybe? Interesting.
The thing shock just
The strap.
no, I know, but D3?
No.
What is it?
It's the strength of your weapon. It's the number of dice you roll, plus 2 more dice. And then for every 5 up, you do a mortal wound.
8 is the strength. 8 of the strength of the
So
weapon.
strength 8, hitting on
10
5s,
dice.
3.
2/3 of that is 3.3
So you want to round up or round down?
down. 3.
Down.
All right, 3.
Okay. So what's this mortal wound looking like now?
All right, right now we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13,
So every D3
14,
is
15, 16.
2 average.
So let's, yeah, I know, 20, 32. 32 more wounds plus the tank shock, 35. And then we'd have the characters to math out. Is that correct, Christian? Can you check my math?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't actually do that. 2, 4, 8, 12, 35.
Right, so we got 35 mortal wounds without accounting for the 2 characters.
Oh, that's also you can take shock all the scrap jets. You use it 3 times.
Now, if you really wanted to
on
make this
different yeah.
somewhat more reasonable, right? Bring down one of those. I mean, you can get rid of one of the scrap jets. You can bring down one of those big unit of squig hog boys if you really don't own that many. Put some trucks so your tank busters aren't homeless. Maybe decide to put your commandos in there so they're not homeless as well, since they're acting more like a battle line unit. They're going to be moving around. You probably don't want all 30 to die in turn 1 and 2. This isn't like a super like realistic unless you're playing against someone who's new to 40k, or if you find someone that you hate and you're like, I'm just gonna throw mortal wounds at you because I don't like your rules. Sure, I mean, it's fun. I was like looking at these. There was an actual, when we went to the Las Vegas team events, there was an orc list I seen where someone teched into all mortal wounds as well. So, and this is less than what his had, but his were also not as unhealthy, because that was back when the edition was kind of silly during the freebooter spamming, you know. I don't know if you experienced that, Channel Pony. Then the freebooters and the speed wall were a thing. That was pretty intense. 41 plus mortal wounds. It looks like it mathed out to. Of course, some of those mortal wounds, like you can only deliver the bomb squig once per turn. You can't just continuously spam bomb squigs. Like
Yeah, we
double.
accounted for that.
But still, that's still pretty cool, right? So
Yeah, that's the minimum. You know, we're averaging out the more D3 roll at 2 mortal wounds. And we didn't even include the characters here either. So
Ooh.
it'd be realistic to be looking at about 50 mortal wounds on this list.
Yeah, I mean, that's was this something you would actually run, Pony, or did you just want to see how it looks, or is there just points of this that you were looking to to look and see what? Because I'm not a fan of tank busters, but that's just me.
Does Death Guard have funeral pains against mortals or any funeral pains? It
No.
could no, like it could work
Not that I'm
against that.
aware of.
Or maybe I'd take this list versus Space Wolves. Feel pretty confident about that.
Oh, oh my! Even with the hundreds of boys against Space Wolves, would that work?
I really don't know. I'm just kind of not in the greatest mindset with Space Wolves where they're at. in their index.
No way, dude. Not Space Wolves.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of access to funeral pains. So yes, this would actually work against Space Wolves. It'd be a good way to get past any invul saves that they do typically rely on. You wouldn't have to worry about the armor contempt game popped every other turn.
That's pretty cool.
But
I mean,
mission wise, that's where this list is gonna have its downfall.
The only thing I really like is that some of these units, like the Squig Hog Boys and a couple of commandos, they're gonna have a couple of those squigs that you're gonna want to bring anyways. I personally do like Mazrog, or some people really do like the head Wabba's Kill Choppa, but you can see there's only a 10 points difference once you put that enhancement on them, and you are getting more durability for a 4-up invuln and a 4-up Feel No Pain. Yeah, we could too. I was just saying this is what we were talking about earlier. You wanted, and we got that. We have the tier list thing as well that we're getting ready to eventually do.
Go into this?
Yeah, probably.
Would be obviously once we have the landscape.
Yeah, that'd play off. Yeah. So here we're gonna start pulling up the. How are we gonna try to move some of these orc units around, right? Making some knights melt. That's what Tony said. Pony said. It's true. That's when you're like, hey, you got all that toughness. Hey, I took 7 wounds off you with these little bombs. Let me run in there and punch you in the face now, even though I'm wounding you on 6s or 5s horribly. Yeah, that's a thing too. And then
I'd like to see that matchup. Let's go Pony versus Tyler.
Tony
Find
versus
out how this matchup plays out.
We math hammer this out. Those Feel No Pains better come save you. No, but I like it, and like some of these units are things you're gonna want to bring on a list. If we do, before we go into tier list, do you want to try one list with trucks like we were talking about earlier?
Yes, we do.
And then we can really look at a tier list. And Pony, you could probably help us with this tier list as we're gonna do it for orcs and where they are right now. Now that we have the points, we have an actual one of those old good fashioned tier lists. If you're still here after we do this list, but we're going to try one more list building exercise, but this one's going to be What happens if you go for MSU and mobility, cheap stuff that's fast and skirmishing, right?
Are we relying on trucks on this list to
Yes.
start out?
Yeah, the idea is with these super killy death balls, like a 500 point Terminator brick. It can only kill one, you know, especially if it's melee, one thing per turn. If it can charge one thing per turn, maybe two if you're placing it poorly. But the point is, okay, let them kill a couple of units, and then you run around the table and kill everything else, right? That's what MSU, threat saturation, high intensity pressure, and speed would look like when you're talking about how do I look like when I'm getting out of a truck, putting the speed on, putting my wheels on, going red, getting fast, doing all that stuff.
So some boys.
Oh, I'm thinking knobs here,
Knobs.
because boys are not going to threaten, and we got to just start looking at some knobs. We can start with so it's 280 per big boy knob unit. We can start with that 230 because it's 280 when I'm talking about per truck, but you're gonna have 3x3 of those sides with 3 knob units, and those points are already looking a little thick. You can put a war boss in one of those. I'd still put the war boss because he's pretty cheap, and you do want at least one nice little character. I'd put Mazrog because he is small enough to run around, and there's going to be a lot of other things for you to shoot.
Do you want to give him the enhancement for the war
Mazrog? Yeah. I would give the +2 movement, though. Let's try that one this time.
All right. I think that's 25.
Mm-hmm.
Double check.
It is 25.
And what other here? Mazrog?
Mm-hmm. Still going to want the 3x3 Squig Hog Riders. I'm not really going to let those go because they do have speed and durability, and they have lancing charge ability, that's lancing ability with a good amount of attacks with a little bit of AP. So I'm not going to let them go, and they have OC. They're going to run around the table and distract and kill for you. MSU Mega Knobs plus Big Mech instead of knobs. So he's saying, what if we just go... Let's run mega knobs because you can also change the sizes of these mega knob lists. I mean, these mega knobs, they can actually be 2, 4, 5, 6-man units. So we can actually mess with the points on those mega knobs if we have to kind of be more creative. So we can turn them, instead of knobs, we can turn them into mega knob units and actually play with the sizes, maybe to save up on some points even. We can
Yeah, I'm just clearing up.
Instead of the, let's see here.
So is that in tandem with this list or a different list?
No, that's the same list I'm on, but we're removing the knobs and we're using
megas.
We're using megas. Yeah, he wants to see megas instead of just knobs. The reason I defaulted the knobs first was because I was looking for the volume of attacks, but mega knobs are just more durable and they have that point. The points are pretty close. So you can get 6 in a truck and with no character support because they count as 2. So you can put 12 cap, right? So
what are the unit sizes we're going with?
We're going to go with the 6-man unit just to start off for each mega knob. So all of them are 6-man and they're only going to cost 200 points a pop. And those, so that makes a clean 250 per transport with mega knobs, right? Mind you, these guys are all going to be hitting on 4s. Okay. I'm not sure if that war boss can go with those guys, so we might eventually take him out because I don't think he goes with mega knobs. I think he just goes with boys and knobs, that typical standard war boss. Not sure if a war boss and mega armor would be nice either, so I'm not sure if I want to put that. Chris, we're gonna go with the threat saturation list. If you want, you can throw in some Squig Hog boys when you get a chance. Yeah. The 3x3.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we'll up that to 3x6, but they're pretty expensive and pretty big.
You mean the list you already had?
No, this one is a bunch of trucks. And more quick threat saturation across the field, like storm boys, maybe some bikers, just to get up the field faster and really start putting it on people. The idea with this one is the Space Marines and other people are running around with a couple death balls. Can we distract, slow the death balls enough, and move around the rest of the field and engage with the rest of the targets on the field to still handicap their scoring capability? Do you think that's a potential list design, Chris?
I think death balls are limited in Space Marines by
You need the mic. and we're saying we don't want death balls, if you didn't hear me, I was saying we do not want death balls. We're talking about quick MSU that can fight and move around the field and fight all of the other non-death ball units that are going to be in Space Marines armies. Like when we've seen Frank Russo's list, we've seen the Judiciar bomb, we've seen the 500-point Terminator bomb. You avoid both of those, which are almost half the point cost of the total army. You can run around and fight the heavy intercessors, fight the executor guys, fight the eradicators, fight the Inferno squad. You understand what I'm saying? So at that point, would you want to run with just threat saturation and let those Terminators, let Judiciars kill as much as they can? And then you just keep throwing garbage points around them and slowing them down, maybe even move blocking them. I think you might want something that can actually kill them, but that's why you have Mazrag a little bit on the list. And I still, and you know, big units of knobs aren't just getting melted over, okay? And like he said, actually, we can make one of those units have a big mech instead of being a 6-man so they can fit in the truck, David. Sorry, just going straight up with that, but when you get to it, of course, no rush. Because he did want the big mech in there, and the big mech serves a purpose. It's a big mech in mega armor, because he's going to give an invuln at range, but he's also going to bring guys back to life.
Unironically, I think you want some of the pieces from our mortal wound list, because I remember when I ever made death bombs and I went against Eddie's orcs, the one thing that always seemed to just chew through them was just mortal wounds. Whether it was my Grey Knights, whether it was my Necrons having a big blob, or Catans with the phase caps, just mortal wounds always are just the best way to get rid of big blobs, because then they can't use any strats, they can't rely on their invulns, or unless they have a specific character that denies mortal wounds, there's just nothing the squad can do about that. So those Squig Hog Riders, those scrap jets, those are some of the key units I would throw into those bombs just to get those mortal wounds off, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. We appreciate that, and we need that as more. We do need the mortal wounds, so I like that you pointed that out. We are going to have one of these units have the big mech in mega armor as well. Very necessary and helpful. Seeing if there's any more units I want to add with those boys. Those knobs. I don't think so, though. What else points once you clear that up? We'll continue on more points. I'm just giving the things a peep. We might want to go with the Stormboy bomb with a Boss Zag truck, or maybe bikers, but the thing is I don't think any of the bikers actually hit hard enough. Do you think, Chris, are they even worth putting on a list, being maxed at 6-man units?
All right, so last thing I got on this list is the big mech and mega armor. Is that correct?
Yes.
I do have one min unit storm boys. You want to make it a max?
How many points are we at, though, right now?
Here.
Okay, so we have 500 points left. Can I get another look, glaze over that whole list?
Oh, the whole list, sorry.
3 trucks, 3 Meganoms. We can drop that War Boss right now because we don't have somewhere to put with him.
Okay.
Just so we can get a clear look as we add more things. Now we do have the Big Mac Mega Armor, and you can actually give him that ability that we were going to give to the War Boss for +2 to the movement, so the Meganob can actually move out when they get out. That'd be pretty cool. And we have to reduce one of those Meganob squads to a price of, I think, 165, because it has to be a 5-man squad to fit the HQ with them. Yeah, it's 165 for the 5-man unit. So one of those will become 165. Nice. Beautiful, beautiful. This list is looking kind of cool, kind of fun. A little low on bodies. So we got 620. We got some transports. Let's see. This is about
Gretchen
the pressure.
to control points.
I'd say put at least 20 Gretchen out just to start. We're going to need at least 20 Gretchen because we're going to be trying to move forward. Now, the thing comes down to, are we going to have Storm Boys, or are we going to have, we always need Gretchen on the list, guys. At minimum 20 for me, okay? That's how I see it, if not 30. So in my mind, know that if Gretchen aren't on the list, they're going to be on the list. Always. Because you need them. You need those 11-man boys giving you some CP that you're going to want, holding those objectives for you as move forward. Now, as for Channel Pony and anybody else in the chat, we know when you really look at War Bikers and you look at Storm Boys, the difference is the durability, some of the speed, but when you're looking at them offensively, as in their punching capability, The Storm Boys and the War Bikers are about the same because they're both at strength 4 and then +5 on become 5 on the WAAAGH. So neither of these guys are punching too well. So then you start looking at, okay, what other factors would they give you? Extremely fast, but now we know that the flyers have to go over the terrain. You have to count for that, so they're going to lose some of their space, just like a cavalry unit would for trying to run around it to an extent, right? Depending on the terrain. And then we have the bikers can shoot at least. They have good volume, and their bases. Not to mention the fact that they're T6 and they're 25 points a pop for 3 wounds. How do you feel about that, Christian, as a speed bump? 25 points per model at a T6 with the biker's movement and still getting at least a handful of shots and the ability to kind of get the initiative on most targets with how fast they move. Or are you just not looking at bikers at all because they cannot reliably kill you? Like you were saying, it's a killy game now at this point.
I think one thing I miss is just their -1 hit ability they used to be able to get in 9th edition. And you said they're the same points cost. So I feel like if they lost that ability, they should maybe be a little bit cheaper.
They got a +1 toughness for losing that point. For losing that.
So they're toughness 6 now?
Yes, they are.
That's actually, it's not too bad. That's most light infantry guns is winning them at 5. So
4 up armor, and they have a T6 compared to Storm Boys, who are T5 with the 5 up armor.
And they can get cover now too this edition,
yes.
I forgot.
Yeah, for how cheap they are, and now that there's something distinct. Oh, and they have a 6 up invuln, so they're not just, dying them. I don't know why you'd have a T3 into them, but yeah. Not to mention their Daka guns are twin linked and assault. Twin linked and assault. Twin Daka guns. Okay. So they do have a little bit of shooting potential. With the 9, they get the additional AP. And then they have the Power Claw. The idea is, would you put Death Killer Wartrike with them? Because you're trying to slow the enemy down and get a distraction thing going on there, right?
What is the points cost of the Death Killer Wartrike, and what benefit does he give them?
I believe he was 85. I believe he's 85. Death Killer Wartrike. Death Killer Wartrike.
90 points.
Yeah, 95, 90 points. 90 points. 95? No, I said I thought he was 85, but he's 90. Okay.
Is there anything else you want out of this? Or no?
I'm saying, what about 6-man biker units? I can't see the list points to make sure I'm not going over by just blurting things out.
Yeah, we are at 1470 right now, as is.
That's not bad at all.
Sorry, Chad. I'm just working on a new list that we got. We'll get to soon. Thanks, Frank, for sending in another list.
And then after this, we have the tier list for orcs. So that's pretty dope. That's gonna be fun to do.
So how do we want to round this out? Truck.
How many points? What are we at right now? Sorry, I was looking at making sure I'm not making
1470. We need some shooting on this
so
list?
Let's look at how many wounds and bodies we have on this list overall. How does that look for wounds and body, Chris and David? As you guys being outside looking into trying to kill these orcs, how does that many wounds, their ability? This list is full of T6. If you haven't noticed, there's the only thing that's T5 are those Storm Boys that they still have in there. Everything else, this is a T6 army at this point. They're pretty much pretending they're custodes. Christian and David?
Yeah, well, first thing I see is a clear first wave potential here with either Swig Hog Boys coming in or even the Mega Knobs on trucks. And those are distinct different waves that you can send in depending on what you're facing. You're going to need the toughness right off the bat, slow your enemy down, or you're going to need to come in fast and do some damage, get rid of the threat early on.
So putting the Death Killer Wartrike in there with the 6-man unit of bikers, he gives them +1 a hit, and he auto advances 6 inches.
So how many shots do we got? Because we could use some anti-infantry shooting.
Yeah, you want people are like, why would they shoot? And I get it, but when you're that cheap and you actually get good volume and that many shots on somebody at a decent strength of strength 5 and -1 AP, you can actually kill like guardsmen, really annoying screening units that people will preempt, or those what are they? Agents of the Imperium we were talking about, putting those guys in your way when you know the Ork WAAAGH is coming, make them charge into that. That's where the bikers can actually shoot a hole open to that lines and charge past and through that. So that's why I'm not against war bikers being shooting, because sometimes you do need someone to shoot a hole. When someone puts those annoying screening, you heard Christian talk about putting his chaos spawn out there with a feel no pain. Maybe with enough bikers and that Duff Kill War Trike, you can shoot that guy out of the way and charge through the gap that he was trying to block. Because if I'm wrong, is that not what you would use them for, Christian?
So in this case, we'd probably lean towards the 150, the max size unit of war bikers.
Yes.
Yeah, if you have dense enough boards, the chaos spawn can definitely clog those rooms up. And they're also great because the world leaders have the strat where if you die in an OBJ, it becomes sticky objective. So that's another use for them too.
We were just discussing how why small arms fire strength 5 might actually be nice to use against with war bikers. That way they can pop a hole with shooting on their way in and charge past what someone was trying to potentially move block with you. So what are we at for points? I would say we can keep that Storm Boys in there, but we might want to up that. Let's look at our scoring potential. And oops, I just closed something. There we go. Our scoring potential. If there's anything else you want to add, Channel Pony, that you're seeing here on this list, make sure we don't miss any ideas. Christian, how do you feel about this list so far from the outside looking in?
I think that it's it's almost missing just one Ghaz for that WAAAGH bonus. Honestly,
one Ghaz just walking on foot or plug him in with
take one of those mega knobs off, trade it in for a Ghaz, and you're almost at 2,000.
Well, you don't need to trade him in, right? We're not over.
Yeah, we're not over.
Ghaz is how much? 235, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. You only need 10 points.
So what else are you gonna trade though?
For 10 points.
Mm-hmm.
You would drop you could drop one knob.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you Christian suggested, what if you just added Ghaz ground and pounding, walking around the field on his own, just hanging out, giving the 12-inch aura, having no bodyguards, or if you do put him in a bodyguard unit of 6 guys, let him walk. What about that truck? Now here's a loophole we're going to discuss, Channel Pony. I'm sure you've heard already. If you look at the data sheet for the truck, Ghaz can go in there and he counts as 1. And if you look at the battle wagon, he counts as 18. So if you hear about that, we're aware of that. We're just assuming weird little loopholes like that are going to be caught by GW and changed, addressed, brought into line because what's going on there, right? So we know for a fact right now, if I was to play the game today, rules as written, I could put Ghaz in a truck with 10 mega knobs, and then Makari and Ghaz can get in that truck because it holds 12 and Ghaz doesn't have the mega knob keyword. I'm aware of that, but I love my friends and I don't feel like taking advantage of that rule. But yeah, never build on open loop. Exactly. Never build on open loopholes when it's that early. If you want to do it with people you don't like, I guess, but I generally like to play people that are my friends or people I like spending time with, which means I don't want to mess with them with that. So yeah, you'll see that. You'll see there's a couple loopholes like the mech shop taking advantage of rules. We're aware of these rules. We've played competitively, so we're very aware of them, but that's not something that we enjoy, and that's actually why we move against competitive play, is we really just realized we enjoy making fun narrative lists and playing with people, even though we had success in the competitive scene for the time that we did it. So yeah, I like that. So far, I'm actually not hating this list. We have 55 points left over.
Is it time for the weird boy?
Is it time for who's he weird boying? I mean, there's nowhere from the
it's 55 points.
No. Let me look.
We
a
could
little
add
more.
another truck.
Can you go? Yeah, let's see. Did you drop one truck already?
We got 3 trucks.
Yeah, we don't need that because Ghaz would technically be ground and pounding with one of those units if we were to have Ghaz. But do we really want Ghaz on this list? Or do we want more pressure? Because this was about a pressure saturation list. Yeah, like Christian saying, you already have so many units, right? But these are, but we're orcs. Do we want more?
What about a unit Storm Boys with Bedrock?
Okay.
That's 230 for that entire package.
That's Ghaz's price. I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, I think 3 characters is kind of where you want to be, but I'm pretty sure David was saying that's if you drop
Yeah,
Ghaz.
we're dropping Ghaz.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's try to
He's
play
saying
with
if you
it.
drop Ghaz, would you want to be? That's a good question for chat. Channel Pony, I know you're in here. Oh, let's see. Let's see what he's saying here. Remove follow me, lads, and add a single shock attack gun. 75 points. Is there somewhere we can stick him so he can be safe? He doesn't have lone operative. I think he'd be shot. Does he have lone operative? Let me pull him up.
I don't believe so, unless he gets it by being near a vehicle or something.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually by himself.
And-
I was thinking Channel Pony. Remember, you can stick him in with some mech guns.
Yes.
So this list is about pressure, but you might want to just have like an anchor spot, you know, so that you can screen that side of the field. So I'm not totally against it. What points are we at right now? We
We're
have
at 55 points.
Okay, what if we drop those Storm Boys? Just in general, just to see what happens. Just drop them. And then let's say what Channel Pony said for fun. Let's put the shock attack gun for 75 and some mech guns and see if we can fit that. We like 2 mech guns. I don't think we can't fit 3. Pretty sure we can fit 2.
What's the point cost? Like 140?
They're 45 per mech gun.
Oh, they actually got an even number? That's nice.
Mech guns
Yeah,
are 45.
135.
That's for 3. And then
Or how many are
the
we bringing?
shock attack gun, I think at minimum we might only fit 2. And then the shock attack on 75. Are we over with this? And of course, we're aware we'd have to get rid of follow me, lads.
Yeah, we'd be over.
We get rid
don't
of
have
follow me,
the-
lads.
Oh, yes.
You can get rid of, yeah.
And he wants at 75 points. I already added that. I'm just going to put his.
What's his shock attack gun? And how many points we got left? We'll put another
45.
mech gun then. We have 3 instead.
Put the
too.
mega. Okay.
Damn. Is that 2,000 points on the nose, Channel Pony? Did we just draw a very, well, no, I'm kidding, funny list? It says, yes, they would shoot at him instead of the trucks and anything else on your list. He is a small infantryman, so we don't know if we want him to just, he wouldn't take too much fire, you know? He's like pretty easy to kill. But if he sticks some mech guns there, and for the price of mech guns and him, that's less than a 200 point package, I believe. A little over. And a little over 200 points, but those guys also have reroll 1s, and now that is a anti-tank platform considering what kind of cool guns the mech guns can actually take with him. Like, so you're giving that unit reroll hit ones of 1 innately, so you can put on the devastating custom blasta gun on that one. So how do you feel about this list, Channel Pony, Christian? Give it a little peep as a whole.
Only 2 trucks.
2 trucks because Ghaz is ground and pounding with one of the units of Meganoms. Of course, we can change that, but we decided to put Ghaz back on the list. We do have, does it look like we also have Mazrog. So mind you, we have 2 brutally killy characters on this list.
What bonuses did the Death Trend get?
Death Killer?
Yeah.
Oh, he gives +1 to hit to the bikers, and he has auto advance 6.
I don't think I just want bikers instead of
Yeah, the bikers can't really
bikers?
do anything,
full
but
unit bikers.
more bikers.
More bikers.
So you'd only bring 3 bikers?
Yeah,
Because
because
you can make a weird unit size with his points.
I mean, just take minus 15 points off and live the next
Is
time.
Ghaz good? I never played him. So this is a new edition, and with his old edition rules, people did actually like him because he was kind of easy to use with his big base, and he had a wound cap, stuff like that. This edition, is Ghaz worth it? Well, he's giving you +1 to hit and +1 to wound, and as we've seen, even with Meganoms and these other Orc units, when you're dealing with Knights or stuff that's hanging around T13, T12, you kind of do want the +1 to wound. And even if you don't, say you're hitting a T10 model and your strength 11, wounding them on 2s is reliably going to help you finish those guys off because you see some models have feel no pains, some models have reduced damage by 1. So then you're going to want that +1 to wound. So I personally do like Ghaz. I'm just looking at how does the list look that I have enough bodies as well, and I'm not just focused on death balls with Ghaz. I do like the idea of 1 death ball because you can run in, counter charge that the Terminator brick that's going to be running around, possibly have to trade with them for 2 CP, but you can probably put an extreme amount of hurt into that Terminator unit, as long as it's not like Deathwing Knights reducing damage to 1 constantly, right?
mm-hmm.
So I'm open to not using Ghaz, but I really like him, and I really do like Mazrog, and I do like 3-man units of Squig Hog Boys. You get the bomb Squig, they can actually hide, and they go fight MSU by themselves. If they happen to be near Ghaz, boom, they get Ghaz's ability. If they happen to be near Mazrog, boom, they get Mazrog's ability. So, and this is only 3 characters. You're not even saturating the board with a ton of characters. Sure, the point cost is almost like multiple characters, but as for giving up a secondary, this is only 3. And Mazrog is super hard to kill. Mind you, we are worried about precision as orcs. David or Christian, anything? If you look at it,
How
almost
does this play the mission, Chris?
yeah,
What'd you
and
see?
I'll look at this toughness of T6 on almost everything or higher. Chucks T8. If you can scoot up a little more, David, so you can see the top units. Make sure I don't miss anything. Okay, cool. So it's 2 trucks, 3 units of Mega Knobs. One of those units of Mega Knobs is, why is it 100 points?
No, we reduced it.
No, it would not be 100 points though. It would only be reduced by 1 model, which would be 165. So that's a miss.
It was already at 165.
No, they were at 200 because
No,
each
we
one was
reduced it
6.
twice.
We didn't need to reduce it twice. That was a
Right,
misunderstanding then. It would be we needed a 5 so that Ghaz can fit in the vehicle, or someone could, the
eventually
Big Mac
we
could fit in
reduced
the
it again.
vehicle. Oh, that was a misunderstanding then, because we'll never do that because we're trying to maintain max as big as we can, the max size Mega Knob sizes as we buff them. What'd you say? Yeah, you take out the shock attack gun at that point, so it's not that bad.
No, that's why we did that.
Mm-hmm.
This is a request.
Mm-hmm. He was saying if we had leftover points. He's not saying we need that. I thought we had leftover points. I didn't realize we handicapped one of our Mega Knob units. So if we can get that back up to 165, that way it's a relevant unit again. Cool. And then what we want, we might have to do it to 2 units. Oh no, that's good. So the idea behind this list is the 165 point Mega Knob unit is being attached with the Mega armor, the Big Mac and Mega armor. They're going in a truck. Then one of the 6-man units is getting Ghaz, they're ground and pounding, and then the other 6-man unit is getting a truck by themselves. Does that all make sense to everybody? And that's what we're trying to do. Do you guys got anything to say now? Sorry, I messed that up. I misspoke and messed up the points.
No, I think that's better just because we were getting max points to assassinate before. Because now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 characters.
1 by 10. All right. So yeah,
yeah. So 16 out of 20 to assassinate isn't too bad. The only thing is all our characters do kind of want to be on the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably going to be an auto assassinate pick if we do go against any other list. That's my only downside I see to this is just the secondary choice. Yeah,
and luckily we're limiting that to 3, right, David? So that's how do you feel, David, if we have 4 characters? Oh yeah, we have 4 because of Death Killer War Trike, actually. I was gonna say if we dropped the mech guns and the Death Killer War Trike, that's another devastating type of unit. Maybe we can get on the list. It's 135. Mm-hmm. So how do you guys feel about that? Is there something you think would be better? I'm thinking off the top of my head. If we got,
I would lean more to drop these to start off. I would lean more to drop this to start off.
So you're thinking, David's thinking more drop the War Bikers. The pressure isn't worth it. I was thinking the pressure of threat restoration, so people have to choose them instead of other things. And for screening,
I mean, I guess
we
could swap out these 3 mech guns for commandos.
Oh, okay. That was actually a good call because we do not have commandos on the list. Thank you, David. That is a much better idea. And that was an exact point swap out. So that was dope. And then we still have the Death Killer War Trike. Drop him, and we have 100 points. Oh, no. Sorry. You want him. Sorry. I don't know why I was dropping him. Sorry. We just made it to keep him. Yeah. Sorry about that. So do we have anything that we missed here, my beautiful fellow mushroom spores? Man, if we only had 5 more points, we could throw another enhancement on this. Who needs an enhancement? Who has 5? We don't have 5 points anywhere. That's the thing that sucks a little bit about the new points. Because you can give the super cyborg body to somebody. Do we have any enhancements on this list?
We do not. War boss is wrong list.
I think it's the wrong list.
Does this guy have it? No.
He did, didn't he? I thought he was getting.
He might have. What's his normal price cost?
100.
Okay, so he doesn't have it.
So he could give that.
Yeah, we did not spend an enhancement on this list. Oh, because we took following lads at one point when we had I think
Yeah.
a war boss in here.
Mm-hmm. Man, I almost want to make up some points for that.
And we could drop this guy right here.
Mm.
Helps with the
I
secondaries
feel,
too.
yeah, I think we drop him secondaries, and he's the weakest link. Let's drop that the Death Killer War Trike. That was a good call. Drop him.
And then enhancement on Big Mac.
Yeah. I think giving the Mega Knobs even more movement once they get out of the vehicle. That way, when Space Marines try to move away, they have something to kind of make up for that. And then you pop that strat, and you're getting extremely reliable charges, even if enemy is trying to move away from you while you're playing. You know.
All right, and we still got 75 points to play with.
Oh, 75 points. I mean, I think that sounds like a possible knob on Smash Squig, but let's look at maybe something else possibly for 75 points. We already know that the shock attack gun that man, the stories I have of playing shock attack gun in 8th edition when I first started the game, when those freaking evil Iron Hands were roaming the world and shooting everybody off the table, and the shock attack gun came up and said, "Hey, I don't care." So yeah, I love that Channel Pony keeps bringing the Mega Armored Boss. So let's see, another Mega Armored Boss for 75 points. So the War Boss and Mega Armor is 95, so I know you don't mean him. 75, Big Mega Shock Attack Gun. We know all about that guy. And then Knob on Smash Kick is 75 as well. Knob with the wall banner is 70.
I think for the pressure to the knob on Smash Squig would.
I think knob on
best,
Smash,
like Chris was saying.
knob on Smash Squig. Okay, shock attack gun, naked in cover is still 3+ save, T5 and 5 up wounds. You know, dude, I'm not even saying don't bring the shock attack gun by any means. I'm saying when I do bring him, I'm bringing him with 3 mech guns so that he doesn't just die, because like you said, it's fun to keep him alive. And it'll make the enemy really want to shoot you, because now your mech guns are re-rolling ones, right? He's giving those mech guns re-roll the ones he placed them in that unit. So we can make lists also, another day or even today later of where mech guns and what kind of list they fall into play. In this list, they might, because you might need something in the back line, but right now we're trying to make a list of just threat saturation pressure. So yeah, and what's happening here?
We got 75 points left. I think we can round this out, and if you want, we can match it up against this new list that we got in, Space Marine list, see how it fares.
Oh, because we haven't even seen. We do not look at the list before we pop them open, you guys. We literally look at the list as you get them, and we're getting them in live by a couple people that are in this stream. They're sending them to our email, so possibly we could put that in chat if you decide you want to make the list. But if you want to just enjoy the chat. Throw in random things to try to spice up the list building. Channel Pony really got our fluids flowing in our little mushroom minds by talking about how many mortal wounds we could get. That was a fun topic, even though we all know it was just for fun. Anything you want to say? I see you pondering over there, Christian. If you want to get the mic in your face and kind of get your little rant out.
No, I'm ready to go.
Do you have any other lists, Christian?
Christian's falling apart over here, guys.
I've been doing Warhammer since 9 in the morning, and I haven't been home since 10 o'clock in
Look,
the library.
You have no responsibilities.
Sound like a part-timer over here.
You see this guy?
4 hours.
Orks don't
sleep
get
the last
tired,
3
man.
nights.
Orks don't get tired, man.
Rules coming out.
Yeah, I know. You're getting Greg trying to figure this out. I was falling asleep reading rules. Okay. And I like the knob on Smash Twigs is T7 just for fun. He's also T7. That's cool. Pretty sure the knobs in Smash Twigs are also T7 too.
All right. So how
Let me
should we
just
fill
click
out
on
these last 75 points?
Knob on Smash Twig.
Knob on Smash is good?
Yep.
All right. I agree. Although we are back to that problem of giving up assassination.
Mm-hmm. Oops, didn't we just say we didn't want to do that?
Yeah, but
So
I think the knob is a better option, especially because he gave us some flexibility to add points in a different area. Unless you have any other suggestions.
I'm looking over our points real quick before we move on to comparing it to the Space Marine list. Chat, if you guys have any suggestions you want to see or things you don't like about this list. Whoa, for 10 points.
I don't know.
Oh, you were thinking Burner Boys? I was thinking
Absolutely.
what happened to the custom booster blaster for 85 points, giving an enemy unit -1 to hit.
I thought about that, but that would put us at 10
yeah,
points
put us
over.
10 points over. So
That would be a very nice fit here.
Because we're trying to think. Another unit of war bikers with 75 points on the dot.
Yes. That works. I like that.
Hold your phones. The Mech Workshop is 80. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
All right, so we finished up this list. Right now we got 2 trucks, 2 units of max mega knobs, 1 unit of mega knobs at the 4 5.
That's 5. 165 is
5 man. Ghaz. We got Mazrag, 3 units of Min Squig Hug Boys. We got the Big Mech and Mega Armor, 2 units of Gretchen, a minimum size war biker unit, and a max size, and a unit of commandos. So as you can see, we got a lot of pressure built into this list. Let's see how it fares against this Ultramarine list that we got.
And if you really wanted to, like we said, you could drop that 75 points Warbikers unit. You can throw in a knob on Smash Squid. You can throw in a shock attack gun if you feel like harassing people. So that's totally fine too. I mean, we're definitely not going against you for any of that. This is just yeah, we lost the Death Killer War Trike to try to get more models and to get underneath Assassination. We're trying to limit it to 3 characters on the list. So right now we have Ghaz, Mazrag, and the Big Mech and Mega Armor. The Big Mech and Mega Armor is giving us that healing capability, and he's giving us even quick mega knobs because he's giving +2 to movement to them. So we wanted to make sure he got enough points for that capability. So yeah, we did lose him because let me go down. If you go down, how many points was he? Because we were trying to get away from those points. So I think you could still plug him because he's only,
I believe he's 80. 80?
He's 90 points.
90 points.
So I think we'd be over with him right now, right?
Yeah, so that's the thing about this edition is I'm noticing you end up with a lot of weird numbers when you're trying to finish up your list. And he was one of the data sheets we saw that we could take out and plug in an extra model and a unit. It just made rounding out the list a little easier for us.
And that's where mega knobs are actually kind of useful because they come in 4 point costs. They come in 2 mans, 3 mans, 5 mans, 6 mans. And when you look at these other units like war bikers or knobs, it's 5 and 10. Boom, that's it. Clash kits, 5 and 10. Boom, that's it. So if you do not mind having 4 characters on your list, go ahead, plug in that knob on Smash Squig. Maybe give up the follow me lads so that you can get the Death Killer War Trike. I just don't think Death Killer War Trike with 4 base attacks is where I would need him to be. And his shooting isn't where I need it to be. Even though he gives +1 to hit for my bikers are generally going to be strength 4 because they're going to be doing more like turn 1 shenanigans. So, or turn 2 shenanigans. And I don't think they'll have the WAAAGH in play. I think I'd save the WAAAGH for everything else on that list to hit first.
All right, should I open up that list?
Yes, open up the Space
anticipation
Marine.
is building.
Yeah.
All right, and seems like it's a similar format or template to the previous ones that Frank has been handing us. As far as differences, I see he added a Storm Speeder Thunderstrike. We'll have to pull up that datasheet to familiarize ourselves with the weapon load out there. He's added a 10-man Desolation Squad, sprinkling some indirect fire into the list. All right. Primaris Apothecary with the Bolter Discipline. And he had that twice. And then we also see an appearance from Chief Librarian Tigerius. All right. Frank, if you have specific combos here or synergies that you're working on, feel free to share with us. We can dive into it.
And back with the other combo, if we really wanted to mess with that other orc list and bring in the Death Killer War Trike, you could drop Follow Me Lads. You can put Death Killer War Trike in there, and then to try to assist with his durability, you can use Super Cyborg Body possibly, just making sure it's not against any of the rules. And Super Cyborg Body will give you that 4-up Feel No Pain for that Death Killer War Trike. So he's 9 wounds. He's T6. So in that case, I could see you putting him in there. He would go up in points to, I believe he's already 90. So then he would get an additional 15. So he'd go up to 105 points. So 105 on top of the, what is it for 6 bikers? 150. So there you go. You get a 255 package for Death Killer Wartrack, 4 Feel No Pain, and 6 bikers. Not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I mean, that's
Sounds
the whole
reasonable.
point of that unit is to gunk people up, make them come at you, and it's not super expensive, and you can get the initiative, possibly just to surround somebody, really disrupt someone's firing line. So I'm not against that. Okay, and Frank is now talking. So Speeder gives +1 to wound. Targets helping with wounding bigger targets. Intercessors are for sticky objective at home and won't lose to Battle Shock or Shadow of the Warp when with Tiggy to fill out points, giving them an invuln. Okay.
Yeah, so the Storm Speeder here is using it to synergize the rest of his shooting units. Each time the model has shot, select one enemy monster or vehicle unit that was hit by one or more attacks made by this model this phase. Until the end of the phase, each time a friendly Adeptus Astartes unit makes a range attack that targets that enemy unit, add 1 to the wound roll. Big thing here, it's not an aura. So he could be across the map and give you this +1 wound.
Yeah. Yeah. He can outrange you possibly, depending on his weapons. And let everybody else range you. Because as you can see, Frank made sure he put them Desolators on the list. Yeah, you definitely want those Desolators. We know they're good. This is if he's not gonna pull back punches. If we're just like, hey, let me just murk you now, huh? I'm gonna bring the Desolators, give you a hard time.
Yeah, that
So I like
Vengeance
that.
Cannon is definitely gonna appreciate that +1 wound.
So we still have the Break of Terminators. We still have G-Man. So where does G-Man end up in this list, Frank? Is kind of what I'm not. Who is he following? Who is he standing about? I understand that your Judiciar is going to be your anvil. I understand your Terminators are going to be your hammer. Is Rebute Gilliman just following some heavy intercessors up until he catches up to the Terminators? Whoa.
I also see
Where's Chief Targaryen going? How many characters we got on this list?
we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 characters.
So he has 4 characters. One of them almost is 355 points. So as you can see, we talk about with our Ork list, guys. This is something that we're aware of too, because our characters are expensive too. That's why we're trying to limit it to 3. He has a Primaris Apothecary, giving exploding 6s to Desolators. Nice.
Yeah, and when in the Devastator Doctrine, they get 5+ critical hits. So he's clearly buffing this Desolation Squad here. Does the Apothecary still heal?
No.
No.
Nope.
No strat, no nothing. Okay.
Nope. And then Tiggy is going to be with the 10-minute the heavy intercessors. So he has Tiggy, intercessors, Primaris Apothecary, Desolators, Judiciar, Blade Guard. Rebute Gilliman is a free flex in the middle to go to whatever flank needs him. And then Terminator Chaplain is with the Terminators. So you're playing a little bit of Hero Hammer here. I understand you're playing Terminators and you're playing Ultramarines. So don't mind me. I mean, sure, we have less individual character models than you, but if it looks for points, I mean, we're at least trying to compete with you because our characters are quite expensive on the list we made, and we have them too. So I understand. Oh, he said yes, that one does. I thought that one didn't. He brings 1 back per command phase.
Oh, okay. So I was actually going to bring that up. Unless you're facing other indirect fire or you're going to expose this Desolation Squad, I don't know if having an Apothecary babysit is worth those points. I know it does. Yeah, the exploding 6s. Yeah, I understand.
Rerolls on Oath, because that's what that guy's going to be going for. They're always going for an Oath target. Right? So I only think you're right, making the right point. But if you look at the rest of his list, he has to utilize those guys because he doesn't really have enough shooting to like. If you look at any of the Ork lists that were made or that Imperial Knights list, what kind of range shoot does he have to threaten these things? Right? I mean, his speeder is probably popping 1 Ork vehicle. Desolator's popping another one, maybe. So.
Yeah, with all the buffs,
and
plus
those
1
are,
wound.
and those are soft. Those are really soft transports. We're not even talking about the rest of the ones that could be in other lists. We're not talking about the kill rigs or the battle wagons, even though he's going to oath that battle wagon. Yeah, I mean, I see it, but He's going with the fact that he can oath 2 targets. He's hoping that the Desolators with the explosions, the fact that he can bring one back if they get exposed and get killed, and then the Storm Speeders give them +1 wound. I like it. He's trying to keep it as tight and concise, as thin as possible. For if he takes something out, it's not intended to fight knights. It's not intended to fight big things with saturated, thick targets, but it is intended to take out a couple tough targets. So I really do like that list. It does give the first list we ran a little run for its money because there's a chance he really could destroy you, and he has the Desolators to pick up your backline. So I like this list to an extent. I do worry about how many characters there are, right? Hero Hammer is Hero Hammer at the end of the day, and we're not sure if it's going to be the way to play in this edition, even though a lot of Space Marine lists are kind of leaning into Hero Hammer right now.
Yeah, if Frank wanted to drop one of the characters, I'd lean towards Tigurius. He's doing the least for this list.
That water. Yeah. Even though you did explain what he does do the least at the end of the day. He does. They won't lose battle shock test. The fill points. Okay. He's to fill out the points and giving invulns. So yeah, he could drop them, but Frank also said he's just there to fill up more points. He's at that weird 85 points.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's kind of hard to maximize on your points making these lists.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a few tries just to get those last 100 or so points just right.
You can see that's what we were doing. We were having a hard time putting those lists in as well, rounding about with those things. Oh, this fits here, this doesn't. What's going on with that?
Yeah, I will say that I'm very grateful that we don't have to worry about war gear points anymore. Even though, we've been talking about making these lists and trying to fine tune them. We don't got to worry about war gear. So I'll take this experience over messing with the war gear. And, you'd always be making those lists in 9th edition where you have like 2 points. Like, man, 2 points, 4 points, these odd numbers, I can't do nothing with them. I feel like I'm not taking full advantage of the cap here.
Yeah, so I think this is probably the best list you put in so far, Frank, overall. But obviously, it's a part of that because you put Desolators, which do a lot of carrying. But I do like the Storm Speeder, right? And Tiggy was the only one that fit and has a 4 against 4 mortals. Yeah, so he gives a little bit of mortal durability. But if he's going to be with the Intercessors, then I'm not sure if they need that, right?
I don't know who would really be targeting your Intercessors unless you threw them out there.
Like you said, though, that's all that fits. So he was just
I
getting
understand.
stuff in there.
I understand.
And it is so
maybe
weird.
we can help him round out this list, or we could match it up against our list. Talk about that.
Match it up against that list. So this list looks like,
got a lot of speed.
It seems like there's a lot of speed for initiative, and the Ork list is kind of gonna have a really good time with the skirmishes. Sure, you're gonna have that death ball, and you're gonna have G-Men, but they can't just walk around unthreatened. They have to worry about the fact that Meganobs are gonna come out of nowhere all over the board, and you might just run into Ghaz. And even if you're like, oh, I'll just kill Ghaz, they do fight in death as a unit, +1 to hit, +1 to wound. And Ghaz does have the 2 invuln on Makari. So I mean, unless you're just definitely rolling enough mortals to get through, it's just you're taking 2 up invuln. You're going against 2 up invulns with all your attacks. There's a chance that it could just get dumb.
Right, and for the Space Marine could play it right by using the advance and charge on the Terminators. There is some counterplay in the WAAAGH ability. The fact that you have to announce in the beginning of the command phase.
Yep.
So depending on player style and strategy, Space Marines could get the initiative here and deal that first hit. And
yes. You also have to worry about Mazrog's Scragbag being by himself, able to fight whole units by himself with the 4-up and being T10. So he's pretty scary. In this list, I mean, the threat saturation kind of alarming. And if we look at the rest of his, can we pull back his list? Any small arms fire in this list is bouncing, and the Blade Guard are wounding everything on the list on 5s. So are the heavy intercessors. Good. So are the intercessors. So really, your main threats are Terminators, Rebute, Thunderstrike, Desolators. So you're threatened by 4 units, and then if you hold up the orc list on how it can threaten,
Going to the Desolation Squad, they're only strength 4 on their indirect. So they're already wounding on 5s. If you really needed to, might pop the -1, counteract his +1.
oh my goodness, yeah, there you go. Yep, the -1 to wound when most of your armies are already minus wounding on 5s means someone can just turn off all your damage to the skirmish battles and just be like, you're wounding me on 6s, Marines. Now, sorry. So you might actually really have to rely on that oath for this list because. Yeah, the orc list that we just happily put together with threat saturation and Oh, and remember, I keep saying T6 because I played so much Quick Hog Boys. They're T7, so I keep saying that because the bikers are. I'm saying minimum T6 on this list. Okay, bikers are the Squig Hog Boys are 7. Bikers are still 6. Let's see. I'm gonna get Christian's opinion on this real quick. I'll say P real quick. All right.
But yeah, overall, it's a good list, Frank. Thanks for sending that in.
Yep, better than the other one.
Yes. I still think, though, this list might be 1 or 2 units from really shining. Did we not get your full points here? Oh, it's a different column. Oh. Let me fix that. I'm sure you have it at 2,000 points, but it just looks weird to me. And I'm going to try to help you out, see if I can provide some good feedback as a fellow Space Marine player. All right. A little slow here. Let me close out some tabs. Oh, Chris Tech is here. Would you like to provide any feedback here? We were just matching up Frank's new list here. First, give us your thoughts on what you think on the list overall, and then what you're thinking and how it does in the matchup of the list that we just created, the pressure list we created.
Well, first off, I think those Desolator should be 420 instead of 240. But in the meantime,
Sorry, what was it?
I think those Desolators should be a little bit more than 240, just honestly. But I wouldn't be surprised if they get a points increase in the future. But right now, I think those are honestly a must take, just because of that cheap indirect fire.
Yeah. And this matchup though, they're wounding on 5s.
Everything minimum T6 on that list.
Yes, minimum T6 on the list. We still have access to -1 to wound. So it's really gonna shut down this Desolation Squad.
Is -1 to wound 2 CP or 1 CP?
1 CP.
Well, that's like almost an audio.
One thing he does have going for him is this Primaris Apothecary, who still heals and has the Bolter Discipline. So sustain hits 1 for the Desolation Squad.
Exploding 6s.
Exploding 6s.
I don't see Chad if they want to stop it at being in the way.
Chad doesn't want to deny the Stampa.
Ask the chat if they care about Stampa being involved.
All right, we got our friend here, the Stampa. Let us know what you guys think of this beautifully painted model. He's going to be in the frame with us for a while. If there's any problems, let us know, and we'll put him back on the shelf. But please appreciate the mastery that's gone behind this model.
Because he's back up to 800 points.
Is he in frame?
So the first thing I noticed when I look at this list in general is there's like no speed. I feel like everything in this list moves 6 inches outside of the Thunderstrike. So that's one thing you have to like be able to maneuver, and kind of one thing that you kind of have to like hope your opponent doesn't think too far ahead, because you can almost plan turns to 1 or 2 turns ahead if you can, like, if there's nothing crazy about like the movement characteristic. Like having a whole army 6 inches makes the army easier to predict in a certain way. Like if you have an army with a very big amount of speed, you don't know which direction the speed's going. But with this kind of list, you can see that speed is going every single direction. It's just 6 inches. And then if you obviously have the 1 turn to advance and charge, but outside of that, it's very easy to predict what's like the speed and the direction of this list, what does want to take. So it seems like a pretty straightforward list and not like something that's hard to predict around.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. He does have some workaround to mitigate that, the lack of speed with the indirect fire. So you really don't have to move around and get line of sight on something. Also, while you were gone, We were mentioning how the Storm Speeder Thunderstrike gives a +1 to wound against vehicles, and it's not an aura. So as long as the unit is capable of shooting the same unit that you hit with the Thunderstrike, you're getting +1 to wound.
So what's going to take advantage of the +1 to wound? Is it just bolter guns, or are you saying you're going to put the Desolation Squad into the open, or what's the main idea behind the +1 to wound on the speeder?
What he's thinking here is Desolation Squad has to peek out, uses anti-vehicle weapons. That's another reason why you have the Apothecary here, because once that Desolation Squad comes out, everyone's going to take shots at it. That unit is that annoying that you have to deal with it any chance you get. Most likely people are going to invest a lot of firepower into it to deal with it. The problem is that they got extremely long range. So do you have range to match that? Are you in position? Do you have line of sight to even counter? Those are all factors that will matter in the middle of a game. And yeah, like you were saying, the speed is the issue. And the list that we're pitting it up against excels in speed and pressure. This list is going to... and slight durability. This list is going to be able to maneuver around you, wait for you to spread yourself a little too thin and pick those weak points out and slowly just chip away. And before you know it, you're only stuck with your large blob of Terminators, and they're just not fast.
So one thing I think of when I go to G-Man is how are you getting the most out of that, like 355 points? So you're sticking next to the Terminator squad, I'm guessing, obviously. And then is he just a melee beat stick? Because what kind of buffs can you give the Terminator squad from G-Man, or what? I'm obviously put the Terminator chaplain into him, so they have the +1 to wound. But then what's G-Man's main role in this list?
Low. Frank said I wanted to bring dreads, but they so many points. How many points is it for? I think we actually have.
It's actually
the Space Marine points. Dude, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, when I was at Grognard today, I saw a guy bring 2,000 points of Blood Angels. He brought, I think, 3 dreads, and he had 9 total units on his list.
Yeah,
just 9.
Yeah,
it was Sanguinary Guard.
Oh my goodness, Frank's not playing.
It was Sanguinary Guard. It was 2 Death Company units, and all 3 of those units had the characters. So you had the double chaplain. He had Dante, and then I think he had 3 dreads. I think they were Redemptors, maybe here. 2 Redemptors and maybe 2 Redemptors and maybe a Brutalis.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also had one of the Thunder Strikes or one of the Hammer Strikes something, but it was like literally just 9 units. And I think it's almost a pitfall when you look into Marines is you don't want to make don't want to limit yourself in the amount of unit sizes, because you have to have something that's going to sacrifice for the play. You can't just have every unit shooting, because if you're playing the secondary game, it means you're donating 300 points to your opponent of just not doing anything that turn, and you just can't afford that. So I do like having that one Intercessor squad.
And Frank, and just so you know, if you want us to ever like take a shot at messing with this list too, we could. I mean, you know, I have a Space Marine army that I'm going to be getting. In general, one of us is going to be getting more into it on the channel. They're not Ultramarines, but they are Imperial Fist. So this is a problem that we wouldn't mind like trying to solve. What I was going to say is immediately when you go into a problem like this, but you're committed to keeping one of the bricks, and here I would say it's okay to keep 2, because you're going to keep that anchor for 275. I'm okay with that. That anvil type unit of Judiciar plus Blade Guard veteran. So I would say automatically look at the Heavy Intercessor and Tigerius. Those guys, those are the 2 units that you're already like, I wasn't sure if you had to play for you anyways. Intercessor is sticky. 1 Heavy Intercessor is for throwaway. Therefore, Heavy Intercessor plus Tigerius don't necessarily have to be there. Plus, you're helping yourself with assassination.
Tigerius can go into Heavy Intercessors?
He said he was going to be with some kind of character, some other unit like that.
The only thing
I'm not sure.
Is maybe just Intercessors is what he can go into. Because he doesn't have, obviously, he doesn't have Gravis armor. I think he just has regular Librarian armor.
How do I move these?
But yeah, just look for Tigerius. Because what I'm seeing here is, correct me if I'm wrong, you have Terminator going with the Chaplain, you have the Blade Guard and Judiciar, you have Desolation plus Apothecary. So to me, that leaves Tigerius with the regular Intercessors. So when you add all those characters in, you have G-Man 1 unit, Terminators 2 units, 3 Intercessors 4 units, Intercessor 5 units, Storm Shooter 6 units, Blade Guard 7 units, Desolation Squad 8 units. So when I'm looking at this list, what I'm really looking at is I'm looking at an 8-unit list.
So Tigerius can be with Stern Guard, Assault Intercessors, or Intercessors.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
he would be just for the Intercessors, maybe to block your home field, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this list, and this list looks like elite. This list almost kind of reminds me of like a Custodes kind of gameplay because you're playing this list with 8. You're walking around with 8 units, and then your turn ends. So you have to get the max out of every single unit.
And we already seen in the Orc matchup with your even though you were smart to consider, let me pay a little extra for strength 5 bolters, for heavy bolters. The Orcs and in general, the whole meta is going to be wise enough to try to get into T6, T7 as the overall toughness is increased. When we pulled up that Orc list, you've seen that was rough when you're looking at the toughness of this list. It's 6, 7, 8, and it all just hangs out there the whole game. Oh, the commandos are T5, I guess, and then you got the Gretchen. Sorry, but those are units that are almost throwaways. And
so how many total units does the Orc list have? How many different?
So it has 17, maybe. Yeah, 17, 16. Yep, because we had an extra space. We have 16 units, and pretty much all of them are capable of fighting besides the 2 trucks and the 2 Gretchen. And even the trucks are there as like a barrier shield to take small arms fire and to move up the field. So it's not even a tax. You're talking about less than a 200-point tax when you're talking about those 4 units.
You know, one thing I do like is that maybe this is how Sports Marines are meant to be played. Like maybe Space Marines are leaning more towards Custodes and more towards Custode than they were in the past. Like you used to see like in 9th edition they'd have a lot more cheaper units, but looking at like Blood Angels 2, like 43 points per second in regard, like clearly GW's philosophy right now is that Space Marines are more elite than at the end of the 9th edition, where they came almost like a semi-horde because of how cheap that stuff was.
So then, Frank, if what you're saying is true, he had him for Tiggy, and those guys have a sticky objectives and such, maybe considered. Oh man, that's making your list even more elite. I was saying, how are we gonna get? Because I'm trying to get rid of some units so that you can get at least one Redemptor on here. A Redemptor, I feel like, has just diverse play. I consistently look at units that play multi-phases when you're talking about elite armies or elite units. What'd you say, David? No, that's not enough. That's why I was looking. If you get rid of 2 heavy intercessors, that's enough because it's 220 on the nose, I think. Let me go back to this.
More elite then.
But then it's more elite, but how much? What are you getting? Oh, 225. So that hurts my feelings because it's still 4 points over. Goodness, right? But you are
crazy. Repulsor Executioner is 230 and the Redemptor is 225.
But we already, yeah.
Wow.
So
they're really the Walker keyword. They really made that shit expensive.
They made it is really good, but it's not that good because it's T9, right? So is it? Oh no, Redemptors are more than T9. I'm thinking about the little ones are T9. Sorry. Yeah. So we would have to, Frank, you can let us know if you want us to mess with this anymore. I don't want to hone in on your list too much because you're doing us a favor by bringing it in. And I know you're making these on the whim quickly, right?
Yeah, one thing I think about when making a list like this is another one of those 5-character lists. So that's an auto 20 to assassinate. Not auto because obviously like you have a character in the back and you have G-Man.
And we got sorry. We got Channel Pony. Oh shit, what's happening here? I know I'm trying to bring it in. I'm stuck. Oh, you got it. So Channel Pony said, have a good night, guys. Hope you'll post the rest of this video on your channel and make it public or something so I can see what I've missed. All right. I definitely will get into that and we'll put it out. If you'll look into it, that's great. And of course, in the comment section, leave us feedback so that we can look over that, think about it more in our presentation and our planning when we do our outlines for our videos in the future, etc. So we appreciate you greatly, man. Even though, we're a little rough around the edges and everything, we have great hope and determination. So we appreciate you existing and helping us with the ideas. I really liked the comments you threw out there, man. That was fun. That fun. A more moon list ended up getting our juices flowing the most out of any of the questions. So that's pretty dope. And then Frank said, yeah, go ahead, bro. The more feedback I can get, the better. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Frank. But this is gonna be hard, dude, because like you know your boys too. So it's not like you're clueless out here. This is just a hard problem to solve.
I think that's gonna be the problem to solve in 10th edition, which is how do you balance characters versus just naked units? Because characters just seem so juicy. It's going to be hard to resist.
Bam. So, what's the toughness of Repulsor Executioner? Do we know? Do we know? Maybe Frank knows before we even get to the thing, but I'm trying to move the mouse. Oh, oh yeah, you have to jump out the side. Bam. Oh. So the repulsor, yeah, it's onslaught gaining.
One more data sheet.
Oh, that's the executioner.
Other one.
Who has Land Raider? Oh, we're not pulling this. We're not sharing this one, right? Don't worry, Frank. We're gonna look right through here, pulling up the repulsor executioner.
It's Land Raider defensively.
Okay, 16 wounds. It has a 3-up armor save, T12, 10-inch movement. How about them gladiators? How many points are them gladiators? Tell me they're less.
They're like I think gladiators were like 155, something like that.
I'll come over here again. Oh, I just killed this. I think I went back, right?
Sorry, we're just
I'm handling the computer right now, and I got fat orc fingers, so I smushed the buttons a little bit too much. David is much more accurate and intelligent with his presses. Boom, Space Marine points. Okay, let's get to the executioner.
230.
Because that's
230.
230. Oh, and then what is what's the gladiators looking like, huh? And I just wanted to see this. I took it. Yep. I want to get back in here again. Okay. I just wanted to see Frank's.
I'm just glad everyone is struggling with points. I know when I was writing my role leaders list this morning, that was like thinking like, oh my god, the sky's falling. But I don't want to say it's refreshing, but it's good to see that world leaders aren't the only one thinking about like, damn, it's hard to fit the stuff I want to the list.
And I mean, luckily orcs have a little bit of flexibility, but you were seeing we were trying and we had the 5 points, or we ended up by 10, and then we are like, what else can we do here?
Yeah. I think that world leaders list I showed earlier was like 1975, and I said like just F it. Just like I'm just gonna live with that and just work with what I can get.
And that was a smart move, not to overthinking and just go with what you rely on and what you like. Let's come over here and look at where is the gladiator. No. What are you laughing? Just the Space Marines data sheets being so endless.
So endless, and then just seeing you be tech support is just.
Oh, watching me be tech support is like watching an orc play with a violin. All right. Yeah, why am I passing so much? I was like, hey, I know my alphabet, kinda. All right. Is it a different order?
Not there. Just Control F and then.
Oh, he's just not on here. Oh, the only one little thing, right? That's funny. Christian can pull it up. Maybe I don't know. Like turned off.
I don't know my phone.
Okay, the points. Let's see. Yeah, worried about OC. Okay, I can see that as well. As for Space Marines, that's why I'm thinking I know you love G-Man. I really do, and I do too. But I was willing to drop Ghaz almost, and he's almost half the points of G-Man. I mean, he's like 100 points less than some change. I mean, they can get almost two strong units for the price of the difference between G-Man and Ghaz, and I was still willing to drop him, right? And he buffs the direct unit bodyguards he's in. Rabute is going like too much. You might want to drop him because it's like you already have 500 points worth of in your army, right? If you had a pie, you already put one section of that into the Terminators. Then you're almost taking a whole second one into that. So if you look at the gladiators, that's where you can find some leeway on these points, Frank, because I know you have a gladiator. How do you feel putting one of them gladiators in your list? Because they cost similar to that speeder.
To a Death Dread too.
And hey, stop. Hey, why are we killing the Death Dread while we're down? So drop
yesterday was
Tiggy, drop G-Man. Maybe one heavy intercessor squad. I don't think two. I think dropping one is good. And then that gets rid of some points. So we can do that right now, right? We can get rid of this. Because Frank said like we're gonna try dropping him. We might add another character back later, but right now we're gonna just try to stay to the 3 character limit if we're trying to be especially you, Frank. We know that you're gonna go and start taking down other players and such. and you know that the smart people are going to bring fixed. So, so right here, your pie, or sorry about that. Your pie, like say what you said, if your points are 2,000 points of a pie, you have 1/4 of that pie in Terminators already, right?
In a 6-inch blob.
In a 6-inch blob that might get up there and might not win its own time limit. And then you have almost a piece of a pie, but not necessarily, with the Judiciar. So if you combine Judiciar and Desolators, that's another. So half your army is already done right there. So the rest of that is what we're going to look at to piecemeal out and see what we can make up with points, right? Because we're definitely going to keep that part of your army as it's the core of your army. And they're strong and such. I'm
thinking, like, not gonna lie, I almost want an impulsor and then 5 blade guard plus a GCR. And just taking that point hit for that one missing blade guard, and just to give you some speed.
What's up with the repulsor's abilities? Can you tell them to me real quick?
Impulsor, not repulsor.
Yeah, I meant the impulsor. Extendage, man. What is his? You know his abilities off the top of your head? Why you want that, Chris?
Because you can get out after it. You can charge after getting out of it.
So you're saying just to start pushing forward with those?
Can you charge after an impulsor, or is it you just advance?
So Frank, which gladiator is the one that you like? Is you saying?
I'll be right back. You guys go to your seats. Let me just put my phone.
Here, David. Let's switch. Maybe I'll.
I'm gonna look at the points, but right off the bat, kind of disagree with that statement. You're already paying for a whole blade guard model. To not take it, I'd rather just rely on advanced and charge for the speed and delivery method. In that case, but I'll look at the points and see how many points are really dropping there.
I'm gonna say no to that as well, but that's because I'm a firm believer that I like the blade guard, as we're gonna sit here and wait for you to come to us and we're gonna fight first instead. And we already seen how elite Space Marines are with their combos. I can't necessarily afford a transport that doesn't really give you offensive capabilities if I'm looking to bring Terminators and Desolators.
You can't even declare a charge, actually.
Okay. It was a good attempt, though. I appreciate the thought.
So
because I have one, I have an impulsor too. So I liked when you started talking about it. I just didn't want to show it.
All right. So
he said the Valiant. So he said he'd want the Valiant if you look at the points.
155 points.
So let's look at its data sheet. Maybe I'll look at it when I say let's. This is fun, Frank. I'm having fun looking at your list, my friend. I missed talking about lists with you and such. It's always fun.
All right, I pulled it up right here. It's a T10, moves 10 inches, 12 wound, 3 up save. Ability, each time model makes an attack with his twin Les Talon that targets the closest eligible monster or vehicle, add 1 to the hit roll. And then it comes... Oh.
I'm not sold on the Valiant.
What's going on, Frank?
He's cheap, though. What about to a Thunderstrike compared to a speeder? What about more speeders? I'm just trying to get something that can shoot, but the points difference is big.
If it was just for us, yeah, that would make sense. But at this pace, it gives us time to research and look into things. Right?
For what? I don't know.
On the phone line and discussing this?
I mean, if he wants to give a statement right off the bat, like a whole general thought, so he doesn't have to write it out, for sure. You give like in a short, like, you know, in a whole minute, and just tell us like a whole idea and everything you want to do. That's a good idea on why a list makes sense. That way you don't have to type out each individual thought. That's a good idea. Or why you don't like something we suggest. That's maybe. No, and that would be very hard for people and everything we have, because right here we already have 3 to 4 monitors up, including the cameras, the mics. We actually have 4 monitors up right now and multiple mics and stuff like that. So we're already trying to get good at this. But if you have a statement, so you have to write out the whole thing so we can have a clear idea of what you want. That makes sense for sure. And there's 5 people watching. So anybody that wants to know? I want to know if you guys want to get input on this. We're trying to adjust this Space Marine list because it was a little overcosted. Let's say no to this Gladiator. What happens? We need more speed, more land speeders, more speed. How about that? Blade Guard and a Land Raider. if this a Land Raider with all the flamers, do you have that one? Which that one's called? The one with all the flamers. I know the Crusader. If you're talking about a Crusader, I mean that's roughing. That's a roughing, and that's good for messing with guys that want to come slow you down. Maybe take some suppressors. That's good for some speed too. I mean, at the end, once you kind of filled up some of these points because you're still under on points, yeah, I'd say drop the Gladiator and look at that's the Redeemer. Okay, it's called the Redeemer. Land Raider Redeemer.
Oh, Redeemer, yeah, it's that one.
Also, you can, yeah, we'll drop that Gladiator. The Redeemer is the flavor.
So it's the most expensive variation of the Land Raider at $295.
And let's drop that Gladiator. We're swapping out for more expensive things. Also, Frank, like I said, we can put this here, but I'm trying to actually allow your Blade Guard to just stand still with your Judiciar because I want them to be your weak side or your hang back side of the board. I want them to stand behind a building. I want them to hide from line of sight and shooting, hold that objective that you really know someone's going to try to pressure to, and then when they charge through the building to come get to you, or you can advance and charge out to them, you're fighting first. So keep that in mind on why I'm okay with leaving the Blade Guard as a foot thing, you know what I mean? Because it's just like, just let him be, let it be. Or if you really want to do a Land Raider charge, why not 5 Terminators and then a Chappie? I don't know if that's something you're willing to do as well. Because like I said, I'm cool with them, just the Blade Guard just hanging out where they are and holding that point, being that not too expensive but still reliable kind of anchor spot, because people can't just shoot them either with indirect and think they're going to just pick them all up. That's not going to happen either. So if we can start erasing some of these units, David, so we can get our points down, I say we get rid of one of those heavy intercessor units. Just one, because I like the basic intercessors. We're not trying to destroy the list completely. We want some flavor here from Frank.
Right.
Frank, are you willing to have the smaller units of Terminators with the Chaplain in there? I'm not really sold on the Blade Guard Judiciar. It's not something I'd be looking to do, to be honest. Like when they stand still like that for that. I'll stop repeating that, but I just want to make that clear. What is gonna help this? Okay. What about more of the land speeders? Like I was saying before, more land speeders for more speed, yet maybe ranged or anti-specific guns. Make it for the fact that you're going to be storming up the board with this momentum, holding one side of the board and shooting with other things. If you wanted to erase that land crater too when you get a chance, that way we can get a clear shot on how many points we got.
All right. Well, what kind of problems do you think we're trying to solve here on this list?
Speed is one of them.
Speed,
right? The ability to maybe take angles and shoot the enemy before they get to you, and not being hemmed in your deployment zone. And then we might want some offensive speed, something that can go out and fight, but not necessarily cost an arm and a leg with a Land Raider and a Blade Guard and a GDCR or Terminators. But let's see. Okay, he said we can do Termies charming on Land Raiders, do 2 5-man Termies. What if we do 1 5-man Termie and the Chaplain and the Land Raider and see how many points we got left? Yeah.
Just one thing. I
Yes,
did like the Inceptor squad with the plasma. That men squad, 115 points.
Oh, those
deep strike
Inceptors.
3 inches.
Those Inceptors Frank mentioned. Yeah. Let's put them on the list.
And the plasma's twin linked now.
And they're
I don't think that should be
That's a great
overlooked.
call. That's a great call. Put them in there real quick. We're trying to make something that's going to make our orcs sweat, because we already felt like the list that we came up with orcs was good enough for a large variety of Space Marine lists that we've also been encountering, other than the most competitive ones where they're just using the most broken combinations that GW might address already. Because it's about a threat saturation with orcs, That's really what we're focusing on. So the list we made pretty much was thick as could be, with MSU thickness of T6 bikes, T7 Squig Hog Boys, T8 trucks, and then a very small amount of infantry that are lower than T6. And that's how we would. That's one of the ways you would like to play with the orcs, and you still limit it to 3 characters. Don't go crazy, but you can use the strongest ones. Frank's also saying he's cool with the Land Raider and dropping the Terminators to half the size.
Okay.
Okay, and then you put the Inceptors in there. That was cool.
200 pop them.
It would be 200. Yeah, so you can just cut that one down. Charlie Brown, 200. And he says 2. How do you feel about them being two 5s, or would you rather just have 1 5-man in the turn and the Land Raider? Because you got to bring the Land Raider 2 from now.
Oh, the Land Raider 2.
Yeah.
Which one? The cheapest variation or the Flamer?
The Flamer one again.
Flamer. All right. So we have the Land Raider with both units of Termies able to come out, and they can charge out of this one. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So that'd be 2 turns of 5-man assault Termies being able to advance and charge transport. So those 3 extra inches, they're 5-inch movement. What's more like what 2, a little under 3 inches.
Yeah, for sure.
5-inch movement, 3-inch movement average on advance, and you get to charge.
Yep.
I guess I can see how that would work. So that right now that would put us under. Hold up, the math on this is wrong. Something happened. B2 to B2. Oh, that's what happened.
Blasters, 125 for 5.
That was right.
Just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Frank put that as a comment. 125 for 5.
So 140 points. Should we add some utility?
Yes.
How are those assault squad jump pack guys looking?
Of course, there's I was gonna say we need some kind of jump pack.
Or
if we can get lightning
squad?
claws somewhere in here,
Claw.
I would love fast lightning claws of some kind. Those are one of my old favorites, jumping from point to point and maybe jumping out. But I don't know if we have access to those as much nowadays.
I'm pretty sure even Space Marine Vanguard vets with jump packs only have access to the heirloom weapon. We could double check though.
Okay. Remember, we could drop one of these 5-man units of Terminators possibly and come up with something that's more dynamically offensive, or at least more directly offensive, maybe. I mean, for that point difference, you can start getting Dreadnoughts, I guess. But yeah, they are quite expensive, so I'm not going to hone on those, you know? He says, oh, this is I don't have Assault Vanguard vets. Oh, yeah, so we don't even need to bring those up.
So we don't have to look that
up. Okay, remember this specifically for Frank, so we're not going to push.
He does have Assault Squad, though.
Assault what?
The tactical jump pack guys. Just the normal ones, the chainswords.
Yeah, those guys don't really do anything, though. I don't like them for doing anything unless they can get better weapons, and they don't think they can. So I'm not a fan of those.
I brought them up to possibly have some utility.
Yeah, for sure. But you're saying because
we have 140 points right now to finish out this.
Do you have scouts, Frank, with sniper rifles? Just saying, because I know you have quite a collection. I'm just wondering. Any chance you have scouts? Do you have more speeders? Maybe I'm a fan of speeders. Their speed and such. Taking angles, staying out of range, dropping some offensive capabilities on enemies.
Yeah, the speeders have, or even the what was it, hammer strikes? Is that what they're called? Oh, the storm speeders.
Okay, yeah.
Storm speeders. Those have some unique abilities too.
Yep.
Yeah, because if you could really maximize on shooting from this Desolation Squad, that's going to cause a lot of problems. So much so that your enemy could put themselves out of position trying to overcommit to them. And then the rest of your army comes in and hits them. So let's see what we can do for that Desolation Squad here.
Uh-oh. 10 scouts with sniper. Yeah.
How many points are we looking at? 10 scouts with sniper?
Uh-oh. Might have to put those on the list. Really give other people with weak characters or spamming characters some issues.
Are you finding the secret here?
Are we finding the scouts? Are we pulling them in there? Are we being those people? Ooh. Ooh. How many points are there?
They're 150 points for a 10-man model.
Put
5-man is 75.
But you need the 10-man. Put the 10-man.
It's the scout sniper ones we're referring to, right?
Yes, we are.
Yes. So
Bring the 10-man.
that put us 10 points over.
Okay, let's see what else we can mess. We still have these heavy intercessors we can mess with.
You're right. And how does the loadout work? Are you looking at the data sheet?
I had it up. I go back to that. Yeah, it's right here. So they have concealed position, so they can't be shot at. And scout sniper's precision, 1 shot. Ballistic skill 3, strength 4, -2, 2 damage. And yeah, every sniper is equipped with the rifle. So you're getting all these shots. You can go for oath, and I believe the sniper has heavy / it has heavy as well. So since you're not going to be able to be shot unless people are close enough to you, you can just assume you're going to be standing on something already and a higher advantage point in your deployment zone. Also, remember, if you on a terrain piece, you get additional AP. So these are actually -3 AP. That way, if you're shooting at other Marine characters, they're in danger. And I know you're thinking, oh, well, for some characters, it's only strength 4. You can oath that unit if you really know you're going to get the full tart shots on them. Really attempt to kill that unit, especially if it's something like an orc, right? Where they don't even have the best armor saves and some of them don't even have invulns. Just murder them, right? If you see that guy with a knob wall banner, that guy's auto getting murdered by these cow snipers if they see him. So maybe, Frank, if you're feeling those guys, don't know if you're feeling that, you have 2 speeders, gladiator, repulsor, and 3 land raiders. Well, we're trying to get 1 at least on this list.
We have 100 points left.
Because you got rid of the heavy intercessors.
Yes, I did. And there's 2 land speeder variations that are 100 points or less.
And what are the... So Frank has 2 speeders, 1 gladiator, 1 repulsor, and land raider. We have 100 points. What in my brain rattles my brain for Space Marines for 100 points? Not much, because even intercessors are 95.
So the normal land speeder can give +1 to hit. In the shooting phase, you select 1 enemy unit that is visible to this model until the end of the phase. Each time a friendly adept uses Astartes model makes an attack with a blast weapon, which would be indirect here. Add 1 to the hit roll. And the attack ignores cover ability, but they already have that.
Okay. And there's 100 points flat?
This is 90-something.
And what is its gun? What its actual guns? Is anything relevant that it could actually hurt
this
you?
is 80 points.
Is there a higher version?
It's got a 2-shot melta gun and a heavy belt bolter. Sustaining hits 1.
He says swap out the Redeemer for the Crusader.
I would buy some points, yes. You could do that.
Go up to slightly better unit, like a bigger speeder. And then that'll probably be the list at that point. Because you'll still have the 2 units of Terminators.
No, we already have the most expensive land speeder, so we're gaining more points. Did you suggest something? I missed.
Oh, I said when you drop that another 50 points for the Land Raider to make it a cheaper Land Raider.
Yeah.
That at 150 points, is there another thick speeder that we could plug
Yes,
in?
we now have access to the storm speeders, and those do have better abilities.
If you have another one of those speeders,
Ooh,
Frank,
actually,
put that.
Wait, how many points did we say we had? We were gonna have?
I believe it'd be 150 total.
150. We can only afford 1 variation, actually.
Oh, which one is that?
The Hail Strike.
Okay, what does that do?
I don't know. Let me do this first.
I'll look it up. Hail Strike.
Yeah, and thanks again, chat, for being patient with us. There's just a lot of information out there, and to remember every single bit of it is quite the task itself. So we're managing here, and as you can see, once we do have the information in front of us, we are knowledgeable, and we have had plenty of games under our belts. Like Eddie mentioned earlier, we did get experience at LVO team tournament, the first of its kind. It's a great experience. We learned a lot out there, and yeah, we just love the game, so we're gonna keep playing it. So what's the Crusader at? All right.
All right,
I'll see
Christian,
you later.
adios, senor. Have a good night.
255. Probably took a little too long.
How much is an Invictor Tactical War Suit? No, those two.
There it
Actually,
goes.
maybe I have the points for that. No, you don't.
No, he might. There's 160 points.
Oh, 160 points for
20
a,
points
a
too
war
much.
suit, but just letting you know, it's out there.
So we're still only looking at speeders as far as adding some speed.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't believe these dreadnoughts are so expensive.
Storm Speeder Hail Strike, you said, is the one that you can give the
Yes.
points for.
Yes.
So that's giving you volume of shots
What is
for
it?
no AP.
But what's the ability that it gives you?
Each time this model has shot, select one enemy unit that was hit by one or more attacks. Till the end of that phase, each time a friendly Adeptus Astartes attacks that unit, improve the armor characteristic by 1.
Extra AP?
Yep.
Minus 3 AP on.
Okay.
Indirect? Is that what it,
I
is
feel
that what
like
it-
we're getting additional AP now from this guy calling you out. I like that for other power armor matchups like Chaos, like other Marines. Maybe you want to just be abusive to sisters.
Frank, I think we found the hidden combination.
Here we go. Okay. Put that on the list too, and let's see what we got after that now. Let's put that on the list. Wait, is that enough? Do we have enough Storm Speeder Hail Strike? Is that the point for that? Crusader is for
Frank even own one?
255. Yeah.
Does Frank even own one?
He's saying, yeah, right now I got 2 speeders.
Oh, okay.
He I'm pretty sure he can manipulate all the bits on them to make it which one he wants, so it doesn't matter. And we should probably do this a little faster. That way you can go back to Ork List because we stayed away from the Orks a little long time. But we made them opposition.
Well, after this, we round out this list and we can revisit the matchup.
Yeah.
Get Orks back involved.
I don't know which year that was. Hopefully that wasn't someone waiting to talk about Orks.
Yeah, should we create another Ork list?
That probably
we can
reminds-
do the tier list.
It's the same one. We were going to do a list, but it looks like we failed on timing.
I mean, dude, we can
It's
still
1 in the
split this
morning.
video up
That's
or
true.
do it. Oh, I've got a lot to do tomorrow actually too.
It's 1 in the morning.
All right,
Saying,
so
thanks for being
10
here,
points
Frank.
under.
10 points under. No, that's the list then. If we can't find 10 points.
Yeah, I think that's good.
All right, Frank, how does this list look for you? If you really wanted to, I guess you could recombine those Terminators and ignore your Raider, put something else in your Land Raider if you wanted to. But that's what the list does. So we can look at this list versus the Orks from earlier.
All right, here we go. This is the list we got together earlier with the chat. As you can see, this list is about speed and pressure. You have multiple units here. 3 units of Min Squig Hug Boys. Gotta take all of them that we can. That data sheet is way too good not to. In this one, we went with 2 trucks. That's where the 2 Mega Knob units are going to be riding. Then 1 Mega Knob unit is going to be joined by Ghaz. Then we decided to bring Mazrag Scarbrad. I mean, you have to. His anti-vehicle and anti-monster melee is nasty. He's going to melt just about anything. And you got to always have your Gretchen, 2 units here, holding your backfield, screening out. That way the rest of your army can go up and participate. To go along with the speed, we need some anti-chaff shooting, and we went the War Bikers right here. 1 max unit, 1 min unit. And then felt you always got to take commandos, especially if you're trying to apply the pressure. They get that infiltration, and they get to avoid Overwatch, which is huge. You could charge them in first, and then bring in what you really want to fight with. So how does this stack against the Space Marine Frank Space Marine list? All right, so how's he dealing with his toughness? First off, does he have the?
I think he now has slightly more shooting at range with the Inceptors, with the Hail Strike, with the Storm. Well, he had the Storm Theater, but that's still utility to range. You also have the additional AP. That way, when you do shoot at something from Orks, if they do have an armor save, you go straight through it. That the toughness giving you a problem, the armor won't, at least. Even for those lucky 6-up armor saves.
Yeah.
So, like this one, the Hailstorm Speeder is the one we were talking about here. And this is one of them. This one is the only thing about this is that it does have only strength 5. It just has a volume of attacks on this one. But it does have devastating wounds for the Onslaught Gatling Cannon. So it still works for your Onslaught. And this guy is really about moving around the board and getting yourself that additional AP for some of the other guns like that indirect too, or even direct shots with the Desolation Squad. Because directly, what's their AP in direct shots? Is it 3?
On direct shots for the anti-vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
it's at -2.
So this gets it to -3,
Yes.
which that actually does matter. So
yeah, it's one shot, so you want it to count when it does get through.
for sure, with everything going up to armor 2, armor save 2, yeah.
Right. And combined with the other speeder, you're talking about strength 10 with +1 to wound. If you can draw line of sight, of course.
So let's pull up that Ork list against it though. What will the Orks do about the land speeders? So here we got a bunch of Meganobs and trucks. You got to pop them, and then you got to deal with the guys inside of them. Squighog boys are going to have a feel no pain, even though you blend through their armor. And they're going to be still super tanky to your small arms fire. Plus, they might still have a 6-up armor save if they have cover, if you're not ignoring it with whatever unit's shooting them.
Right off the bat, the Desolation Squad can definitely deal with these trucks. But knowing that, you just position them somewhere where when you get off, your guys are in cover or hidden from line of sight.
Yeah, so we have 2 lists here. We have a Space Marine list that we worked on that someone sent in to get them a little bit more offensively capable against Orks. And then we have this Ork list that we had built earlier where it pretty much revolved around feel no pains, toughness, and speed all in one, right? In this Ork list, we could talk about it again for the ones who just joined. We have 2 trucks. One of those trucks is going to have 5 Meganobs with the Big Mech and Mega Armor with the Follow Me Lad capability for the +2 movement. You have another truck that's going to have just 6 straight up Meganobs with no character support in them. And then you're going to have Ghaz ground and pounding with another 6-man unit walking up the board with that aura. You have Mazrog Scragbag. We have him in the list because he can decimate enemy dreadnoughts and small vehicles. You just have to have something where people don't feel like they can disrespect you since you don't have long range firepower. And they know where Ghaz is going to be on the battlefield. So Mazrog is durable and small enough that where most people aren't going to be able to put their anti-tank fire into him, at least not on mask, because he's kind of fast and kind of small for his durability. He's sitting on a 4-up and a 4-up at T10. Okay, so he speaks for himself, even though he's at many points. Still pretty much worth it. And then he's there because when you have these 3 min-sized unit of Squighog boys, they have their bomb squigs. You definitely want that. And Squighog boys don't really need the character support to do what you want them to do. You want them to either outright kill weak units or hold up against other skirmishing units, right? Mazrog being on the battlefield means that maybe one of those units is near him when he does get his charge in. Boom. Now you're getting them up to hitting on 2s. Thank goodness with their lancing ability. We already talked about the Big Mac being in there with the Mega Armor. And then we have the 2 Grots to hold the backfield, help you farm CP. And we have the War Bikers. We have 1 min-sized unit of War Bikers, kind of a throwaway, kind of a screening unit. The largest size of War Bikers, that's for pressure. And I know people are like, oh, they're not strong. Blah, blah. I understand there's going to be a lot of units that are infiltrating or scouting or guys, maybe you just want to move block stuff. You need stuff that's fast. That's not going to just be stacked on top of each other now that you can move through your own models. And I'm a believer that even though the firepower is not great because it's twin linked, because the volume, you can use it on stuff that's T3 or 1 wound or stuff that's already hurt. That way, sometimes if someone's trying to use a already destroyed unit to get in your way, there's a chance your War Bikers can shoot that 1 Marine down, that 3 or 4 leftover guardsmen down, etc., and then charge past or beyond that little gap. So don't totally dismiss their shooting because you really can't rely too much on their fighting. Also on this list, if you want to drop that small MSU Warbiker unit for 75 points, you can put a Nabon Smasher Squig in this unit. We were trying to stay under 4 characters. Okay, so we were trying to keep it at 3 characters. And last but not least, the commandos. So that was the other one we came up on there for more bomb squigs for infiltration to avoid the enemies that they're going to be getting in our faces. So this is what we're looking at. How does it look against one of the Space Marine lists that was sent in? And this is the Space Marine list to an extent that was sent in. We did make some minor changes because I had 4 characters on this list, I believe. So we tried to help it out a little bit and spread some of the love. We got the Land Raider Redeemer, is which one that one is, or actually the Crusader, excuse me. It's the Crusader Land Raider, so to be specific. And then we put Scout Snipers on that list because there's some Orc units, but also just some other characters in general that are going to be scared of precision, that don't want a whole full unit of snipers scaring them and standing out in the open. So yeah, I think Scout Snipers actually have a place, considering you can open moment that unit and go for it. Try to take out that character before he does anything to you. They got the Blade Guard Judiciary Squad. Maybe these guys can go on the Land Raider and do the assaulting forward, but we actually have 2 5-man units of Terminators and 1 Chaplain, so that one of those assault Terminators units with Chaplain get in the Raider, go forward, take up the middle of the board, and then they can be followed with the pressure. Say they go forward, they make pressure, they clear a spot behind them. Another unit of Terminators can maybe come in from deep strike, a rapid ingress, etc. And then yeah, you got the Storm Hail. The Storm Hail there is because it's cheap, even though its guns aren't great, but that's because it's giving additional AP to the whole army. You see, we have he placed the Desolators here. The Desolators anti-vehicle weapons are only -2. This gets them up to -3. Considering the low amount of volume they are, you like that. You're probably going to oath that big target anyways. So that's reliable -3 you're putting in there now. That's not terrible for how cheap that is, and when you need some more speed. We added some speed to this list to counterbalance the fact that you have these really slow Terminators, these really slow Blade Guard, and these not moving Desolators. The Primaris Apothecary is there for Bolter Discipline. He's going to put on the Desolators. And did we miss anything? The Intercessors are there because we assume enemies are going to be able to indirect or whatever. Maybe find a way to kill that Intercessor unit when it's trying to hold an objective. So luckily it's sticky, or it can move around and just put sticky on other objectives. And last but not least is these Inceptors, which come in within 3 inches, which will put pressure in on Orc or any other list that they fight. So as you can see, this Space Marine list is a little mobile. It's an Ultramarines list overall. That's who they are. And I think it actually comes with more tools. I don't know if the person whose list this belongs to wants to comment on the changes and the matchup now difference, if they would feel more confident. But all that toughness, all these Orcs coming in with so many multiple damage attacks is also going to be a problem. So
yeah, that's going to affect units like the Scout Sniper Squad. You know, they're only strength 4. So even if they do get some shots in, they're going to be wounding on 5s against your characters.
These are generally characters that aren't scared of snipers for once in the Orc Codex. A lot of them are. These guys aren't as much as other characters that you would see, like the Knob with Wall Banner. I'll bring up again. 3 wounds. He would care about these guys.
Yeah, and you also got to be careful where you place them, because the Orc list does have commandos. You don't want to provide an easy launching pad for them to get into your own line and your own objective.
And I like that the Inceptors do the same thing. They come in and they try to disrupt your enemies holding their back lines and being stuck there. So that's a lot of tricksterness to that list, a lot more different traits of pressure. Having stronger guns and tougher unit helps me not getting crushed into my deployment. Yeah, and they're faster units too. A lot of those are faster. Of course, in your own, maybe you can find better ways to come up with this. Maybe the Scout Snipers aren't it for you, or maybe there's too much terrain. You think you're never going to get shots off. That's 150 points, at 160 points, really, because you're 10 under. That you can still mess with and throw something else in based off what you have in your collection. If anybody wants to talk about more Orc lists, you can bring it up another Orc list. Maybe you want to see the type of Orc list you want to see, or we can just bring up the tier list and start moving up quickly. Play with this tier list real quick.
Yeah, one last thing I wanted to ask you is this Desolation Squad, now that we've added all these buffs to it, extra AP, +1 to wound, the Apothecary here giving it sustained hits. How do you play around this? What do you do about this?
How does it get +1 to wound?
+1 to wound from the Hail Strike. and then the additional AP
Oh yeah, they
from
each
the
give a
Thunder
different
Strike.
one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they each get a different one. Oh my goodness, I forgot to mention that too. Yeah, they're getting +1 and +1 AP. So, if you do have a Stomp or a Gorkana and they're getting shot at by those guys, it's actually going to kind of hurt, even though it doesn't look like there's a lot of anti-tank on this list.
All right. What about the indirect, like for your list?
See, Org hate indirect for the most part, and the additional AP actually would bother them because they would want some durability to that. Me personally, how do I go against that? We'll pull up the Ork list, and you see that they don't care other than the Grots. That's where maybe the biker unit comes in. You say, hey, this guy's going to kill my backline unit. I'm just going to leave this biker unit here and spread out, not to let deep strikes come in. Or I know that Inceptor squad's coming in. I'm going to leave them there and the Grots. That way the Inceptors can't come in and just bully this objective. So that's kind of how you deal with that. That's why you have redundant MSU skirmish type units and this durability and this Feel No Pain, right? They have a 5-up Feel No Pain, mind you, the Squig Hog boys. So even if you use them to hold like a flank you're not super reliant on, the enemy's math and trying to take those out is really going to bother you then. Okay, Feel No Pains plus weird toughness equals, oops, my dice didn't do what I thought they were going to do, and I didn't have enough guns pointed that direction.
Right, yeah. This type of list, I don't think is going to be worried about indirect in the game. There's not any...
surprisingly.
Yeah, surprisingly. Well, there's not that high strength indirect in the game. Not that I know of.
Well,
there might be a few DLCs
Astra
out there.
Militarum is another topic. We'll talk about that. Maybe we'll make a side video another day, or we'll start talking about that when we do other tiers and factions so that I can really narrow down exactly how potent that is. But right now, as far as we know, Guard has indirect artillery weapons that can hit on 2s. And
So
they have
just a
some AP.
yeah, forcing saves.
So they can just put 4 saves on you. And actually some of them are higher strength weapons as well. I don't know if they get up to 7, but yeah, they're enough to where they scare most of the meta. And it looks like that's really their only weapon in the meta. Guard don't have a death ball. Guard don't have super reliable of anything anymore that they can do tricksy things. They don't have splashing orders. So really it looks like GW was like, cool, you guys can just have indirect. And so Guard do, because they have access to +2 indirect, hitting on 2s with indirect. So as an Ork player, how do you go around that? Sometimes, like I said, acceptable losses, acceptable casualties as an Ork player. That's the name of the game. You have to know how much you're losing and how much you're willing to lose at that time, right? Slowly. That's why Knights mess us up, because Knights will see us through buildings and kill us at a rate that we're not willing to accept, that we're not ready to accept, that we didn't plan for, that goes against strategy because they can see through all the terrain. This list is hoping to avoid the Desolators, just picking them up. This list is hoping to get the initiative on other units, and units that can't hide behind buildings are high enough toughness that they just ignore small arms fire, or the math messes up whatever light anti-armor vehicle weapons they have, like maybe plasma guns, right? Even though they can wound the Squig Hog boys on 3s, the math of the Feel No Pain should mess them up as well, because plasma isn't typically high volume either. So that's what you're looking at with this list. And I like this one. We have other lists. We have a Ghaz list with some kill rigs and some battle wagons. We have the Mob of Boys list that we have. They're just a bunch of infantry kind of slowly going up the board, but it's over 100. It's about over 120 bodies. So that's another one as well. If there's anybody that wants to talk about any other factions or any lists, or anything to have in mind for our list, just let us know. And yeah, so out of the 3 lists, David, which one do you like the most out of the Ork list and out of the Space Marine list, if you have any Space Marine lists as well left on here? I say the winners,
in a
though.
Matchup, or you're talking about our Ork list?
Overall, just our Ork list. And I was going to say, overall, the strongest list that we've seen today was the Knights. The strongest list we've seen today
with like 400 more points.
Yeah, the Knights got 400 extra points, and the rules to ignore what terrain does in the game. So that's that might be a bit much, right? It's okay that they needed some help. They've been bad for so long that I can get why they were like, yes, we finally got it. But even the Knight players are like, hey, we got a lot of stuff. This is weird. So
yeah, taking enhancements for them was no problem. Spending those points.
Yeah, they were trying to put 4.
And they're great tools. Sticky objectives, deep strike. What was the other one? I forgot the other one. But
yeah,
they were great options.
I'm kidding. And what is this? This is the list. Okay, So here is this is like the bodies list. This is like the green tide list. We got a war boss. We got knobs. We got 3 units of Gretchen to really hold that back line. We got Edwapa Skill Chopper for the war boss. We have, is that another brick of knobs? It looks like.
Yes.
Oh goodness, I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that was on the list.
This is the green tide.
This is the
baby
green
boy.
tide. I didn't even know that list was on there. Maybe we can make those mega knobs. I mean,
They
I
were
don't know.
mega knobs at one point.
Okay, we might
Yeah.
make those mega knobs just so that we have something that's tanky.
Yeah.
And that's 30 points cheaper. But I don't know what else we get out of that 35-point difference. And then we have the custom boost to Blasta, which we really could drop that and just get more bodies, which I'm almost inclined to do. Because
the -1 a hit for your body's already foot slogging.
I mean, only for 1 unit, and I feel like he's 1 unit. He's
is
gonna die.
it? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Is 1 unit you target, right?
Yeah, they get hit by
So
me.
At least you could hit the unit that you're most concerned about doing damage. It's something. It's not like it only applies to one of your units.
Yeah, I'm just saying that once you drop those to mega knobs and you have 30 points free, and you have 35 points free, then put in that 35 with that 85 to try to get more boys or something like that might be the move. Maybe. Or a Grout Booger Bomb? No, I'm just kidding. A Grout Booger Bomb actually would kind of matter on this list. I'm just saying. We're just talking like in a weird way. A Booger Bomb might be a thing. So
I thought we had some 5-up funeral pins on this list.
We replaced the 5-up funeral pins. Remember, you can add character support to this and get the 5-up funeral pin on these lists. Yeah, I mean that's for 1 unit. What is that?
Yeah. What is?
I almost feel like just more bodies is the way to go.
Yeah.
Let's cut this and drop the knob, one of the knobs units to a mega knob unit. To a 6-man. Yeah. Drop him too, because we're gonna have points left over. Anybody in chat orcs want to talk orcs? Let us know. Or if you want to kill orcs, let us know. We love all opposition, and we all love all chaos that can be put from the unbridled carnage that we bring for just existing as orcs. All right, have a good night, Frank. It's a late night. Thanks for your input and your list and your commitment. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Frank.
Thanks for the challenge of the list. Thanks for the challenge of the list and popping in when you could. Have a good night. Where was that? Weapon? I think I was gonna say we could finish this on a list. I feel fine. I mean, we can get to stop here. I mean, if you guys want to, because it's 4 hours and 30 minutes almost exactly. Where are we at right now on the list we were just talking about though? Before that,
we had 120 points.
I feel like we finish this list and then I'm good enough. I just feel like it's at a good spot.
120 points.
Okay.
So we got 120 points left to fill out on this list. What are some options here? We got min unit of knobs.
For what is it? 130 you said?
120. 120. So
I was gonna say
Storm Boys would have been nice.
You could have said you could have brought 3 Mencons for 135.
Oh, that's true.
We're not there yet. Storm Boys is 130. So we have 120?
120.
Really? Let me look at
this.
Can I look at that list? I wanted to see where was I willing to cut anything? Wait, what is 120?
Is it time for Death Copters or it's not that late?
No, it's not that late. No. You know what I thought about?
What?
The Booger Bomb, and it's a 5-point diff over.
Oh. The
Booger Bomb actually could work. You add 10 more grots to one of those units, and then you add that stupid character.
What would you have to drop to make that happen?
5-point difference.
Yeah.
That's one of the harshness. You would have to turn the next knob unit into mega knobs as well. To drop for the points.
We can try it out. You want to?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
And we still have, wait, you didn't have to do that. Why do we have Headwapa's Kill Chopper still on this list when there's no one for it? We don't even have an HQ on this list.
War boss.
Oh, I didn't see him up there.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, I was like, damn. But he can't be. He has to be a part of the knob unit.
Oh,
So we had to do probably drop that Edwapa's Kill Choppa. Even though it sounds crappy.
That hurts.
I mean, he fights already on his own pretty good. And even if you kept those knobs in there at 10
knobs?
for 230, yeah. Let's see how that looks.
140.
Yeah.
90 points, 45 more points for them, and that gives you 95 points for a character. And I
Okay.
believe he's 80, right?
He's 80. So can you put it to the side so it's not a part of the equation? But or maybe I guess put it in. But what would the booger bomb be servicing as its purpose here? Now, if you guys don't know what the booger bomb is, if there's anyone here that doesn't know, the booger bomb is the 20 grots being enhanced by Zod Wartsnaga, and they're pretty much moving up the board and just gunking up the enemy lines with additional stuff that they want to use for boys on them, though, instead. So you're coming up the board with all these bodies. Here's just even more bodies, and it's cheap bodies. But is that points worth not just bringing more boys? Because how many boys is it?
Boys, we have 2 normal units of boys and 2 beast snagger boys.
So I would say maybe an MSU of 5 knobs would be good here.
115.
Or a truck. I would say a truck. Bring a truck.
A truck instead of.
We need a truck.
Character.
Yeah, and instead of the extra grots.
Mm-hmm.
Saying what's going to be more relevant, and I'd say if we have these mega knobs on the field, we need a way to deliver them with somewhat kind of speed.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too. We didn't have anything.
It's small enough to hide, so I would say bring a truck here, and maybe 2 trucks really, because we have the knobs over there too, and the war boss. And they're so cheap, the trucks. You're not really like.
Yeah, they're great.
They're so small and cheap. It's like everybody else is running up, and then you can have the truck just parked behind or right next to a building. And the truck itself is a smaller profile than the unit it's going to be carrying, most likely. Like if you were to lay out 6 knobs and then fix 1 truck next to it, the knobs are almost the same size. They're not necessarily, but almost. And you need that movement anyways.
Well, thanks, Christian, for the compliment.
So Christian Zaya said you guys are dedicated.
We're trying to wrap up here. They were just trying to.
Well, I'm the only one left. He was the only one left as he left.
Yeah, I know. I saw that too.
It's okay. But what does this look like now?
This is 90 points. Did you
Wait,
suggest something?
2 trucks.
2 trucks. 2 trucks.
And then bring the war boss that head wop with kill chopper back. Is it 25 points?
20. Yeah. You want speed instead?
Why do we have no other orc characters on this list? There's something I feel like I missed here that got away from me with so many not characters.
Well, we were getting assistance from the chat, and
they were like, kill all the characters. We killed them all. What many points do we have left right now? This is hilarious.
Right 15 points.
Hell yeah, that's not a character.
Well, this is with Follow Me, lad.
Put it in anyway. I don't know. Oh, not Follow Me. Sorry, I had Wap with Kill Choppa. That's what I meant.
All right. So then that would be
20 points?
That's 20 points.
Yep, I Wap is 20 points. So we got 20 points left. What's a character we can bring? Oh, man, these 5 points is almost like GW read your mind, because I was going to say bring in the mega knobs instead of the knobs, and then you can bring a weird boy, but that's 5 points over.
Yeah.
You can give your war boss a 4 feel no pain instead of the head wappa skill chopper if you really wanted to.
Or if you made that knobs unit and mega knobs unit.
So here, guys, what we're doing is we're setting up a orc list right now, guys. For those who just joined, this is the green tide list we're working on. If you want, we could show you the toughness / feel no pain durability list that we have on. We already set up that list, and we have a Space Marine list that was sent in to us that we can reflect on and see how it looks against us as Desolators, as 20 Terminators. So we're looking at Space Marine lists while we're looking at our orc list that were sent to us and making sure that we're on the right track, that we're paying attention to what Space Marine players are really doing. A lot of them are putting 4 characters on their list. A lot of them are really committed to bringing these death balls. So as the orc community, we're like, let's look at the opposite of what the meta is going to be. We're known for hordes. We know the communities that want to bring vehicles. Vehicles aren't innately good at killing hordes, right? Some giant models are, but I'm saying some vehicles aren't. The one vehicle that we were considering bringing the custom booster blaster to shoot against are stuff like a Bane Blade, right? Stuff that is gigantic for 400 points that's going to shoot you if somebody brings one of those giant platforms for guns. So a custom booster blast is something we might want to put on this list as well. But at the same time, why just not bring more stuff, right? So this list is Green Tide for more stuff. We did put a couple trucks in here for the little bit of elites we have in here. And yeah, so David, what do you think? What are the points here we have? We're gonna think. I'm thinking we need another character on this list. I'm not liking the lack of another character. I know that we're staying low on characters, but having one is obnoxiously low.
Yeah, I agree.
We have
we
one
don't have
extra
that unit that hits.
I would say
extra hard.
drop one. Oh, I would say drop one boys unit because we do have the thickness of the mega knobs and the knobs as well.
Yeah, we're not
and all the
really
Squid
buffing
Hog
them
boys.
with the.
We're not buffing. I'm not saying that extra unit of boys can go, but it's still not terrible. Now this is where we can. We're almost at Mazrog territory just for dropping that one thing, right?
Oh.
So, but you know, we are at that we reach the beast boss on Squigosaur with Edwapa's kill Choppa, if we chose to do that for a fighting character, or we can choose a.
Yeah, I feel like a beast stick is what this list is missing.
Yep, I would say the beast. He can still hide. That's not on Smash Squig. That's a little too small. Beast boss on Squiggysaur. Unless we could find a way to squeeze out that couple more points for boss Mazrog, because I feel like I still want him over this guy. I'm me personally, I'm a fan of Mazrog. His data sheet, I really like that he can tear down these small old school dreads by himself.
We could afford him if we take off the enhancement off the war boss.
Okay, let's take that in. I mean, that was the one we were going to use for the Squig off anyway, so we have to take that off because I just suggested the same one for him. He just didn't put the name. Yeah, so oops. So here's another orc list for the people that are here watching, tuning in. Give an input. Don't be scared. Even if you want to say that we're doing a bad job or you can't hear us, you know, anything like that in between, feel free to jump in, let us know, and then hurt my feelings. No, I'm just kidding. You're not going to hurt our feelings. We're orcs. We ain't got feelings like that. The only feeling we feel is rage.
Yeah, in all seriousness, any feedback we'd appreciate.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure this out, and we're dedicated to improvement.
Don't you worry
and
about me.
Just helping out the orc community overall.
I'll be there. All right, so we still have 15 points left over. Hey, give let's see, possibly brutal cunning, possibly 5 of feel no pain because we have the points for it. For those exact 15 points.
So
let me look
for the war boss.
Yeah, we need something for the war boss. So the war boss, what's his invul nowadays? Does he even have one anymore? He keeps going back and forth of having an invul and of not having an invul. Okay, so a brutal cunning is that unit can fall back and charge. So he can get fall back and charge, and then he can get a 4 feel no pain. So that would stop him from being scared of maybe precision.
Yeah, that'd be nice. We've seen already one of our friends decide to take scout snipers.
And there's other armies that have precision in combat where they want to just pop him off and kill him maybe because they can't kill the whole unit outright. Mind you, his unit isn't that durable. So when the war boss with the knobs, maybe those knobs die, but the war boss is still alive during the WAAAGH. I mean, he gets 10 attacks on his own. They can be exploding. He's still a force of nature by himself, even if a lot of or all his bodyguards get dismembered. So maybe putting a 4 of feel no pain isn't like as wasteful as you would imagine off the top of your head if you have the points left over, which we just so happen to. And he does have a 5-up invuln. So you give him a 5-up invuln with the 4-up feel no pain. He did get dropped back down to T5. He used to be T6, I believe. Or like I said, fall back and charge.
Fall back and charge. Do we need something durable?
Which knobs are not?
Yes.
So,
I think I'd pass on that.
You think I'd pass on the fallback, and I think I'd go to the 4 feel no pain.
Yeah, that one makes sense. I expect a lot of people to at least test out precision, get rid of these super units that you're starting to see now that we can plug in characters into everything.
And I don't know why I said, well, I keep saying he gets 10 attacks. I want to be clear, though he gets 8 with the Power Claw and 2 with the Squig attacks extra. Okay, we're talking about the War Boss. So, but just imagine, because he's with the knobs, there's a very likely chance that he's going to be hit with Unbridled Carnage on the turn of the WAAAGH. At least that's most likely. That's the point of it. If you put that, the knobs with Unbridled Carnage and the War Boss, how many attacks that is coming in, very useful for tearing down things that are going to be toughness 10 or 9 or 10, somewhere in between that range at melee. And you're getting more accurate, of course, because he gives a unit +1.
All right,
So-
5 up feeling okay? Or did you like the other one better?
Oh,
last 15 points.
It's a 4 up, feel no pain, actually.
About 4 up, sorry.
Yeah, which is even better.
Even
He is a 5
better.
up invuln innately.
Yes, he
Mhm.
does.
Well, I know that's weird, but remember the bodyguard unit that he's going to be with is the knobs themselves. He's 70 points by himself, so he is pretty cheap. So to make him 85 points for a 5 up, 4 up isn't horrific, considering that the unit he's in isn't super durable and he can still fight with pretty well by himself. We understand there is Edwapa's Kill Choppa. We just didn't have the points for it, and we chose to put WAAAGH on the list. So let's evaluate this list top to bottom. Let's see. So actually, let's start from the bottom to top because it makes a little tiny more sense.
Sorry about that.
So it's okay. We were going as we go. So let's go. We have 1 unit of commandos for infiltrating. They also have the bomb squig. Very nice. They don't let the enemy come and take the initiative on you as an orc player, at least not on the entire side of the board. You have that little bit of buffer and, scare a unit on its own. Then you have 3 3-man units of Squig Hog Boys. Of course, they have their own bomb squigs. We have 2 trucks because the trucks are going to be carrying the 2 different units of types of knobs. We have 1 6-man unit of mega knobs. They're going to get a truck. We have 1 10-man plus 1 war boss unit of knobs that's going to get in the other truck. So those guys get that because they need the mobility to move quicker up the field while everything else is getting shot, and they want to hide behind the buildings while being able to fully hide as their unit, right? So that's that. Mazrog's Scrag Bag is small enough and fast enough that he's not going to be running up the middle of the board. He'll be hitting one of your flanks. Hopefully your right flank, hopefully creeping around that corner on your enemies, and getting those reroll charges are going to help him. And maybe one of those Squig Hog Boy units makes it to the same side as him, still alive, still full potential. He's giving him +1 to hit. And the 3 ground units. So the 3 ground units are to hold your backfield while you're moving forward with all these other units, trying to farm CP, maybe late game go for OC, maybe early game throw yourself out in the open, maybe stop a scouting unit from charging you first, all those type of things. So this is our version of the Green Tide. You have the 2 units of Vsauce boys with 6 up feel no pains, and then you have 2 units of boys. So that's 80 just straight up infantry battle line boys, plus 10 commandos, plus 10 knobs, and then 6 mega knobs. So well over 100 wounds and boys.
That's a lot of boys.
So if they don't have enough diverse weaponry and stuff to hit you with, then they're just not going to. Storm bolters aren't going to do it. And when they really try to focus you, you have the artist nail strap. So you can really bother them with that as well. And what was our other list? The first list we showed. Do we still have that one?
The Ghaz list?
Yeah. And this was one of the original first lists we showed. This list has the battle wagon, the kill rig, the war boss with the knob combo with Edwapa's Kill Choppa, Ghaz with a big unit of orc boys walking up the field, still 3 squig hog boys unit, still a commandos unit, right? You can see some things that are redundant here. You have the 1 beast snagga boys, that way they can go on the actual kill rig, and the mech. The mech is there because you can move forward with your battle wagon, maybe even alongside in the middle of the table of your kill rig. The mech can get out, and as long as he's within 3 inches of that unit, he can give them +1 to hit, and he's considered a lone operative, so he can't be shot unless they're within 12 inches of him. That means your now battle wagon acts as a gun platform with its own guns. It can hit on 4s with its own guns, and its death roller hits on 2s.
Ooh,
okay,
that's key.
Death roller hits on 2s. Also, if not, let's just say you get out of your transport and you move because it ends at the end of your movement, and you go stand next to a kill rig. Well, the kill rig, you can give them +1 to hit. And the kill rig is now getting +1 to hit on everything. Okay? Because it's just a general +1 to hit.
Yeah, this is such a valuable unit at 50 points just to buff your shooting, like you mentioned. And
Any
he heals
heals.
on top of that. Yeah.
And he heals D3. Sorry, I should have said that as well.
But yeah, I like how you're thinking of using him, taking advantage of the new transport rules there, being able to disembark after and still being able to use his ability, get him, like you said, next to the kill rig, heal that, buff that. Some good firepower. Hitting on 4s for Orks, it makes their data sheet look a little better.
Yeah, and I feel like you do want some shooting on your list. That way people don't just put garbage directly in front of you and then countercharge you when you charge their garbage, right? A lot of people seem to forget that. That's why we had bikers on the thickness list, on the thick skin list, right? That list is there. That's all there because you need the bikers to shoot some of that garbage that people are going to put in front of you. Because if they have garbage like the new Imperial agents that we've seen a Space Marine player already try to present to us, they have 20 of those on the list. They can put those in the front and be like, well, you got no shooting. You have to charge into this, right? Well, not if I put all my bikers into you, maybe a little bit from the battle wagon. This list didn't have bikers, but let's have bikers. Or Squig Hog Boys if you can. Stuff like that. Clear some of those guys out, charge past and through them, and then touch a unit with your bikers. Yeah, the bikers will die, but they're T6 with 3 wounds. You're fine with them dying. And I'm pretty sure Artist Nails still applies to them too for 1 CP.
Oh, yeah. Any orc unit.
Yeah. So besides vehicles.
Yes.
So yeah, it's nasty. Bikers can be really fun with the pressure. And that's why you need a little bit of shooting though, right? I'm not saying make your army full shooting, but I'm open to a little bit of shooting so people don't muck you up with garbage before you get your charges on and stuff, and just run out, meet you in the center and be like, here we go, here's my trash infiltrating units, or here's my really trash Imperial agents. So between those 3 lists, maybe we can get a vote on what you think is best, but that's the 3 lists we have right here.
I'm a fan of our last variation here. Just the speed and pressure. You got Squig Hog Boys T7, Meganobs T6. It's going to be hard for a lot of armies to actually wound you. They're very sneakily tough. As you can see, there's a pattern here in our list. Or at least I start every orc list with 3 Squig Hog Boys. Throw in 2-3 units of Gretchen. Sometimes that 3rd unit falls off depending on points. 2 units of trucks too. I feel like you need that. You want to bring the boys. You have some reason to.
I'll say right now I'm not in love with just boys because their strength is too low. And even Beast Snagger boys, they're only viable to punch up 1 turn during the wall because a lot of things are just T10. Right? A lot of things you're going to want to punch your T10. T9 is like, oh, thank you. You're T9. I can actually punch you now. So that's also why Squig Hog Boys are acting like your MSU boys, acting like your small unit that can go fight, because they can punch up a little bit with that lancing ability, or even punch down, and they're durable. They don't need the character support. And they have OC. So they're not just sitting around not doing anything. They have 2 OC each.
Yeah, that's nice.
So yeah. That's why we're bringing those guys. It's not and the Feel No Pain really messes up people's math. Can't stress that enough. Feel No Pain messes up people's math on what they assume is going to get up on you. And Squig Hog Boys get light cover. Bikers allow you to make that pressure. I'm into this list more than the mob list, I would say. And I'm not sure about the first list though. I do like the kill rig. That list felt like it's diverse, putting pressure in multiple ways, and it has more shooting with the Mac giving +1, the kill rig doing his thing as well, and he gives out buffs too. And it has the Ghaz giving out buffs still. And the battle wagon. I mean, battle wagon is just really nice. If someone can, if you have a kill rig and a battle wagon, they're not going to just oath everything on the table that quickly or so easily, no matter what. So if we maybe get close to calling it here, maybe we can do a more concise tier list video on our own and just put it out, not make it a live stream, or maybe we can just put out a more concise version of all 3 of these lists and just give our reason for why these lists exist.
Yeah, we can definitely provide that.
We can just do that. So thank you guys, and anyone who appeared or even gets to this point. I doubt any living being will. But we are the last one stand. No, this is how it is to be an orc, and this is the grind, and this is what we're here for. We don't mind.
Yeah,
Practice
we
makes
enjoy the
perfect.
fight.
Yeah, we enjoy the fight. We ain't never beaten, even if there's no one watching. I'm sitting here ranting. So I don't, every time I talk, more spores are released. It doesn't matter. Okay, but with you guys and whoever sees this, that one person in chat, whoever you are, you have a good night. We appreciate that you exist.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone who contributed to the stream through your chats, your list that you sent in. It was honestly really fun creating these lists and then matching them up against each other.
Yeah, we have that tier list if you want to show that just for a second, but we can do that or even put that in the thumbnail. I mean, we're going to be doing an actual tier list too. So, yeah, we have access to that. Very fun. That's going to be maybe even more fun.
Yeah, I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Have a walking evening.
Wow.
Whoa.